Chapter 1. A simple text, just 2 words long, altered the course of 15-year-old Sophie Hodgson's life permanently, and not in a good way. Looking back, she understood she likely never should have sent it, or at the very least should have been prepared for the absolute chaos it unleashed. But she sent it anyway, and a plan was the last thing on her mind. That's just how it goes sometimes when you're a teenager. For Sophie, it had been one of those weeks where the universe doesn't just rain on your parade, it floods your breakfast cereal and then, as a final insult, messes up your bed right before you try to sleep. It was June, and a sweltering one at that. Her hometown of Wensleydale was soaking up not only the sun, but also the tourist dollars from visitors who clogged the narrow roads just to snap pictures of the scenery. For most girls her age, this weather meant lazy afternoons in the park with friends, sneaking drinks from a parent's liquor cabinet, and maybe catching the eye of a cute upperclassman. But not for Sophie. No, because the world had decided to be a complete jerk to her. Everything began to unravel that Sunday. Thanks to that fateful 2-word message she tapped out right in the middle of the morning church service. She'd considered talking to her mum first, but what would be the use? And her dad was too passive to ever really step in, so as the congregation bowed their heads in prolonged prayer, Sophie typed "I know" and pressed send. Her phone buzzed a few minutes later with the reply, "I have no idea what you are talking about." Her reaction to that message only dug her hole deeper, because apparently a quiet church isn't the appropriate venue to leap to your feet and yell, "You lying piece of trash." Honestly, the sheer audacity of being gaslit in a house of worship would set anyone off. Her parents, especially her mother, were horrified enough to hear such language from their daughter, but in a church, the look of utter disgust on their faces said it all. She was hauled out of the building while prayers continued, shoved into the back of the family car and subjected to a white-knuckle ride home as her mother treated the winding valley road like a racetrack, screaming the whole way about how Sophie should know better and demanding to know where she learned to talk like that. Grounded for a month and stripped of her phone, which her mum triumphantly locked in a small safe, Sophie was banished to her room. A minor setback, really, since Sophie had secretly known the safe's combination for years. The remainder of Sunday was a vibrant cycle of rebellion. Sophie blasting her music until her mum screamed to turn it down because it was triggering her father's migraine. Sophie hurling pillows and books around her room until her mum shouted about respecting their beautiful home. Sophie refusing to come downstairs for dinner and predictably being shouted at for that very refusal. When Monday morning arrived, the week seemed to take Sunday's disaster as a personal challenge to do even worse. And it succeeded. Upon arriving at school, Sophie discovered with a sinking feeling that a particular clique of girls, a group she had zero in common with and actively avoided, had coined a brilliant new nickname for her. They did this kind of thing often, largely because they'd decided back in 7th grade that Sophie's weekly church attendance with her parents was the most pathetic and bizarre ritual they could imagine. Their laughter followed her down the hallway, a stark contrast to the silent car ride she'd endured just the day before, making the walls of the school feel just as confining as her bedroom. From that moment, their goal became to drain the joy from her life whenever they intruded upon it. It was Jennifer Sharp who first called out as Sophie entered the schoolyard, the taunt, "Hey look, it's celibate Sophie," not only humiliating her, but igniting a white-hot fury. What happened next stunned everyone, Sophie most of all, as she was not prone to violence. With Jennifer's laughter still ringing, Sophie strode directly up to her and delivered a slap so forceful it sent the girl crumpling to her knees with a sharp cry. A meeting with the head teacher, Mrs. Stevens, a woman who exclusively wore black and possessed the imposing stature of a small building, resulted in Sophie's suspension for the day and a mandatory conference the next morning involving the head, Sophie, and her mother. The suspension only deepened the turmoil at home, her mother cycling from blistering anger to a cold, punishing silence. Then, as if pouring acid into an open wound, Sophie was forbidden from seeing her boyfriend until summer break, dismissed by her mother as just another distraction from her far more critical studies. By now, the original spark for all this, that 2-word text message, felt utterly insignificant. What was the point anymore? Nobody was listening. Nobody truly cared. She was exhausted by the dishonesty. So when Wednesday morning arrived, running felt like the only possible response. And run she did. Sophie understood perfectly well that fleeing wouldn't fix her problems. It would likely compound them. But she was past caring. If it served as a punishment for her mother and forced her for once to actually pay attention, then it was a price worth paying. She had no concrete destination or timeline, only a desperate need to escape for a day or two. Her bank account had some funds. She'd pack a few essentials and simply vanish to anywhere but here. At 15, she could pass for older and was confident she could find an inexpensive place to stay. She wouldn't even tell her boyfriend. Dragging him into this mess felt unjust. With her school bag stuffed with spare clothes and pilfered snacks, her phone retrieved from her mother's safe, and a handful of cash taken from the living room mantel, Sophie boarded the school bus. An hour later, as her classmates filed off toward the school steps, Sophie turned and walked decisively into the city centre. Initially, the plan felt inspired. Those first steps away from school were buoyant, filled with the heady breath of liberty. After a quick change of clothes in a public restroom, she caught a bus to the nearby town of Harrogate. The day was an exhilarating rush, a pure immersion into unshackled release. Anonymous and untethered, she did exactly as she pleased, wandering through shops, indulging in greasy food, and lounging in a sun-dappled park. But as evening shadows lengthened, the practical need for shelter arose. She found a listing for a budget hostel online, but upon attempting to book, a cold dread settled in. Her wallet was gone, and with it, all her cash and her bank card. Stranded with no resources in a part of town that felt increasingly bleak, she was trapped between a stubborn refusal to go home and a growing desperate urge to do exactly that. This left hitchhiking as her sole grim option. Sure, she could have called her parents, but granting them the victory of her failed rebellion was unthinkable. Absolutely not. She would find her own way back, thank you very much. After walking for an hour in the direction of her apartment, Sophie was on the verge of surrendering to exhaustion when a faded blue minivan slowed beside her. The driver offered a ride, and with a sigh of relief, she reached for the door handle. Just as her fingers brushed the metal, a strong hand clamped onto her arm, whirling her around. A sharp shout sent the startled driver speeding away, tires squealing. Stunned by the sudden interference, Sophie drew a breath to unleash a torrent of angry words, only to have them die in her throat. The eyes glaring back at her were hauntingly familiar, and in that instant a cold clarity washed over her. Sending that impulsive two-word text message last week was rapidly shaping up to be the worst decision of her life. Detective Chief Inspector Harry Grimm possessed a face that could make a bulldog wince in sympathy. A bulldog that had lost a brutal fight with a baseball bat and then been used as a chew toy by something much larger. It was a visage he had earned, sculpted by shrapnel from an IED during his time with an elite military unit, and refined by years of life into something just shy of being genuinely soul-chilling. It wasn't merely an angry expression, it was a promise, a silent communication that he was perpetually 3 seconds away from peeling your skin off and maybe asking for salt. His self-administered buzz cut, shaved nearly to the scalp, completed the intimidating picture, a look he cultivated with a certain grim pride. At this moment, however, Harry was consciously trying to soften his features, dialing them back from unhinged predator to something marginally more approachable, a difficult task given that many of the deepest lines were permanent scars etched onto a formidable 6'3" frame. He wasn't a giant, but his broad muscular build allowed him to instill a deep, primal fear with unsettling ease, a talent he didn't mind employing. It was a quiet Saturday afternoon. Harry was slouched in a chair at a small round table across from a lanky man in an expensive suit. Harry's own clothes looked like they'd been salvaged from a clearance bin, which in a way they were destined for. This was Portland, after all, where every thrift store tried to pass off worn-out junk as curated vintage. Some of those places made his usual attire look positively formal. The whole scene was enough to make him roll his eyes. So, the suited man said, adjusting his silk tie with a smug, knowing nod. We have an understanding, then. Every fibre of Harry's being screamed to lunge across the table, seize the man by his starched collar, and introduce his perfectly groomed face to the polished oak surface. There was a specific, satisfying crack, a skull made against hard wood. He imagined following through, grinding that smug expression into the plaster wall until little remained but a bloody mess. Beneath the designer facade, this man was polished filth, and it was Harry's job to make the world's filth pay. He was exceptionally good at it, though his methods sometimes leaned toward the overly passionate. Yes, Harry replied, his voice flat. We do, excellent, the man purred. And the delivery is confirmed. The merchandise is still in pristine condition. The phrase pristine condition sent a surge of hot, acidic disgust up Harry's throat. He forced himself to remain perfectly still, his knuckles white under the table. Blowing this operation now would waste months of meticulous undercover work. But this creature sitting across from him, with his casual cruelty, made restraint feel like a physical ache. As arranged, Harry replied, deliberately avoiding the man's exact phrasing. The so-called package was a 13-year-old girl. Undamaged was just a vile code word, a guarantee for some monster that she was untouched. The very idea made his blood run cold. How could a child's innocence be reduced to a transaction? In moments like these, his disgust for humanity burned brighter than any general disdain for the world. The man before him was a walking testament to that rot. The lanky figure rose and extended a hand. Harry shook it, his mind vividly picturing the sensation of crushing those bones, of wrenching the entire arm from its socket. The fantasy brought a grim internal satisfaction. No, it was more than that. It would be a profound, righteous release. Pleasure doing business, the tall man said smoothly. You'll receive half the payment now, the remainder upon delivery. He rotated his phone, displaying the real-time transaction confirmation. That was the final piece of evidence Harry needed, irrefutable proof of money changing hands for this abhorrent deal. The trap was sprung. Now, he just had to signal the team to move in and ensure this waste of space faced a future where prison boredom would inevitably turn into a very personal, very painful hell. Harry was certain plenty of inmates would be happy to arrange that special welcome. He was going to savor every second of the fallout. This operation had been months in planning. Human trafficking, modern slavery. It was a pervasive filth most people blissfully ignored. The sex trade was its darkest corner, so repulsive that Harry often felt the need to scrub his own skin raw after working a case. But this one was different. Whispers of wealthy, shielded predators seeking a new acquisition had led them here. Harry's role was to play the supplier, a part he'd performed flawlessly. The girl wasn't real. It was all an elaborate fiction. But it was convincing enough to land a big fish. A bitter victory, knowing how many more were still out there in the shadows. As the man turned to leave, Harry stood and cleared his throat. It wasn't a casual sound. It was a sharp, deliberate command that halted the man mid-stride. He turned back, irritation evident in his stiff posture. What now? Just this, Harry said, producing his police badge. The man didn't even blink. The lack of reaction sent an uneasy twist through Harry's gut, but he pressed on. Retreat wasn't in his vocabulary, a stubbornness forged in his military past. Right. Before I formally arrest you on a whole list of spectacularly unpleasant charges, Harry continued, his tone shifting to one of dry, almost conversational sarcasm, I'd like you to take a gander at something. And just so we're crystal clear, that's me telling you, not asking, understood? He noticed the man was smiling now. That was wrong. Perps yelled, threatened, cursed. They didn't smile. It was unnerving. Harry didn't like it one bit. He pulled a folded piece of cardstock from his pocket. It's a photograph, he said, unfolding it slowly. Yes, I'm stating the painfully obvious, but I do so love to be thorough. You know the part where you and that complete scumbag you work for end up in prison for a very long stretch, and not a single day of it will be enjoyable, for reasons I'll let you picture on your own. But anyway, this photo here, do you recognize the man in it? The tall man didn't even glance at the photograph in Harry's hand. He was too busy wearing this grin that Harry wanted to tear right off his face, a smile that sounded like peeling duct tape. The photograph, Harry repeated, lifting it higher. Just take a look. It's old and faded, but you can still see his face clearly. He's older now, sure, but guys like him don't really change, do they? Once a lowlife, always a lowlife. He's into the same kind of business as you, if you catch my drift. And still the man just kept smiling. You're smiling, Harry said, finally shoving the photo back into his pocket. Why, I'm placing you under arrest, and you're standing there grinning. Is something funny? Is it my hair? It usually is. I buzz it myself at home to save a few bucks. Means I sometimes miss a spot. Is there a patch sticking up? I bet there's a patch. The irony wasn't lost on Harry. If he was being honest, and he usually tried to be, it was never his hair people stared at. Not when there was so much else to catch the eye, thanks to an IED that had done a number on the left side of his face. He was ugly, his features looking like something chewed up and discarded. People stared, and he was used to it. Sometimes they even flinched. But that ruined face was also a kind of shield, a grim mask he could hide behind. The tall man's smile held, and then Harry heard a click from behind him. A door latch, except there wasn't a door there. Or so he'd thought. This was just a plain room in a rundown warehouse on the edge of town, with one door, the one he'd come through where the tall man now stood. Rough hands grabbed Harry, and something thin and sharp looped over his neck, yanking him backward. Damn. The man's smile slid away like ice off a hot roof. Before we say goodbye, he said, his voice slick and calm, how do you manage looking like that every day? He paused, glancing up as if the ceiling might help him find the right words. I mean, you have to see that face in the mirror. How do you stand it? Harry was choking, hoping backup would arrive before he blacked out. Was it a car wreck? Is that what happened? For a second, Harry pictured the device that had nearly killed him, shoved somewhere unpleasant on this jerk, and then detonating, turning him into a mess of scraps and haze. Then everything went dark as a rough bag, reeking of blood and vomit, was pulled over his head and tightened around his neck. Something hard slammed into the backs of his knees, buckling his legs, but he didn't hit the floor. Whoever had bagged him was now using it to keep him upright. Classy move. Harry coughed and struggled, arms flailing, until something was clamped over his mouth and a thick arm locked around his throat. Chloroform, he registered, almost curiously, before he went limp and everything faded to black. Harry woke up in the back of a van. He was alone, his head pounding, and honestly, he was starting to get a little hungry. But food would have to wait. Right now, he was in deep trouble, way over his head, because if things had gone according to plan, this was definitely not where he was supposed to be. He should have been back at the station with the rest of the team, enjoying a proper cup of the good coffee they reserved for victories. There would have been donuts, his usual contribution for a job well done. Pulling out that old photograph again would have been a minor, forgotten blip. He hadn't done it in so long, no harm done. But nothing about this situation, Harry thought grimly, could be described as going well, and as for the photograph. He was in serious trouble now, no question about it. Pushing himself upright with his hands bound behind him was a struggle. He bumped against something, hearing a heavy thud as it fell. The scent of dry concrete filled his nostrils as he shifted to the side. Using a bit of clumsy deduction, fumbling in the dark to identify objects by touch like some desperate contestant on a bargain bin game show, Harry pieced it together. He was in a contractor's van. That sparked a plan. He wasn't about to MacGyver some insane escape with a blowtorch and a spud gun, but he was fairly certain the jagged corner of a cinder block could saw through the plastic zip tie on his wrists, provided he still had time. Up front, the two men guided the van off the highway and onto a rutted dirt path. They chuckled, imagining their bound and unconscious cargo getting tossed around in the back with every jolt. The track ended at an abandoned quarry, home to a deep, murky water pit and a dilapidated storage shed. They'd been here before. Today's task was just another routine errand, if your routine involved dissolving a problem in a chemical bath before dumping the remains far out into the Atlantic. Killing the engine, they climbed out. One man headed to the shed to prep while the other, revolver in hand, walked to the rear doors. He quickly realized he couldn't wrench the stiff door open one-handed. Hadn't this exact hassle happened last time? The hinge needed oil, or better yet, someone else to deal with it. Tucking the gun under his arm, he grabbed the handle and yanked hard. The doors flew open as if under pressure, forcing him to stagger back. Dazed, his vision filled with a shape exploding from the van's dark interior. It slammed into him, knocking the pistol from his grip and driving him into the gravel. The weight was crushing, dust choking him, filling his mouth and eyes as he fought against the furious mass. It snarled and drove a skull into his face, shattering his nose before rolling him over and wrenching his arms up to bind his wrists. Harry leaned close to the man's ear. "Just so we're clear, I'm not a fan of my evening so far. Not even a little. Consider that broken nose a warning. Try anything else, and right now even breathing too loud is pushing it, and you'll be picking your teeth out of your meals for a month, guaranteed." He hauled the man upright. "Let's get you somewhere you can relax." With more enthusiasm than strictly necessary, Harry tossed him back into the van. "You're a cop," the man shouted from the darkness inside the van as Harry held the door open. "You can't do this. I'll have your badge. I'll own your house." Harry shook his head. "Wasn't me, friend. Didn't lay a finger on you." He slammed the door shut, the metallic clang echoing in the quiet street. The sound was immediately swallowed by the sharp crack of a gunshot. Harry threw himself sideways, his body moving on an instinct older than his badge. Being shot at wasn't a new experience for Harry. Frankly, the sound was almost familiar, a terrible percussion he knew too well. He'd been on the receiving end more than once, collecting a painful catalogue of souvenirs. The worst was the shrapnel to the face, an IED's greeting card that left what his doctor called significant remodeling. Some drunk he'd collared after a bar fight had once slurred that the scarring was legendary. Harry supposed he'd gotten off easy, all things considered. He still had both eyes, which was more than some of the guys he'd served with could say. People rarely mentioned it now, for which he was grateful. Police work, even undercover, didn't involve the same constant hail of lead as his time in the airborne. But Harry had done tours, Iraq, Afghanistan, other places he didn't like to name, where the gunfire was as thick as summer gnats. He'd been younger then, and somehow even angrier, if that was possible. That life felt like a century ago. Yet, at the sound of a round snapping past, that old soldier woke up in a flash, muscles coiled and mind clear. He scrambled behind the van, scanning for a weapon. That was the real problem now. As a paratrooper, he'd been a walking armory. As a detective, he was conspicuously empty-handed. His eyes landed on the pistol the guy in the van had dropped. The urge to snatch it was powerful, but even from a distance, Harry could tell it was junk, a converted blank firer, the kind of unreliable hardware that was more likely to blow up in your hand than hit a target. What kind of moron carried something like that? Not his problem. He'd always been fine with the policy of most cops not carrying. In his experience, guns in panicked hands caused more tragedies than they solved. Though in moments like this, he did wonder if being armed might just tip a dangerous scale in his favor. A shout cut the air, answered by furious yelling and curses from inside the van. Harry tuned it out. Another shot, that made 2. If both attackers had the same cheap pistols, that likely meant 4 rounds left between them, assuming no one was carrying spare ammo. He crept along the van's side toward the front, hoping for a glimpse of the second man. As he risked a look through the driver's window, a third shot exploded the glass right where his head had been. Too damn close. He hit the pavement and peered underneath the vehicle. A pair of scuffed boots was moving, just a few yards away on the opposite side. He also spotted a solid-looking length of pipe. Perfect. He snatched it up silently. Staying low, Harry slid forward beneath the shattered window until he reached the van's grille. He scooped up a handful of gravel from the road and tossed it back toward the rear, the stones clattering against the asphalt. He heard the hurried footsteps pivot and rush toward the noise. Taking a steadying breath, he moved low and fast around the front bumper and down the passenger side, the pipe gripped tight in his hand. "Where'd you go, you scar-faced freak?" A voice snarled, the words tight with rage. Harry moved without a word, spinning around the back corner of the van and swinging the heavy stick in a brutal arc that smashed into the man's forearm. A sharp cry of pain tore from his lips, scattering pigeons from the branches overhead. Harry didn't pause, bringing the stick down again with crushing force onto the hand clutching the pistol. The weapon clattered to the pavement as the man howled, a sound cut short when Harry yanked him forward and slammed him face first into the van's side panel. Wrenching the man's arm up behind his back, Harry locked his grip on the kidnapper's thumb, applying pressure that promised a painful dislocation if he struggled. Harry's breath came in heavy pulls. Years ago, he could have run 5 miles in under 20 minutes without breaking a sweat. Those days were gone, but he was still in good enough shape to handle these two lowlifes until backup arrived. A quick pat-down produced a cell phone from the man's jacket, using the restrained thumb to bypass the fingerprint lock, a security feature Harry had always considered weaker than a good passcode. He dialed a number and waited. "If this is who I think it is," a woman's voice erupted through the speaker. "You're in so deep you'll need more than a life preserver. You'll need a full diving suit." There was a quality to Detective Superintendent Alice Fairbank's tone that told Harry he'd crossed a line. She wasn't one for shouting or profanity unless someone was truly about to have their world collapse. And then she could be vividly inventive with both. "I have them," Harry said. "I'll send the location in a moment." "You have them," she shot back, her voice trembling with restrained fury. "And you say that as if this was some orchestrated operation. Was it, Harry? Was any of this part of the plan? I highly doubt it." "There was a second point of entry," Harry began, trying to explain. "We know there was another door," the DSI snapped, cutting him off sharply. "How else would they have gotten inside? But then again, maybe they wouldn't have needed to break in at all if you hadn't flashed that damned photograph." Okay, he'd definitely pushed too far, but now irritation was bubbling up in his chest, and that was never a good sign. "Why didn't anyone come in, ma'am?" Harry challenged. "Where was the team when I was being dragged out of there?" A cold silence stretched from the other end, somehow worse than the yelling. "Do you want to rephrase that, Grimm? Or are you seriously trying to pin this spectacular disaster on everyone but yourself?" She wasn't wrong, Harry admitted silently. She rarely was. "Look, I've got them secured. And that's supposed to fix everything, is it?" Fairbank interrupted again. "Two minor players don't make up for losing the kingpin, and you know it. What were you thinking? Why not wait until we had the real target in an interrogation room?" Harry had no response. He honestly didn't. But then he'd been without real answers for years, ever since that photograph became the reason he'd put on the badge in the first place. Or rather, the person in it was. The man pinned against the van squirmed uncomfortably. Glancing at the phone, Harry did something reckless. He ended the call. That would cost him later, but in for a penny, in for a pound. He scrolled through the recent calls list. There it was, tapping the number. He lifted the phone back to his ear. "Is he taken care of?" Harry would know that oily tone anywhere. "No, I'm not," he replied. "So how about we work something out?" He heard a long, drawn-out sigh on the other end and switched the call to speakerphone. "A deal? Well, since I have no further use for those two incompetent fools, why don't you dispose of them for me and I'll compensate you? Would 10,000 be sufficient?" This was not the arrangement Harry had anticipated. Not even close. "Let me get this straight," Harry said, his voice flat. "You want to pay me 10 grand to execute two of your own men after you just sent them on a pleasant little trip to murder me? And this is despite you being fully aware that I know exactly what business you're in. When you phrase it that way, it does come across as somewhat severe, doesn't it? The voice mused. But you possess certain talents. That's evident. I'm willing to pay for those talents, and that rather intimidating face of yours would undoubtedly lend a certain authenticity to the assignments I could direct your way. As for your vague threat about your knowledge of my operations, you have nothing concrete unless you have me, which you don't, do you? Harry ended the call and leaned in close to the man he had pinned against the van's rear doors. You catch that, friend. Your boss wants me to kill you. How does that land? Makes you feel small, worthless, utterly disposable. He let the question hang in the thick air for a beat before continuing. Feel like sharing anything about your so-called employer. You know, useful details like where I might find him. Harry felt the man attempt to nod against the pressure. All right then, Harry said, loosening his grip just enough to allow speech. Start talking. Tell me everything. A little over an hour later, Harry stepped out of the van and secured the doors. The two men inside were decidedly uncomfortable. He was sure of that, having done his utmost to make the drive a nauseating ordeal, but that was the least of his concerns now. Not when he had a kingpin to catch. He was now parked in a quaint village just south of Bristol, where charming cottages, originally built for the working class, had been bought and meticulously restored by the wealthy. Harry strolled down the lane and halted outside the house, matching the address his two reluctant informants had eagerly supplied after learning their boss was not a fan of their continued breathing. He placed a hand on the hood of the black Aston Martin parked out front. It was still warm. With a casual air, he walked up the short garden path and gave the front door a courteous knock. Almost too late, he spotted the small glass peephole set at eye level. It exploded inward a fraction of a second after he threw himself sideways. "You've got to be kidding me!" Harry drove his boot hard into the door, aiming for where the lock would be on the other side. A second kick was all it took. The wood splintered and crashed inward, slamming against a wall inside. Knowing his target was armed didn't make Harry eager to charge in, but he was out of options. Edging through the shattered doorway, he gripped his only available weapon, a rough brick he'd grabbed from the van. A sound from down the hall made him freeze. A gunshot rang out, diving for cover. Harry hurled the brick down the corridor toward the noise. It flew, striking a decorative glass vase and shattering it violently. A pained curse followed. Harry was on his feet instantly, sprinting toward the sound. At the hallway's end, he swung left to find a man in a suit clutching his right hand in agony, the skin lacerated and embedded with glittering shards of glass, blood flowing freely. Harry spotted the gun on the floor and kicked it far down the hall. "Right," he said, his voice calm. "Now, where were we?" "Ah, yes, I remember. That photograph. Chapter 4. Yorkshire." The word sat in Harry's mouth like a piece of sour candy he couldn't spit out. "But that's way up north." It was Monday following the rather eventful previous Saturday, and Harry was sitting in an office that could, he often thought, easily win awards for its obsessive, almost painful level of organization. The office was a model of sterile order, where even the discarded papers in the wastebasket appeared crisply arranged, as if someone had taken the time to neatly fold the trash before disposal. It wasn't a large space in police work. Anything beyond a few square meters was practically considered a banquet hall, and formal conference rooms were a luxury that didn't exist. If you needed to gather a team, you made do, often huddling around the perpetually malfunctioning coffee maker. Scheduled meetings in a reserved room simply weren't part of the culture. Detective Superintendent Alice Fairbank was the only other person sharing the space with Harry. Over his career, he'd encountered plenty of senior officers, but none with her brand of relentless, almost infuriating professionalism. Most people had some minor flaw you could latch onto, whether it was habitually borrowing coffee creamer or having a questionable friend at the racetrack. Fairbank, however, was impeccably clean. She was so pristine that Harry privately imagined she'd taken the proverbial whistle of integrity and hidden it somewhere exceedingly private, just to ensure no one else could ever tarnish it. Her jet-black hair was secured in a severe, immaculate bun that looked as if it had been permanently fixed in place with industrial adhesive. Her expression remained a placid mask of calm, utterly unruffled whether she was delivering a mild reprimand or a blistering torrent of profanity. When she rose to speak, her average stature seemed to amplify, dominated entirely by her presence. The only element that didn't match her composed exterior was her voice, a low, gravelly snarl that carried the relentless rattle of a high-performance engine. "Well, at least your sense of direction is intact," the DSI remarked, her tone dry. I was beginning to wonder if I'd need to pull out a map and point. Harry was struggling to process the conversation. Sure, the recent operation hadn't gone perfectly by the book, but they'd still apprehended the suspects. Shouldn't that be cause for a quick celebratory drink, not this? She'd outlined the situation over the phone yesterday, but hearing it laid out in person, in this oppressively tidy room, made it feel absurd. The short notice left him feeling unsteady. "You can't seriously be sending me to Yorkshire," Harry protested, a note of genuine dismay in his voice. "Come on, it's Yorkshire." "It's not a prison sentence," Fairbanks sighed, as if explaining a simple concept to a stubborn child. "I'm not locking you up. You won't be serving time. Well, not in the traditional sense." A sharp grin touched her lips then, and Harry felt a distinct shift in the room's atmosphere. He was no longer a colleague, but prey being circled. Consider it a secondment, an exchange program, if you like. We're sending you there in exchange for... Well, for the distinct pleasure of your absence, to be perfectly blunt. Harry slumped back in his chair, his gaze drifting upward to the ceiling. Predictably, it was flawless, not a speck of dust or a stray cobweb in sight. Did she personally come in and polish the overhead tiles? "But it's Yorkshire," he repeated, his eyes still scanning for any imperfection. I know what it's like. It's perpetually damp, and, profoundly northern." He knew his argument was weak. It wasn't that he harboured some deep prejudice against the North or Yorkshire itself. It was just that his sole frame of reference was from his army days with the paratroopers, which involved grueling exercises, slogging through muddy fields, surviving on cold rations, and sleeping in damp sleeping bags. It had been a character-building kind of misery, but it had permanently coloured his perception. Back then, he was young and resilient. Now he was older and considerably less enthusiastic about voluntary discomfort. "Think of it as an opportunity to broaden your professional experience," Fairbank offered, her voice taking on a falsely bright, almost sarcastic tone that suggested she was enjoying his discomfort far more than she should. Harry's gaze dropped back to the desk, that vast, sterile surface where a pen, a pencil, and a leather-bound planner were aligned with geometric precision, as if positioned by a draftsman's tools. "I've already seen what the world has to offer, ma'am," he said, his voice flat. "I signed up to see it. This is home now. This is where I fit." "Then a fresh start might be exactly what you need, Bull," Harry replied, tacking on a belated ma'am. He knew he was losing ground, but surrender wasn't in him. "If this is about that picture..." "It goes deeper than one photograph, Harry," Fairbanks said, leaning back in her chair, a move that never signalled anything good. "And I'm not just talking about the condition those lowlifes were in when you dragged them in. It's about what that image symbolises. My options were limited," Harry countered. "They kidnapped me. They were going to execute me. What would you have done?" The detective superintendent inhaled slowly. "First, I wouldn't have gotten myself into that mess to begin with," she stated. "And second, I'd expect a level of restraint, Harry, something you seem to have misplaced. I did what was required to secure the arrest." "No," Fairbanks shot back, her tone sharpening. "What you did was stumble into a disaster through your own recklessness, then react the only way you ever do, with your fists." Harry started to speak, but the look on his superior's face made him swallow the words. She wasn't listening. Her mind wasn't just decided, it was bolted shut. They weren't just battered, Harry. They were drenched in their own sick. The whole room reeked of it. And that, along with everything else, traces right back to you and that damned photo. "He's never been caught," Harry said, finally, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "The case is still open. You know I can't just walk away from it." Fairbank's left eyebrow lifted a fraction, a tiny gesture that conveyed utter disbelief. "Open? It's been 20 years, Harry." 20? "You have to let this go, or what's left of your career will be extinct, deader than a dinosaur." Harry sank back, the chair creaking under his weight. "But how can I?" he murmured, more to himself. "What that man did. Could anyone just move on? Could you?" He fell silent then, fighting to keep the storm of emotion from showing on his face. The memories surged, a violent tide that made him want to leap up and smash the office to splinters. The very thought of his own father's actions turned his stomach. DSI Fairbank stood and rounded the desk, perching on its edge directly in front of him. She crossed her arms and looked down, her voice softening into something that might almost be called gentle. "Listen, Harry, you left home more than 20 years ago to escape him. What he did afterward isn't on you. You can't carry that guilt forever. It's eating you alive. We both see it." Harry had no response. She was right, and he knew it better than anyone, but knowing changed nothing. "He's still out there, ma'am," Harry muttered, the words thick. "That murderous piece of trash." "I know he is," Fairbank replied, "but believing you'll find him and wrecking your life in the process won't bring your mother back. It won't undo what he did to you, or especially to your brother, will it?" There was so much Harry wanted to say, a torrent of words trapped in his throat. He'd tried the therapists and the sessions, but it all felt like empty talk. None of it addressed the only thing that would truly bring peace, finding the bastard and locking him away for good. The DSI returned to her chair, settling in with a practiced ease. She leaned forward, elbows resting on the desk, her hands clasped neatly. "This isn't permanent, Harry," she explained. "Think of it as a temporary change of scenery, a chance to step back and reassess things. You need the space, and if you're being honest with yourself, you know that's true." Harry had been suspicious from the start, and buzzwords like reassess only made him more uneasy. Next, she'd probably recommend meditation apps or some other nonsense that involved sitting quietly and pretending to be at peace. He could almost taste the herbal tea. "So I'm supposed to drop everything and leave immediately?" "It's Monday," Fairbank replied. "They expect you tomorrow, as we discussed on the phone. That gives you time to pack and visit your brother. Your lodging is already arranged. You're the type who keeps a go bag by the door anyway, aren't you?" She offered a smile, trying to soften the blow, then let her expression grow just a shade more serious. "Try to view this as an opportunity, will you?" The rushed timeline made Harry pause. "How long has this been planned, if you don't mind my asking?" He tacked on a respectful ma'am for good measure. The alternative was a forced sabbatical, the DSI said. "This way you can still be useful, and who knows, you might even find you like it. But tomorrow? That's sudden. If I'd given you more notice, you'd have found a way to weasel out of it. We both know you would this way. It's an order. There's not much, actually. There's nothing you can do." "Don't they already have a detective chief inspector in place?" Harry asked. "They did. He's gone missing." Harry felt a cold knot form in his stomach. "What does gone missing mean?" The DSI gave a minimal shrug. "Nothing for you to concern yourself with. You're still with major investigations, just operating on the periphery for a bit. Understood? Now get going, and while you're out there, do us both a favor and find some company. A little romance would do you good. Casual encounters aren't really my style." "That's not what I meant, Harry, and you know it." Harry stood, recognizing a losing battle on the matter of his personal life. She might have a point, but relationships were messy. They complicated things. "Remind me where I'm going again." "Wensleydale," Fairbank said, raising a finger for emphasis. "Famous for its cheese." "Fantastic," Harry muttered, his voice a low growl as he pushed through the door. "I absolutely despise cheese." That afternoon, Harry found himself in a room that embodied all the cheer of a discount furniture warehouse after a liquidation sale. If you took a bleak government-issued space from the 1970s, stripped it of any comforting pretense, and then gave it a harsh fluorescent makeover, you'd have the visiting area at Bristol Prison. He hadn't expected much. He'd seen enough of these rooms to know the drill. Rows of functional tables and chairs were arranged to facilitate conversations that were anything but normal. While waiting for his brother, Harry let his gaze drift over the other visitors. The room wasn't crowded. Those present shifted in their seats, their eyes darting nervously as if they too might be detained at any moment. And in a way, Harry mused that was precisely the point, a truth no one would voice aloud. Prison was a punishment that extended beyond the inmate, ensnaring friends and family in its web. Just to visit, you had to submit to searches, rules, and a controlled environment, experiencing a taste of the confinement yourself. There was even a clinical term for it, secondary prisonization. The system made sure you never forgot where you were. Harry wasn't the sentimental type, but as he scanned the faces in the visitation room, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Was this truly the only way? He quickly dismissed it. The world needed a line in the sand, and those who crossed it needed to be on the other side of a locked door. It was a brutal, simple equation. Rehabilitation sounded nice in theory, but the numbers told a different story. A revolving door for a third of those who left. He'd met men for whom crime was a career, and prison was just a bleak, reliable hotel with a steady stream of contraband. The metallic groan of a door hinge pulled his attention. Guards filed in, escorting inmates. When his brother shuffled into view, Harry fought to keep his expression neutral. The sight was a punch to the gut. Ben wasn't a kid anymore, though Harry always thought of him that way. He was 30, a full decade younger. Not that Harry was ever great with dates. The guilt was a permanent tenant in his mind, a heavy responsibility for every wrong turn his brother had taken. Harry rose, extending a hand. "Hey, Ben," he said, gesturing to the small table. "Grabbed you a few things. A drink and a crunchy bar. Still your favorite, yeah?" The man before him was a faded photograph of potential. Ben seemed even thinner, if that was possible, a collection of angles in a standard issue uniform. He offered a ghost of a smile but left Harry's hand hanging. Sitting down was a slow, pained process, as if his bones protested the chair. "So?" Harry launched in, forcing a cheerful tone. "How's it going in there? Keeping up with the coursework, hitting the weights, the food any better? Tell me what you need, I'll get it sorted." Ben's gaze was fixed on some invisible point in the distance. Harry, accustomed to the silence, ploughed ahead. "Parole hearing's coming up, right? You'll be fine. And once you're out, we'll get it right this time. I mean it. I'll move mountains. Want the chocolate? It's probably terrible, but it's all they had. Nothing. Just the hollow quiet and that vacant stare." Harry leaned back, studying his brother. He'd been fractured that day and never truly reassembled. People said time heals, but for Ben, the wound was perpetually fresh, as vivid as if it happened last week. "I'm still looking," Harry murmured, his voice dropping. "He's out there, I promised. That's the whole reason, Ben. I left the regiment for this, to wear the badge and find him." Finally, Ben's eyes lifted, meeting those of his older, larger brother. "I miss Mom. I know," Harry said softly. "Me too." A beat of silence stretched, filled with 2 decades of grief. Then, the inevitable question. Why did Dad do it? Harry clenched his jaw, mastering the surge of anger. Same script every visit, because he was a monster, Ben, plain and simple, just evil. He was my dad. "I know he was, but dads don't do that," Ben whispered, his voice fraying. "They don't kill moms. They don't hurt their kids like he hurt me. We must have done something. We must have made him that way." Harry drew a long, steadying breath. Raging at the ghost of their father wouldn't help Ben now. The violence of that night had short-circuited something in his brother, locking the bright boy away forever. No child should ever have to catalogue that kind of betrayal. The injustice of it was a cold, constant stone in Harry's stomach. The trauma, the brutality, all of it. Ben was broken in ways Harry could scarcely comprehend. It was little surprise he'd sought refuge in substances. a desperate flight from the nightmares haunting his mind. And Harry still hadn't managed to apprehend the man behind it all, a failure that gnawed at his gut with corrosive persistence. "You did nothing wrong," Harry insisted, his voice low. "I should have been the one shielding you." He stopped himself, the familiar litany of regrets threatening to spill out again. How he never should have moved away, how he should have visited more, seen the signs, intervened, and thrown that monster out on the street before he could even lay a finger on their mother or Ben. "Listen," Harry said, shifting gears, "I've got to be away for a bit, all right? Visits might be spotty for the next few months, but I'll figure something out, try to swing by when I can." Ben remained silent, meticulously unwrapping the candy bar and taking a deliberate bite. "Why didn't you just end him when you had the shot?" The question hit Harry like a physical blow, a cold shock seizing his entire body. He leaned forward, elbows on the table between them. "We can't have this conversation, Ben. Not here. You know the rules. You let him slip away." "That's not how it went down, Ben, I swear." "Yes, it is. You let him go. You let Mum die. You let him hurt me because you were never there." "No." The word erupted from Harry with such raw force that every head in the visitation room snapped toward them. A guard started over, but Harry lifted a hand in a placating gesture, offering a tight nod of apology, and she paused. Ben was speaking again, his words now choked with tears. "He told us we were his property, Harry, that if I ever breathed a word of what he did, he'd kill us both, and I kept quiet. I never told a soul, not even you, and he still murdered her." The guard was advancing again, this time with backup, and it was clear the visit was over. "I need to go now, Ben," Harry said, rising to his feet. "You have to pull yourself together," as the officers moved in, calmly guiding Ben away from the table. Harry kept his eyes locked on his brother. "Just have some things to sort out, that's all. And Ben, take care of yourself, okay?" Ben glanced back over his shoulder, the fury on his face melting into a faint, unsettling smile. "Thanks for the candy." Chapter 6. For Harry, the journey was less about reaching the destination and more a test of whether his car would actually make it there in one piece. He'd checked a map the night before and calculated that the drive from Bristol to a tiny, unfamiliar town called Hawes in Wensleydale, a name that immediately sounded suspicious, would take about 4.5 hours. Harry instantly added 2 hours to that estimate. Then, thinking better of it, made it 3. This wasn't just for rest stops. He had serious doubts his vehicle would tolerate speeds above 55. Cars had never been Harry's passion. He recalled his time in the service, watching other guys blow their pay on sleek, roaring sports cars, tweaking them for even more noise and speed. Harry, meanwhile, had always preferred a modest van, just enough room for his gear and to crash in if needed. These days, after years navigating Bristol's streets, his ride was an aging green Ford Fiesta, its body a road map of dents and scrapes that guaranteed its next owner would likely be a junkyard. Harry rarely drove in the city, preferring to walk or take public transit. Urban streets were a hazard for cars between fender benders and vandals who thought it was fun to snap off side mirrors. Keeping a vehicle intact felt like a miracle. So, taking his old Fiesta on a long trip north felt like a genuine test of faith. He'd checked the oil and coolant with the solemn care of someone performing a sacred ritual before hitting the road. Leaving Bristol, he merged onto the M32, past the giant blue IKEA, and joined the M4 almost on autopilot. It was a stretch he knew well. He'd even had a couple of adrenaline-fueled pursuits along here in years past. As he turned onto the M5, it struck him that those kinds of thrills might be a thing of the past, at least for a while. He'd done some quick reading about Hawes and Wensleydale, and from what he could tell, it wasn't exactly a hotbed of criminal activity. Not that he wished it were, but the thought of the opposite. Utter quiet, nothing happening, unnerved him more. Staying busy kept him from being alone with his thoughts, and that was a dark road he didn't want to travel. From what he'd gathered, the closest thing to a high-speed chase up there would be sprinting after an escaped cow. This was James Herriot country. Rolling hills, sleepy villages, and not much else. He'd even tried watching an episode of All Creatures Great and Small, filmed in those same dales, but it did nothing to lift his spirits. A quick online search revealed that Hawes' main attraction was a dairy visitor centre famous for its cheese. Famous cheese? Seriously, how does cheese get famous? And since Harry couldn't stand the stuff, that was already off the list. He'd also sampled a bit of Last of the Summer wine, but the laugh track made him want to toss the remote through the window. Shaking off the dread of the boredom he was sure awaited him, Harry refocused on the drive. He was only about an hour in, but already wondering if he could justify an extra stop for more snacks and how far the car would make it before overheating. The engine had that distinct hot metal smell, so frequent breaks were inevitable, to pass the time. He'd dug out a stash of scratched CDs, the car was too old for an MP3 player, and packed the passenger seat with crisps, chocolate bars, and several cans of Red Bull. He slid the Blues Brothers soundtrack into the player, hoping it would still play. The M5 was relentlessly dull, and he was almost grateful when rain began to fall, blurring the monotonous view. Then came the added joy of endless roadwork, miles of cones and reduced lanes, the government's idea of improvement usually meaning months of delays. It wasn't until he was well up the M6, passing Lancaster, that the landscape finally began to change. Green hills rose in the distance, dotted with stone walls and grazing sheep. The view was so unexpectedly absorbing that he missed his turn-off toward Ingleton, likely thanks to the 4 Red Bulls humming in his system, leaving him jittery and wired instead of turning back. Harry pressed on, exiting at Sedberg. The sky had cleared, revealing the Cumbrian Fells and the Lake District to his left, while the Howgill Fells now loomed ahead, their massive rounded forms rising from the earth like the hunched shoulders of some sleeping giant. Off the motorway, the narrow lanes felt familiar, reminiscent of the winding Somerset backroads he rarely drove anymore. They twisted and turned, hemmed in by old stone walls and farm gates, and Harry had to fight the urge to push his little Fiesta harder, to take the sharp bends with more speed. What held him back wasn't just caution, but the landscape itself. Somerset's gentle rolling hills and picture-perfect villages, polished by wealth from nearby cities, felt a world away. Here the scene was raw and immediate. He was struck by the stark, open bleakness, the great brooding hills watching over thin ribbons of road stitched across the moor. Those ancient drystone walls crisscrossed the fells like the delicate strands of a colossal spider web. The houses looked genuinely lived in, cared for, not staged for a quick, profitable sale. The vehicles were older, workmanlike. If it was a 4x4, it probably had mud on its tires and had actually been off-road, not just ferrying children to private school or heading to a trendy country club for cocktails. Beyond Sedberg, the stone walls fell away as the road opened onto vast exposed moorland. Expanses of green and brown stretched to the horizon, interrupted only by low ghostly clouds drifting across the expanse, and the air Harry actually noticed it. It was rich, sweet, and vibrantly alive, a stark contrast to the constant taste of exhaust and hot asphalt he'd grown accustomed to. Then, of course, the rain returned with a vengeance, reminding Harry exactly why, after his army days, he'd developed a distinct lack of enthusiasm for the countryside. This wasn't a gentle shower. It was a torrential assault, the water hammering down with the relentless percussive fury of automatic gunfire. The deafening drumming on his car roof overwhelmed his cheap stereo, and even with the wipers at full speed, his view was a blurred, watery mess. Slowing down, he leaned forward, squinting past the bonnet, cursing quietly as a new, unwelcome drip from the ceiling confirmed his car had chosen today to develop its first-ever leak. Frustration mounting, he decided caution was pointless and stamped on the accelerator, desperate to just be done with this miserable drive. The last thing he expected to see in his rearview mirror were flashing blue lights. He slowed, assuming the police car wanted to pass, only for the flash to signal a more direct command. Pull over. Now, spotting a lay-by ahead, Harry guided the Fiesta onto the gravel and killed the engine. Was this really happening? What for? He couldn't have been speeding that much, could he? A knock rapped against his window. Looking up, Harry met the gaze of an officer roughly his own age, clad in a high-vis jacket. standing utterly unfazed in the deluge, as if it were a mere drizzle. Harry rolled down the window, the rain immediately spattering inside. "How do?" the man began, then cut himself short the moment he got a proper look at Harry's face. "Bloody hell, mate, what on earth happened to you?" Harry wasn't certain how to respond. "How do? How do you do what? What sort of greeting was that supposed to be?" As for the reaction to his appearance, he was accustomed to it, though admittedly not usually from another officer. "Hello," Harry replied, his tone deliberately formal. "Is there an issue, officer?" The only real issue Harry could perceive was that the rain, which had been content to fall outside, was now enthusiastically soaking him through the open window. The policeman swiped a hand across his face, a futile effort to dry it and gather his composure. His stare, however, never wavered. "Nought to worry about," he finally said, his accent so thoroughly northern it sounded almost rehearsed. "Just your tail lights out, like, where you headed?" "Oh, I'm Sergeant Dinsdale, by the way. Matt, Detective Sergeant, actually. Finished one of those courses last month. I'm the Rebus of Wensleydale. Me? Ha! I'm going to Hawes," Harry said, doing his best to ignore Dinsdale's chuckle at his own joke. "And what was with tacking, like, onto the end of sentences? Like, what? On holiday, are you?" Dinsdale pressed. "Not exactly, no. Staying long?" "Too bloody long?" Harry thought. Was this an interrogation? A while? Yes. "Well, you'll want that light seen too," Dinsdale offered cheerfully. "Mike'll sort you. He's your man." He took a step back, appraising Harry's car with a critical eye before ducking back to the window. "You've got his number, right?" Harry just stared, wondering who on earth Mike was. "You should have it, you know. Helps to be prepared." "Hang on, I'll fetch it." The officer jogged back to his patrol car and returned moments later, pressing a card into Harry's hand. It read Mike the Mechanic alongside a telephone number. "He's not the Mike the Mechanic, mind, you know from the band. Mike and the Mechanics. He is a Genesis fan, though. Loves the early stuff. None of that Phil Collins solo rubbish." Harry drummed his fingers on the steering wheel, his patience wearing thin. "Right then, on your way," Dinsdale said, finally taking the hint. "Just get that light sorted. Safe journey." Harry offered a terse thanks for the officer's profoundly unhelpful intervention, rolled up the window and pulled back onto the road. He kept his speed down, half expecting Dinsdale to still be watching. Was this a taste of what lay ahead? Being stopped in a downpour over a faulty bulb. He was already missing Bristol, and that was a terrible sign. As Hawes drew near, the rain finally relenting, Harry felt a surge of bitter satisfaction. He was absolutely certain DSI Alice Fairbank's ears weren't just burning, they were engulfed in flames. He hoped so anyway. She was the one who had banished him here for his own good, because he wouldn't drop the matter of his father. Well, if she thought this exile would soften him or make him quit, she was profoundly mistaken. He would endure it, follow orders, and get back to where he belonged. The sooner, the better. Just around the next bend, Harry's path was abruptly blocked by a vast woolly sea of sheep, more than he'd ever seen in one place. Then, as if on cue, his car sputtered and died. "Perfect," Harry muttered. With a sigh, he pulled out his phone and dialed the number for Mike. Mike arrived in a crisp boiler suit, driving a well-kept rescue van. He hooked Harry's car up and towed it into the centre of town, though centre felt like an overly generous description for what Harry now saw. Matt promised to call the next day with a diagnosis and a coat. There were no folksy e-by-gum remarks or trousers fastened with twine, just a professional doing his job. Trusting him, Harry waved goodbye to his car, genuinely surprised it had made the journey without a single hiccup, and took in the view of the place that would be his home for the coming weeks. That reminded him, he wasn't entirely sure how long this temporary assignment was supposed to last. He'd need to check with the DSI when he called her later in the week. Now that he was here, Harry paused to absorb it all. The rain had stopped, and the sky was breaking into a mosaic of grey and blue, leaving the world glistening. Hawes, from what Harry could tell, was a lively town, and not just because it was packed with holidaymakers, most of whom appeared to be retired. Of course, it wasn't school vacation, so that made sense. A parking lot across the road was completely full, and another one beyond it. The marketplace where he stood buzzed with activity, people carrying shopping bags, hopping over puddles, weaving around Land Rovers, other 4x4s, and a couple of especially enormous tractors. At one point, a tractor rumbled past, pulling a large trailer. From the sounds and the noses poking through the slats, it was clearly packed with sheep. Harry caught their scent as they rolled by, the pungent, oily smell of lanolin from their fleece, intensified by the recent rain. Across the street stood a market hall, its wide double doors open as a steady stream of people flowed in and out. A sign out front announced it was the weekly market, and business was brisk. Harry considered stepping inside, but a glance at his watch told him the afternoon was wearing on. What he really needed was to find out where he'd be working. Not that this felt much like work, he mused, scanning the surroundings. What crime could possibly happen here? The place was overrun with pensioners on holiday and farmers, hardly the typical hunting ground for drug dealers or thieves. With a hint of sarcasm, he thought, maybe the biggest heist here would involve someone stealing extra clotted cream at the tea room. Harry checked the details the DSI had provided, then pulled up a map on his phone. Following the directions, he walked through town to another section of the marketplace and turned down a lane between the Bull's Head Hotel and a shop called the Bay Tree. The Bull's Head looked warmly inviting, and Harry was sorely tempted to duck in for a pint, but he kept his focus on the task ahead. Maybe he'd treat himself later. The community centre sat at the far end of a courtyard. To the left were a tea room and a pet shop. To the right, a double garage. Harry wasn't sure what he'd expected, but a combined library and customer service centre was so far from anything he might have guessed that he simply sighed, shrugged, and walked through the door at the building's left corner. At least it was far more picturesque than the red brick police station he was used to, a place where function had clearly triumphed over form. Inside, Harry found himself in a general reception area to his right. A dozen or so computers sat on desks. Directly ahead was a building society section, little more than a reception desk and a small glass-walled office. Just beyond that, he could see the library. Harry couldn't recall the last time he'd visited one to actually borrow a book. Harry considered that if the job proved as uneventful as he anticipated, he might just give it a genuine try. He had read books in the past, after all, so picking up the habit again seemed feasible. To his left lay the main area of the facility, featuring a community help desk and a pair of postal counters. A hallway branched off between the computer terminals and this space leading, he assumed, to additional offices. "You seem a bit turned around. Need a hand?" The sole other person in the building was a man built like a linebacker, shorter than Harry, but far broader. He was dressed sharply in a waistcoat and a crisp shirt with the cuffs turned up to reveal a stylish lining, paired with jeans and expensive-looking shoes. Unaccustomed to friendly strangers offering assistance, Harry simply stood there, momentarily speechless. The man extended his right hand. "Dave Calvert," he announced, "just dropping off some mail. I work on an oil rig, so when I'm back on land, I handle all the errands myself. Live alone, so there's no one else to pawn them off on." "Oh, right," Harry managed. "That's efficient." "So what can I do for you?" Dave pressed. "Looking for something specific?" "The police station," Harry stated. "I think this is it." Dave's eyebrow lifted. "Really? Everything okay? Something happen?" Harry detected in the man's tone not just curiosity, but an eagerness to jump in and assist. "No, nothing like that," Harry said quickly, wanting to dismiss any notion of a crime report, though that would certainly liven things up. "I'm supposed to meet with—" He glanced at his phone, recalling the DSI's email about his local contacts. "James Metcalf or Liz Coates. They're the community support officers here, I believe." "Jim and Liz," Dave said, his gaze drifting thoughtfully for a moment. He rubbed his chin. "Jim's likely up at the auction mart, no question. Liz is probably out on patrol. She stays busy, that one." Doesn't even live in Hawes. She's probably headed back home to Middleham by now. Auction mart? Harry asked, utterly baffled. Yeah, the livestock market, Dave clarified. Top of the town on the way toward Bainbridge. It'll be on your right. Can't miss it. You, the new officer in town. Excuse me. Harry was certain he'd misheard. New officer? He was anything but. And how did this stranger already know about him? Since when was a temporary assignment front page news? Just how slow was life here? Heard a whisper you were coming, Dave said. Word gets around fast in these parts. You'll adjust. I'm not news, Harry insisted, shaking his head. Any new faces news here, Dave replied with a warm grin. Harry checked his watch, mainly to escape a conversation that was becoming uncomfortable. He was sure one of the PCSOs was supposed to meet him here and then show him his lodging. Not an ideal first impression. Jim's easy to spot, Dave added. He'll be the only one dressed like a cop. Harry offered a strained smile. It's fine. He's scheduled to meet me here, so I should probably just wait. Wait for Jim? That's all you'll be doing, Dave said with a chuckle. His father's a farmer, so he's likely up there helping out, probably spending money he doesn't have on some champion ram he doesn't need, or something along those lines. This was going from bad to worse. Not only had Harry been delayed on the drive up from Bristol, and his car had given him trouble, but now no one was here to greet him at what was supposedly the police station, and he was learning that one of his contacts was off doing something completely unrelated to police work. Listen, Harry said, finally, a note of exasperation creeping in. Can you just confirm for me that this is actually the police station? Harry glanced at the sign again. So it's a library and a post office then? Not the police station. No, Dave confirmed, echoing Harry's own thoughts, that shut down a good 20 years back. The community runs this place now, and the local police are part of it. Library, post office, even the gas station up past the elementary school. Guess I should go find Jim then, at this auction mart. That's the spot you got a car. Parking should be easing up now that folks are heading out, sort of. Harry admitted. It broke down on the way here. Dave nodded as if he'd already heard. Green Fiesta wondered where Mike got that one. Harry was starting to sense that in Hawes, news travelled faster than the local gossip. It was a double-edged sword, he knew. Tight-knit places were great at looking out for their own, but that same closeness meant they were also experts at keeping things quiet. What secrets a little town like this could possibly hold, he had no clue. Unless it was the closely guarded recipe for that famously pungent cheese he had no intention of sampling. I'd better get moving then, Harry said, turning to leave. Dave held up a hand. No need, I'll give you a lift. It's about a mile, give or take. That work for you, if it's not out of your way? Not a bit, Dave said, heading that direction anyway. Before he knew it, Harry was buckled into the passenger seat of an enormous pickup truck, rolling through the streets of Hawes. The drive was short, but it offered a glimpse of the town, quaint stone buildings and enough foot traffic to give it a lively pulse. You a fan of pork pies? Dave asked out of nowhere. Sure, Harry said. Who isn't? The butcher's shop is around the other side, Dave said, gesturing vaguely out his window. Best in the valley by a long shot. Their pies are incredible. I usually grab a few for the road, a little taste of home. They never last long. He patted his ample midsection with a grin. Just follow the road around, cross the creek, and head up the cobbled street past the Methodist church. You can't miss it. A moment later, Harry noticed a long, low building on their left with a sign that read, Rope Maker at Work. What's that about? Harry asked. Exactly what it says, Dave replied. They make ropes, been there for generations. When I was a kid, that roof grew the most perfect icicles in winter. We'd snap them off and duel like we had lightsabers, melted fast, but it was a blast. An actual rope-making shop, Harry thought. Seriously, what century was this? What kind of backwater had the DSI assigned him to? A few minutes later, Dave pulled up beside a sizable standalone house. This is the old minister's house, he said. You'll likely run into the pastor sooner or later. And just up there on the right, that's the mart. Give Jim my best. Harry climbed out and watched the truck drive off before crossing the street toward the auction mart. A line of tractor-trailers was queuing to exit, the air thick with the smell of livestock. Passing through a wide gate, Harry entered a world entirely foreign to him. To his right were massive sheds full of animals. To his left, a parking area crammed with trucks and trailers. The mart hummed with activity, people weaving through the crowd, animals being herded from pens. It wasn't just sheep, but cattle, and even a handful of goats. Harry immediately regretted not owning a pair of rubber boots. The ground was a messy mosaic of mud and manure. Well, add that to the shopping list, he thought. He tried to sidestep the larger puddles and piles, but soon accepted that his shoes weren't leaving this place in pristine condition. The scent of the place was thick and pungent, invading Harry's nostrils as if it intended to stay. How he would ever locate Jim here was a complete mystery. But if, as Dave suggested, the PCSO was assisting his father, then the sheds lined with animal pens seemed the logical starting point. That's where Harry headed. Inside, the noise of the livestock swelled dramatically, trapped beneath the vast metal ceiling. It sounded like a chorus of complaints about the quarters, the feed, the general state of affairs. Harry moved down a few of the stalls. He had never experienced anything like it, a fact that was plainly obvious from the glances he received as he walked. It wasn't just his lack of waterproof boots, he was also among the few not sporting a flat cap. Had anyone suggested such headwear was still common outside of trendy city circles, Harry would have scoffed. But here in Wensleydale, the cap was clearly still in fashion, perched at every conceivable angle. A tap on his arm made him stop and turn. He found himself looking at a young man in his 20s wearing a stab vest, green wellies, and of course a flat cap. "You must be Harry," the man said, extending a hand. "Jim." Jim nodded with vigor. "I'll be right with you," he said. "Just need to move that stubborn old ram in the pen over there first. Dad's new purchase. Fancy giving me a hand?" Harry agreed before his brain had fully processed the request. Chapter 8. Harry sniffed his hands again, absolutely foul, and it was all thanks to PCSO Jim Metcalf. Jim's father and a sheep, Harry was convinced, rivaled a small car in size. "You'll get accustomed to the smell," Jim remarked as they walked away from the auction mart and back toward Hawes. "It doesn't really wash off, it just becomes a part of you, if you catch my drift. Nothing else like it." Jim then cupped his hands over his nose and mouth and took a long, deliberate breath. Harry stared, bewildered. Who does that? And more importantly, why? "There used to be a sweet shop right there," Jim said as they passed a row of houses and approached a humpbacked bridge, dropping his hands back into his pockets. "Tiny place. You couldn't fit a cat inside, let alone swing one around." Walking through the town with Jim was turning out to be as amusing as it was informative. Jim had grown up here and, from the sounds of it, had been a source of endless mischief, from launching stink bombs into an art gallery to egging houses and removing garden gates on something called Mischief Night. To Harry, it sounded a bit like a family-friendly version of societal collapse, with far less carnage and many more adolescents. "I stop by the mart every week," Jim explained as they crossed the bridge, which arched over a river running notably low. "You know, in case you were wondering about my presence there." "I wasn't," Harry replied, though privately he had been. He wasn't entirely clear how assisting with the family livestock purchase qualified as official duty. "It's all about visibility, right?" Jim continued as they left the bridge for a cobbled street. "People see the uniform, they feel secure, and anyone contemplating shady business, they tend to reconsider." Harry smiled inwardly. If only it were that straightforward. "What sort of shady business?" he asked as they passed the Methodist church on their left and approached Hackett's butcher shop on the right. "Sheep theft, mostly," Jim stated. Harry couldn't suppress a short, sharp laugh, which he instantly regretted based on Jim's expression. "Sorry," Harry said. "It's just, I've never actually heard someone say that before. Is that a real thing? Seriously, rustling sheep?" He tried to shift his smirk into something resembling genuine worry. Jim leaned closer. Groups come through and swipe whole flocks, he explained. It's getting worse every year. A few of the real lowlifes even slaughter them right in the field, though we've been spared that so far, thankfully. Can you picture the mess? Absolutely gruesome, organized gangs stealing sheep, Harry inquired. Is there really that much profit in it? Illegal meat goes for a fortune on the black market. That's the real reason I'm always at the auction, keeping watch for anything that seems odd or out of place. These thieves have to be stopped. A single raid can ruin a family farm, and they use the market to scout, looking for the easiest targets. Harry observed the cheerful version of Jim receding, replaced by a graver demeanour. There were clearly deeper layers here than he'd first realized. His gaze drifted to the nearby butcher's shop. Speaking of which, Dave says hello, Dave. Jim looked momentarily confused. Which Dave? Harry considered. Large fellow, he said, built like a linebacker. Oh, that Dave, Jim said, understanding dawning. So he was telling you about Cockett's famous pies, was he? Harry nodded. Ran into him at the community centre. He offered me a ride to the auction, said I'd find you here, and he was spot on. Dave's a sharp one. Our Dave, are you two related? Jim chuckled. What? No, not at all. It's just a local way of talking. He paused, giving Harry a curious look. So where exactly are you from, then? Somerset, Harry replied. You're a southerner? There was a distinct note of either shock or apprehension in Jim's voice, and Harry wasn't sure how to interpret it. Yes, from down south, Harry confirmed. Born in Bristol, moved away for a while, but ended up coming back. Never been myself, Jim said. Down there, I mean. I've heard it's all hustle and bustle. Is it true nobody even says hello to their neighbours? Harry sidestepped the question. So where am I staying tonight? Right across the way, Jim said, pointing over the road from the butcher's. Harry found himself looking at a corner building with the name Heriot's in gilt letters on its side. Given his memories of all creatures great and small, he wasn't overly thrilled at the prospect, fully expecting a dated theme park version of a veterinary practice. One of the nicest places in town, Jim assured him. The food is excellent. All the beef comes from Dave's shop. So do yourself a favour and order a steak. Tell him how much you enjoyed it later, and he'll likely toss you a free pie. For a moment, Harry was convinced this was either an out-of-body experience or a vivid dream, that he was lying in a hospital bed somewhere after a terrible accident. It was the only logical explanation for a reality so utterly different and alien from his own routine that he briefly considered pinching himself hard to wake up. He checked his watch. It was past 6. He'd been awake since dawn just to get here, and the day had certainly not gone as planned. A deep weariness was now settling behind his eyes. So, what are the bars like around here? Harry asked. Jim laughed. You really are from the South Bars. We don't have bars, we have pubs. You do know what a pub is, right? Harry resisted a powerful urge to smack Jim for his condescension. Yes, Jim, we have pubs down south too. The south of England is not another planet. I am familiar with the concept, and contrary to popular belief up here, we even drink beer. Jim looked genuinely astonished, as if he'd just uncovered a profound secret, his eyes widening. Really, Theakston's and Black Sheep? There are other beers in the world, Harry said dryly. Though I'm more of a cider drinker, personally. Jim made a face as if he'd tasted something sour. I had a bad run-in with that stuff years ago. Put me off for life. That's because you never had the proper kind, Harry countered. You need a pint of Wilkins. Amazing. No, it's not, Jim replied. I drank 8 pints of the stuff when I was 17. Ah! A brief silence settled between them. Then Jim perked up, struck by a sudden thought. Tomorrow night, are you free? I'd have to check my schedule, Harry said, but I'm sure I can shuffle a few things. Why? Oh, that's perfect, Jim said, completely missing Harry's dry tone. Do you like pies, I suppose? Harry answered, unsure how else to respond, since when is anyone ever going to say no to that? Excellent! We're having a pie and peas supper at the Board Inn, meeting at 8. Who is we? We are, Jim exclaimed, and Harry could hear the genuine excitement in his voice. You, me, the rest of the team? DSI Swift is even making the trip over from Northallerton, or maybe Harrogate, possibly both, and that's a long drive. He's not the most thrilling guy, but you never know. He might buy a round. And we just eat pies and peas? Harry asked, trying to grasp the concept. That's the whole event. It didn't sound particularly thrilling or appetizing enough to justify Jim's zeal. Best pies in the county, Jim said, practically drooling at the thought. The pastry is incredible. You can have it with mashed potatoes or fries, or both if you're feeling ambitious. I always get both. Naturally you do, Jim. Naturally. There was something undeniably likable about Jim. The young man had an enthusiasm for his topics that rivaled a Labrador's joy for mealtime. Harry had no doubt it could become grating over time, but for now it was almost contagious, and it successfully diverted Harry's mind from his circumstances and the reasons behind his transfer. And Jim's mention of checking the auction mart, that was sensible. He was out on patrol gathering information. Solid police work, Harry thought. Showed resourcefulness. So I'll see you tomorrow then? Jim asked. I'll be at the station around 9, if that works. Harry began to leave but turned back. Just out of curiosity, I assume everyone knows why I'm here, right? Why I was sent up from Somerset. You're the new officer, Jim said, then clapped Harry on the shoulder as if they were old friends. It'll be great to have some fresh energy around here. Let's be clear about this, Harry stated. I'm not a patrol officer. I'm a DCI Detective Chief Inspector Grimm. Grimm? Jim asked then. Wait, that's actually your real name. I thought Swift was joking. Why would he be? Harry questioned. Jim started to speak, but then seemed to reconsider. Well, anyway, he said, we'll definitely keep you busy, I'm sure. A lot happens around here, you know. Wensleydale isn't as quiet as it might seem. Harry couldn't suppress a smile at that, raising an eyebrow. This prompted a look from Jim, a surprisingly sharp, assessing glance that Harry wouldn't have thought him capable of. There was a shadow behind it, faint but unmistakable, revealing that beneath his cheerful exterior, Jim had a serious side. There had been a glimpse of it earlier when he mentioned the sheep thefts, but it felt more pronounced now, and Harry knew he'd need to watch Jim, if only to see what he did next. Anyway, Jim said, shattering the tension as easily as snapping a twig, I'll be off, and you'll be heading over there, okay? And if you go for a walk later, take the path up through the fields toward Gale. It's a lovely little stroll. You won't get lost. With that, Jim, the most cheerful community support officer, and perhaps the most cheerful person Harry had ever encountered, headed off into the marketplace, leaving Harry alone with his bag and the prospect of many lonely nights in a hotel bed far from home. You found him then? Harry recognized the voice and turned to see Dave watching him, arms crossed over his chest, standing outside the butcher shop. He was holding a white paper bag. Probably has pies in it, Harry thought. Yes, thanks, Harry said. Seems like a nice kid. Is he always that upbeat? Most of the time, yeah, Dave replied, stepping across the cobblestones to join Harry. His older brother died in a farming accident years ago, a real tragedy. He's been the one holding his family together ever since. Harry was at a loss for words. That's awful. I can't imagine how hard that's been for him. It hasn't been easy, that's for sure. He's a good kid, like you noticed, but there's a hardness to him now, you know. Can't really blame him, given everything. He's resilient. Acts like he could take on anything the world throws at him, and honestly, he probably could. A comfortable silence settled between them for a moment. Well, I'll let you get on with your evening, Dave said. If you're looking for a decent pint, try the White Hart. Good atmosphere, friendly crowd. It's my regular spot. Might see you around? With a nod, Dave walked off, leaving Harry to head up to Heriot's and check into his room. That evening, resisting the pull of the pub, Harry spent a quiet hour wandering the streets of Hawes before returning to his room, Lying in bed, he stared at the ceiling. It felt surreal. Just a few days ago, he'd been part of an operation that took some dangerous people off the streets. It wasn't a world-changing event, but he knew it meant a few fewer victims, a bit more safety. And now, where was he? What possible good could he do, exiled to what felt like the middle of nowhere? As he finally drifted off, his last conscious thought was a renewed vow. No matter what the deputy superintendent intended, or how she hoped this distance would help him move on, he would never stop searching for the man who shattered his family. He would pursue that justice until his final breath. Chapter 9. Wednesday morning arrived not with an alarm, but with sharp blades of sunlight cutting through the gaps in the curtains. He had slept deeply, better than he had in years. Finally free from the nightly soundtrack of Bristol, rowdy students and the grim chorus of pavement retching. The absence of traffic noise had been strange, almost unsettling at first, but his body had embraced the profound quiet like a long-lost companion and surrendered to it completely. The breakfast waiting downstairs was a monumental affair. He devoured everything, fried eggs, sausage, even the black pudding, and washed it down with 2 large mugs of strong tea. Stepping outside, he felt a mix of keen anticipation and a low, nagging dread. It wasn't the life-or-death tension he knew from the police or his army days. This was the quieter, gut-twisting anxiety of facing a new beginning, of not knowing what was expected. A nervous feeling he rarely encountered outside of a genuine physical threat. The day was crisp and bright. A tentative warmth carried on a gentle breeze. Hawes was tranquil, a stark contrast to the bustle of the previous day's market. It still amazed him that a town this remote could get so busy. But then, he reasoned, when you're the only shopping hub for miles around, people don't have many alternatives. After another loop around the now quiet marketplace revealed nothing new, Harry made his way to the community police office. It was nearly 9. He hoped Jim would arrive soon to open up and show him the ropes, though he suspected the ropes here wouldn't be very complex. Hawes was small, and its police presence, from what he could see, was smaller still. So what would his life really consist of, aside from endless driving, giving those school presentations, which he didn't actually hate, since startling the kids with his scarred face had its own dark humour, and simply marking time until he could return home? The growl of an engine made Harry turn, and he found himself facing the imposing front grille of a black Range Rover, which seemed to regard him as potential prey. The vehicle sat low, its windows deeply tinted, and its entire appearance screamed that its only off-road experience was the occasional detour into a gas station. The driver's door swung open, and Harry watched as the man emerged from what was undoubtedly a leather and wood-trimmed cabin. Harry studied him with growing curiosity. Something felt off. The man wore a flat cap, but it looked brand new and was set perfectly straight on his head, lacking the casual tilt Harry had seen on every local at the auction mart yesterday. His barber jacket was far too glossy, and wearing it in this mild weather seemed absurd. The jacket, like the cap, appeared freshly purchased, paired with spotless Hunter Wellington boots that had clearly never seen mud. The man approached, thrusting out his hand with a grin that flashed across his face like a sudden electrical jolt. Everything about him is a performance, Harry thought. Even that smile, the eyes above it, weren't smiling at all, just using it as a mask. He was shorter than Harry, but compensated by puffing out his chest. "Hello, Richard Adams. You must be the new constable." Harry accepted the handshake and felt the expected domineering squeeze. It didn't get far. Harry's own larger, stronger hand neutralized the gesture before it even became a contest. He didn't squeeze back, just ensured the attempt went no further. "New, yes. Constable, no," Harry said, releasing the grip. "If you're looking for Jim, he should be here any minute. He's due around 9, I believe." "Excellent," Richard exclaimed, as if Harry had just delivered the most thrilling news imaginable. "And how are you finding Hawes? Isn't it marvellous here? So picturesque. And the hills, it's like a little slice of paradise." He took an exaggeratedly deep breath. "That's why we relocated, to escape the chaos, to claim a piece of the countryside for ourselves." Generally, Harry liked most people. Well, those who weren't actively exploiting society, Most folks were decent enough. He didn't need to be friends with them all, but he could usually find some common ground. Every so often, however, he'd meet someone he instantly disliked. It usually took time to pinpoint why, but occasionally the aversion was immediate, and Harry disliked Richard intensely. The term pretentious fool came to mind first, quickly followed by complete phony. "So you're not from around here, then?" Harry asked, as Richard stood before him, chest puffed out like a preening bird in his conspicuously new country wear. Harry wondered who he was trying to impress, other than himself. Hawes, Harry had already learned, was full of people who were authentically themselves, entirely unmoved by shiny new boots, or in Richard's case, pristine Wellingtons. "Sadly, no," Richard replied, "but I do make every effort to get involved locally. Parish council, Rotary Club, that sort of thing. One must participate, don't you agree?" "Oh, I see you, Richard," Harry thought. "I see exactly what you are." Harry had encountered plenty of men like this before, and every single one had turned out to be a self-important, pompous jerk. It was obvious that wanker was merely the opening descriptor for Richard. "If you'd like, I can tell Jim you stopped by," Harry offered, mostly hoping the man would just leave and spare him the awkward small talk. "Would you?" "That's brilliant, thanks," Richard replied, already turning back toward his Range Rover. "Got a long drive ahead as it is. It's gorgeous out here, but you have to spend half your life behind the wheel to get anywhere. Worth it, I suppose, don't you think? Honestly, I log more miles in this thing than I do actual hours here. But that's the cost of winning, isn't it?" This guy is a complete tool, Harry thought to himself. "Aloud?" he asked. "Should I pass along a message? Anything specific you needed to discuss with him?" Richard paused, one foot already in the vehicle. "He'll know what it's regarding, I'm certain, and I have full confidence that your presence here will help see the situation handled properly. See you tomorrow, then." Tomorrow? Harry hadn't agreed to anything of the sort. With that, Richard hoisted himself into the driver's seat, slammed the door, reversed onto the market square, turned around and sped off. Harry heard footsteps approaching from a side alley. "Sorry about that," Jim said, walking over. "Couldn't face chatting with him right now, to be honest. Talks an absolute load of rubbish." What did he want from Jim's tone? Harry felt reassured his initial impression hadn't been mistaken. "Just said you'd know what it was about." What does he even do? He's clearly not from around here. He's about as rustic as a Times Square billboard. "What gave it away?" Jim laughed. "No, he's not, though he's one of those blokes who claims to have Yorkshire blood in him, like he's here to reclaim some ancestral crown or something."
The Crown of Yorkshire? Is that a real thing?
Jim's eyes crinkled with amusement.
"I'm pulling your leg, mate,"
he said, a warm laugh in his voice. But if there was one, he'd be after it, no doubt. He's a businessman, though he favours the term entrepreneur, which is a pretentious enough label for him, I'd say. Not entirely sure what his business is, but it prints money, apparently. He's managed to get planning permission to put up a massive house on the town's edge. Nobody's thrilled about it, especially since there's a nice bit of woodland right there. Harry sensed they were circling the real reason for the visit. "Some local kids have teamed up with a bunch of environmental activists," Jim explained. "You can't swing a cat without hitting tie-dye and dreadlocks lately. They've set up a protest camp right on the land up in the trees, trying to block the construction. He wants them forcibly removed. We all share the same low opinion of him, though, so we're sort of just ignoring the request for now. Anyway, let's get you inside. Time for a cuppa, I'd say." Harry followed Jim into the building, and the rest of the morning proved busier than he'd anticipated. Jim was clearly making an effort. He'd even gone to the trouble of picking up a Hackett's fruitcake from the butcher's shop, which Harry was surprised to learn also operated as a bakery. It paired perfectly with the several mugs of tea they both worked their way through. Harry, however, had politely declined the other item Jim had produced. "You're not having any cheese?" Jim asked, looking puzzled. "What's the matter?" Harry stared at the pale, creamy block on the table. He could smell it from where he stood, and that was plenty. It was a crumbly variety, and every time Jim cut a slice, Little pieces would tumble away like dry sand. Cheese with cake? Harry couldn't hide his bewildered distaste for the enthusiastically proposed pairing. Jim nodded and popped a piece into his own mouth. That's how we do it around these parts. Don't knock it till you've tried it. Absolutely delicious. Nothing else like it, I swear. I'm sure you believe that, Jim, said Harry, taking a subtle step back from the dairy-scented air. Thanks, but I'll pass for now. The police presence in the community centre was essentially just a room, the one Harry had noticed the day before. It was a tight space, maybe large enough for 10 people to squeeze into a circle. Furnished with a handful of tables and chairs, a desk, an electric kettle, and several whiteboards and corkboards, it served as the local hub. Finishing another bite of the surprisingly good cake, Harry wandered over for a closer look. What he found was the most honest snapshot of crime in the Dales he could have hoped for. Jim hadn't been exaggerating about the sheep theft. An entire whiteboard was dedicated to it, covered in notes, details on the victims, both farmers and livestock photographs and more. It suddenly made sense why Jim treated it with such gravity. Harry's eyes scanned other postings, statistics on farm fatalities, reports of animal rights activists vandalizing a local hunting area, a modest section on the protesters at Richard Adams's proposed construction site, and another board promoting safe driving tips. Everyone drives like maniacs around these parts, Jim explained, joining Harry by the boards. It was now mid-afternoon, and the lunch of pies and cake, once again courtesy of Cockett's, was making Harry acutely aware that his reliance on that single shop was a fast track to gaining significant weight if he didn't change his habits. Folks think knowing the twists and turns makes them untouchable, Jim went on. Don't get me wrong, the roads are a blast to drive, but everyone around here has lost someone because of them, if you catch my drift. Harry caught it perfectly. So is this the whole picture, he asked. This is what fills your days? Jim brushed the last crumbs of cake and cheese from his lips and shook his head. The official crime log is around here somewhere, he said, his words slightly muffled. I'll fetch it in a moment. Probably a bit quieter than what you're accustomed to, eh? At this. Jim leaned in conspiratorially, his expression eager. So, were you in on lots of big takedowns, major busts and all that? What about a dedicated incident room? Or a proper place to conduct interviews? We've got a few other offices scattered through the building, Jim said, gesturing vaguely. We improvise with what's available, then. Jim's face lit up with keen expectation. All right, out with it. Tell me about being a detective down south. I bet it's all gangsters and high-stakes chaos. Harry hesitated. It was obvious Jim was poised for some grim, thrilling tale, likely inspired by an overdose of TV crime shows where people sprinted through streets, scowled intensely, dodged bullets, cursed freely, and generally acted in ways real police officers never could. But he knew he owed Jim some kind of answer. It felt akin to tossing a treat to an overly enthusiastic dog. It's nothing like the films, he finally said, if that's what you're imagining. But I did have someone take a shot at me last weekend. I wouldn't recommend the experience. Jim's eyes widened dramatically. Shot at? You're not joking? It's not the sort of thing I'd invent, I promise you. Good grief, Jim breathed out, a long, slow exhale of awe. You're the real deal, then? A serious detective. So why exactly are you here? I mean, playing at being a local constable seems like a step backward, doesn't it? It's a secondment, Harry stated, keeping his irritation in check. Not a demotion. I'm here to observe, to exchange perspectives, and I'm filling in while some matters with your other DCI are resolved, though I'm not privy to the details. He steered the conversation back. Now, about that crime report book. I'd be very interested to take a look, if that's all right. Oh, right, of course, said Jim, scurrying off across the room. Oh, and Liz should be by later. She was supposed to be here this morning, but she got held up. A farm accident. Nothing too bad, luckily. Some old fellow managed to drive his vintage Ferguson tractor right into a ditch. He's fine, but she's still working through it all. Harry had no clue what a grey Fergie might be, and chose for now to remain in the dark. Jim moved to a locked cabinet on the floor, crouching down to open it. "Excited for tonight, meeting everyone?" "Sure," Harry replied automatically, though he wasn't actually certain he felt that way. "Anything I should know ahead of time?" Jim gave a casual shrug. "Nah, I figure it's better to let you form your own impressions. Matt ought to be around later too, but who knows what he's doing these days. He's gotten a bit secretive recently." "Matt?" Harry connected the dots. "Matt Dinsdale. You know him?" Harry nodded, offering no further explanation. "He's the detective sergeant," Jim continued. "Been a sergeant forever, but he finally took one of those investigator training courses. Now he fancies himself the next great detective." "So that explains the mysterious act." "Exactly," Jim said. "He'll likely bombard you with questions. Doubt he'll find anyone taking potshots at him around here, though." Harry was formulating a response when a knock at the door cut him off. He saw Jim check his watch. "Are you expecting anyone?" "Quite the opposite," Jim replied. "It's past 4, and we don't usually get visitors this late. Not unless something's really wrong." Harry went to the door. When he opened it, he found a woman who looked utterly shattered. Harry had witnessed that expression too many times before, and the instinct honed over his years in law enforcement immediately flared to life. The woman brushed past Harry as if he were invisible and rushed toward Jim. "Jim, it's Sophie!" Jim rose to face her. "Mrs. Hodgson." "What's going on? What about Sophie? She's missing," the woman cried, collapsing into sobs. Chapter 10. Jim guided Mrs. Hodgson to a chair and helped her sit, then pulled another chair beside her rather than across from her. Harry noted this subtle choice at once and was struck by its thoughtfulness. Positioning himself beside her was a kinder, less confrontational approach, one meant to calm rather than intimidate. Harry had employed the same tactic himself on countless occasions, sometimes for less noble reasons, but seeing it used here with such natural skill left an impression. "All right, Mrs. Hodgson," Jim said, glancing at Harry to signal him over. "This is Detective Chief Inspector Harry Grimm. He's visiting from down south." Jim delivered that last part as if it were a remarkable revelation, almost as though he were announcing Harry hailed from another world. "Grimm?" Mrs. Hodgson echoed. "Like the fairy tales," Harry clarified, then gestured toward his scarred face. "Though it's a fitting word for this mess, right?" He offered a smile, but Mrs. Hodgson remained stony. "He'll be with us for a bit," Jim explained. "Helping out, seeing how we operate up here, sharing methods. Is it all right if he joins us? He's a real detective. Someone even took a shot at him last weekend." Harry was already starting to wish he'd shared less with Jim. Mrs. Hodgson looked up at Harry, and the dread in her eyes made it clear the sight of him was reason enough to refuse Jim's request. "The mention of the shooting probably didn't help. But his face," she murmured. "It was an IED, Harry explained, realizing his earlier attempt at humor had fallen painfully flat, an improvised explosive device. "I was in the army before joining the force. Believe me, I actually looked better before it happened." The strained joke earned a faint, appreciative smirk and a nod from Jim, but nothing from Mrs. Hodgson. "Look, if I'm in the way I can step outside," Harry offered, mindful of being the newcomer. He didn't want to overstep, not this early at least. He had a feeling he'd manage that eventually. Martha Hodgson shook her head firmly. "Please, stay, help Jim, and call me Martha." Harry fetched a chair, positioning it slightly behind Jim's to underscore who was leading the interview. "All right, Martha," Jim began, pulling out his standard pocket notebook. "Tell us about Sophie. What's happened? Take all the time you need." As Martha started speaking, Harry studied her discreetly. She was in her mid-40s, dressed neatly and visibly distraught. A cross fashioned from 2 rough nails hung around her neck, and she gripped her handbag like a lifeline. Harry, though he had no children himself, recognized the signs all too well. He recalled a staggering statistic from a past case. About 100,000 teens went missing each year in the UK. The number had seemed unreal, yet it was tragically accurate. Given what he'd seen of this quiet area so far, however, his gut whispered this was likely a cry for attention, a kid who'd probably show up at a friend's house by nightfall. Hardly the stuff of thrilling detective work, but he treated it with gravity regardless. You never really knew Martha was struggling to find her words. Whenever you're ready, Harry said gently. Just start wherever you can. Thank you, Martha whispered. Here, Harry said, handing her a napkin from near the kettle. She dabbed her eyes and took a shaky breath. The school called this morning. They asked if Sophie was ill because she wasn't in class. But she left home and caught the bus, just like she always does. You're certain of that? Harry asked. Martha nodded, her voice cracking. She was already gone when I got back this morning. To Harry, she genuinely seemed a woman watching her world unravel. So you were out earlier? He inquired. Yes, Martha said, composing herself with effort. I'm a home health aide. I have early appointments, so I'm usually out before Sophie. She catches the 7:30 bus. It's a long ride to Leyburn, the only secondary school around here, so there's not much choice. How long does the trip usually take? Harry asked. Martha paused, thinking. Usually she gets there around 8:30, maybe 8:45. It depends on the weather. Winters can be brutal. Buses break down or get stuck. Sometimes the kids arrive at school only to be sent right back home. Why would that happen? Harry wondered. Jim chimed in while Martha collected herself. Most kids from this part of the valley come from farming families. When heavy snow hits, the school sends them back to help with the livestock or whatever else needs doing. It's just life around here. Harry could believe it. The whole place seemed to revolve around the land. Why didn't you call sooner? He pressed. If you knew she was missing this morning. Martha wiped her eyes again. We didn't want to cause a scene. We thought she might just be skipping school, like kids do sometimes. But school ended hours ago. The bus came back, and she wasn't on it. Can you think of any reason she might have run off? Jim asked gently. Martha shook her head, blowing her nose. No, nothing at all. You know how teenagers are. They can turn a minor issue into a full-blown crisis, and then, just like that, it's over and forgotten. Harry latched onto that, hoping Jim wouldn't mind him stepping in so much. Since he still wasn't clear on his role or what exactly he was supposed to be doing, he figured he might as well act like it was just another ordinary day back on the job in Bristol. Well, as close as he could get, anyway. Martha certainly didn't strike him as some hardened criminal. The idea almost made him chuckle, and he quickly pushed it aside before either Jim or Martha noticed. So she was upset about something. Martha turned toward Harry. Her eyes were deeply bloodshot. She'd clearly been crying long before she arrived. Yes, I think so, but you know how teens are? Why would she run off? It doesn't make any sense. Harry pressed a little further. Any idea what was bothering her? Something at school, or maybe at home? We were at church on Sunday, Martha explained, and Sophie had a bit of an outburst. She got very upset, so we had to leave early. It was over some message on her phone. Then she got into trouble at school on Monday, which really isn't like her. But then again, she's a teenager. I suppose you have to expect some drama, don't you? Who was the message from? Harry asked. The one she got on Sunday, I mean. Her boyfriend, obviously, Martha said, wiping her nose. Who else would it be? Teenagers and their relationships. Honestly, it's like the world is ending if they have a fight or break up. She sobbed again, dabbing her eyes with a crumpled tissue. Where could she be? None of this makes sense. Jim spoke up. She's run off before, hasn't she? Harry's eyes lifted at that. That was nothing, and it was ages ago, Mrs. Hodgson replied, waving a hand that held a damp napkin. But Harry noticed she looked uneasy. It's still worth noting, Harry said, leaning in slightly. If she's done it before, there might be a pattern or a trigger. Well, she didn't get far, Mrs. Hodgson said, her tone turning a bit sharp. She never does. Last time she was just hiding at a friend's house, and George had her back home in a few hours. This is different. It's not some pattern. Harry sat back, turning over what he was hearing against what experience had taught him. Most teens who run away do it for one of three reasons, or sometimes a mix: a breakdown in communication with their parents, an inability to cope with a personal problem or mistreatment, whether at home or elsewhere. It's rarely anything else. Martha didn't come across as someone who would harm her own child, but Harry knew better than to take that at face value. "Who's George?" Harry asked. "My husband, of course," Martha answered plainly. "Did he see her leave this morning?" Martha shook her head. "He was in bed with a migraine. He gets them often. They're awful. And they were worse after the weekend, with Sophie acting out. He's quite sickly, always coming down with something. Sometimes I feel more like a caregiver than a wife." She let out a laugh that cracked into another sob. "But that's marriage, isn't it? In sickness and in health." "So where is he now?" Harry asked. "George, I mean at home," Martha said. "In case Sophie comes back. He works from home as a bookkeeper, so at least he doesn't have to commute. And he's got his church podcast to prepare for, too. He was up and about earlier, but that's all. We're both so worried, but I told him to take it easy. He gets ill so easily." "A church podcast?" Harry asked, genuinely surprised the woman in front of him would even know what one was. "Yes," Martha replied. "It goes out live every Wednesday evening." Martha explained the online service was for anyone who couldn't make it to a regular service or preferred not to step inside a church officially. "You really should listen later," she insisted. "It's good for you. I handle the Bible readings for it." Harry offered a non-committal nod in response. Jim spoke up next, and Harry noticed the open page of his pocket notebook was already filling up, despite how little concrete information they'd actually gathered. "So let me get this straight," Jim began. "Sophie broke things off with her boyfriend late last night, and that's the reason she's taken off." "I truly don't know," Martha replied, her frustration beginning to surface. "All I know is she's gone, and the chaos she's caused by leaving. Not just for George and me, but for the school, and now for you with the police. Honestly, when she comes back, she'll have a lot of explaining to do to absolutely everyone." "Have you spoken to the boyfriend?" Harry asked. "We called him," Martha said, a sharp edge of anger now in her tone. "He claims he hasn't seen her. He's older, a senior. Would you believe he even has a motorcycle sometimes? I think she does these things purely to upset us. It's incredibly distressing. No wonder George suffers from so many migraines. I'm surprised I haven't started getting them myself." "And why would she want to upset you?" Jim interjected, just before Harry could ask. "I mean, by dating someone specifically to cause trouble." "Would you approve?" Martha snapped, her words like little darts. "She's 15. It's simply not right, is it? We tried to put a stop to it, but we can't exactly lock her in her room. He's not a bad kid, actually. He's quite a nice young man, but she has so much else to focus on, especially with her exams. Honestly, who would choose to be a parent?" Harry quickly mentally sorted through the timeline they'd been given. So she got a troubling text on Sunday, had a difficult day at school on Monday, and then chose today to run away, is that correct? Martha gave a curt nod. "And there's truly nothing else you can think of that might have prompted her to leave right now?" Harry pressed. "No, of course not. Why do you keep asking the same thing?" "Because," Harry said, keeping his voice steady, "we're trying to help. We have to ask these questions even when the answers are hard to find. As you mentioned, she has run off before." Mrs. Hodgson nodded, her posture softening slightly. "Yes, of course. I'm sorry, I understand. And like I said, that other time was nothing. A complete non-event." Harry glanced at Jim, who took the cue. "Here's our plan," Jim stated. "We'll need to conduct a thorough search of your house, even though I'm sure you've already looked. Her room might tell us something. We'll enter Sophie into the National Missing Persons database. We'll call every friend, every neighbour, everyone who knows Sophie or your family to see if we can learn more about her recent state of mind and where she might have gone. I also want you to call the National Runaway Hotline and leave a message for your daughter in case she reaches out." As Jim outlined the steps, Harry could see the concrete plan was calming Mrs. Hodgson's nerves a little. He felt another surge of respect for Jim. Community support officers weren't always taken seriously by the public or even by some within the police force. But Harry believed Jim could change that perception all by himself in a matter of minutes. "Do you have a recent photo of Sophie on your phone?" Harry asked. "I know it's a small town where everyone knows everyone, but I think we should make a poster and distribute it widely so everyone is actively looking. We might also be able to check her phone and track its location." Martha looked either baffled or confused by this suggestion. "Track her phone? What do you mean?" "GPS?" Harry explained. "We might be able to locate her based on that, especially if you have a family tracking app on it. A lot of parents do. I know I certainly would." Martha pulled out her phone. It was an ancient, bulky model, and from the way she held it, it clearly had some weight to it. Harry couldn't remember the last time he'd seen a phone like that. A sudden, almost absurd thought crossed his mind. Didn't everyone have a smartphone these days? It was a stark reminder of the generational gap they were all navigating in this digital age. Martha gave a small, helpless wave with her phone, drawing Harry's attention to the device as if it were some alien artifact. "Technology and I have never quite gotten along," she admitted with a faint, apologetic smile. "George handles all that. I can send a text, but that's about the extent of it. He can email you a proper picture later, but for now, I have this." "So no location-sharing app on her phone, I take it." "A what, dear?" Martha looked genuinely perplexed, holding the phone out on her palm as if presenting it for inspection. She then rummaged in her handbag and produced a photograph, passing it to Harry. "This is her. This is Sophie." Harry accepted the photo and worked to keep his expression neutral, despite the bruises marking his face. Instinct, the kind every officer feels, urged him to offer comfort, to promise this worried woman they would bring her daughter home safe. But he lived by a hard rule: never make a promise you can't guarantee. The girl in the picture was slender, with a pallor that went beyond fair. If the goal was a Gothic aesthetic, Harry thought wryly, she'd absolutely perfected it. She was seated at a desk, seemingly absorbed in homework. "You see, she's always been so dedicated to her studies," Martha said, almost reading his thoughts. Harry rose to his feet. "All right then, let's go take a look at her room." The Hodgson home was a sizable two-story house set back from the road on the outskirts of Hawes, just past the community playground. It was an undeniably handsome property, shielded from the street by mature trees and a sprawling, impeccably manicured lawn. As they approached, Harry's gaze travelled down the lane, noting the similar grandeur of the neighbouring homes. These were the kinds of houses he could only ever admire from a distance. If plopped down somewhere in Southern California, their price tags would be stratospheric. Even here, he suspected they were far beyond the reach of most local incomes. "Lovely home," Harry remarked, more to fill the quiet that had settled over them since leaving the community office. "Yes, it is," Martha agreed, her voice softening. "It was my father's. We've been very fortunate." They reached a charming front porch adorned with a slate-tiled roof and elegant stained glass panels in the door and side windows. Harry paused. "Do you mind if I take a quick look around the outside first? I'll meet you inside." Jim gave a nod of understanding and followed Martha in alone now. Harry began a slow circuit of the grounds. The day had grown surprisingly warm for the hour, the late afternoon air dry and sharp. He shrugged off his jacket. The front lawn was a flawless green carpet, its edges so precise they looked scalpel cut. Walking its perimeter, he tried to imagine having a space like this, a place to actually relax and enjoy, unlike his own neglected backyard in the city. He hadn't done a thing with it since moving in years ago, but then his life had been consumed by the job. Just the job. And if he was being brutally honest with himself, which was his default state, this current task was straining his definition of work. Here he was, snooping around a vacation-worthy garden in a picturesque town, searching for clues to find a teenager who, in his gut, had likely just stormed off after a family blow-up. It wasn't that he craved drama, he was just proficient at handling it. And this situation so far felt less like trouble and more like a classic case of a generational communication breakdown. So lost was he in this internal monologue that he nearly completed his loop back to the porch before a detail snagged in his peripheral vision. He stopped, backtracking a few steps with a slight frown. At the far corner of the lawn, the border wasn't as crisp as the rest. It looked worn down, as if someone had slipped or pressed too hard with an edging tool. Harry knelt, examining the flower bed between the grass and the low wall separating it from the sidewalk. A few of the plants were slightly damaged, only noticeable because he was looking so closely. It was likely nothing, he told himself. Spotting a few tufts of animal fur, he shrugged it off as the work of a neighborhood cat. Just a big, fluffy nothing. Jogging back toward the house, he circled to the side. A large, solidly built garage stood there, with the house rising to his left and a garden stretching toward open fields beyond. Parked in the driveway was a black Nissan Qashqai and, surprisingly, a red BMW. It seemed a bit flashy for someone like Mrs. Hodgson, Harry thought. He gave the car a quick glance, well maintained, nothing out of the ordinary. The garage door was unlocked. Sliding it open, he half expected to find a sheepish Sophie hiding inside, but no such luck. Too much to hope for, perhaps. Inside, everything was orderly. Garden tools hung on labelled hooks, a folding Brompton bike and a mountain bike were stored neatly, and a workbench looked barely used. Stepping back outside, Harry noted the side of the house was almost as imposing as the front, thanks to the sturdy metal drain pipes running from the roof. There was also a small black wooden door, likely leading to a cellar. That was something he'd always wanted ever since childhood. The idea of a secret hideaway had appealed to him. Over time, that fantasy had shifted to a wine cellar, not because he was a connoisseur, but because the image of dusty racks and an upturned barrel as a table, lit by candlelight, seemed strangely romantic. Of course, that would require having friends to share a bottle with, and since leaving the army, his social circle had thinned to mostly acquaintances. Moving to the back garden, he found a picture-perfect scene with a stunning view over the fields and distant hills. It looked more like a display than a space for living, certainly not meant for barbecues or casual gatherings. As he circled back to the front, his eyes traced the drainpipes again. They were well cared for, the black paint gleaming. About halfway up, he noticed scuff marks on the brickwork around the pipes, likely from a ladder. He figured someone married to a person like Martha would be diligent about maintenance. Good for them, he thought wryly. Back at the front door, Harry stepped inside to find Jim and Mrs. Hodgson standing with two other men. One approached, extending his hand. Harry Grimm, I assume. I'm Stephen Hurst, the church pastor. Harry accepted the handshake, his gaze meeting a middle-aged man with carefully styled hair, a crisp designer shirt, and meticulously groomed stubble. The effort was almost palpable, Harry mused, a performance of casual polish. He'd place money on this man being the owner of the red BMW parked outside. Pleased to meet you, Harry offered, the sentiment feeling hollow even as he said it. The pastor's smile was a familiar brand, all charisma and practiced charm, a polished surface that expertly concealed whatever lay beneath. Martha rang me about Sophie, Pastor Hurst explained smoothly. I thought I'd stop by to offer some comfort to the family. Did you write? Harry replied. Well, now that you're here, I'll be on my way. He moved aside as the pastor brushed past him toward the front door, only to watch him pivot back. Hurst first pumped George's hand with vigour before enveloping Martha in a brief, theatrical hug. Harry noted George's reaction, a subtle but distinct recoil, as if the contact stung. I'm certain Sophie is just fine, the pastor declared confidently. God is watching over her, I have no doubt. With that, he was past Harry again and out to his car. The other man stepped forward tentatively. George, is it? Harry said, extending his hand. Harry Grimm, Detective Chief Inspector. He hadn't anticipated a repeat of the power play handshake he'd endured with Richard Adams, all-crushing grip and dominance. What he got was so utterly different it was disconcerting. George didn't so much shake his hand as place his limp, cool fingers into Harry's palm and leave them there, a passive offering. The sensation was unnerving, like handling something chilled and slightly damp from the refrigerator. The man himself was ghostly pale, with hollowed eyes and clothes that draped off his frame as if hung on a scarecrow. Given the day's warmth, the thick green winter sweater and brown corduroys struck Harry as particularly odd. George kept tugging at the sweater's cuffs, pulling them down to shroud his wrists and the backs of his hands entirely. Here was a man who genuinely felt the cold, Harry thought. While he wanted to attribute the man's frail demeanour solely to worry for his missing daughter, his instincts whispered there was a deeper, more entrenched unease at play. Martha had called him the sickly type, and the evidence was plain in both his appearance and his manner. "Pleased to meet you," George murmured, his voice so faint Harry had to lean in to catch it. "Well, not pleased, obviously. What I mean is, oh, this is just awful, poor Sophie." Martha placed a gentle hand on George's arm, and he flinched slightly at the touch. "It's all right, dear. I'm sure DCI Grimm understands. Are you certain you shouldn't be resting?" George looked directly at Harry, his eyes watery. "I suffer a great deal, you see. The headaches, they're relentless." Harry offered a sympathetic nod. Would it be all right if we took a look around the house? With quick assent from Sophie's parents, Harry and Jim began their tour. Martha, Harry noticed, was guiding a shaky George into the front lounge to sit down. The ground floor was spacious, with a high-ceilinged entry hall and a staircase leading upward. Beyond the hall lay a formal dining room, a kitchen, and a utility room that opened to the back garden. In the kitchen, an empty ceramic bowl on the floor caught Harry's eye. "Brings back memories of my parents' old place," Jim remarked, rapping his knuckles against the wooden panelling beneath the stairs. It produced a hollow sound, partly due to the material, and partly, Harry suspected, to a concealed space behind it. Their house was a drafty old farmhouse, nothing as well kept as this, but they had stairs like these, with a door to a cellar that still gives me the creeps. My dad used it to hang pheasants. That's properly creepy. He what? Harry was glancing at the staircase but snapped his attention back to Jim, completely thrown by his words. He hangs pheasants? That's just cruel. Who in the world does that? Visions flooded Harry's mind of some grim figure tying up live, struggling birds and leaving them to suffer. Jim just stared at him, utterly baffled. "You hang them after they're shot," he clarified slowly. "It's for the meat. Lets it age. Brings out the flavour." A wide grin spread across Jim's face. "Wait, you didn't actually think? Oh, that's priceless." He tried to choke back his laughter but failed miserably. For a split second, Harry felt a hot urge to wipe that smug grin right off his face. How was he supposed to know? The only pheasants he'd ever encountered were the flattened ones on the roadside, or the brainless birds that would sprint down the lane instead of flying away. He'd never eaten one either. Not that he was opposed to it, but you weren't exactly going to find pheasant in the frozen meal aisle at the local supermarket. "I'm not from around here, remember? But hanging them, you ever tried to catch one? That's the whole point of shooting them." "That's a question I don't have an answer for," Harry admitted. "It's just not something I've ever done, or really thought about doing." And it was true. Harry wasn't a vegetarian by any means, and during his time with the paratroopers, he'd skinned rabbits and endured eating worms on survival exercises. The concept of hunting for food didn't bother him. It was simply a world he'd never been part of. Back in Bristol, the closest thing to wild game was the flock of pigeons that tormented him every morning with their cooing. Out here, though, he could see the appeal. The countryside surrounded you, almost daring you to explore it. Jim just shrugged. "Well, we might be able to fix that while you're visiting. Won't be pheasant, wrong season, but maybe some rabbit or the like." Harry didn't reply. He turned and climbed the stairs, passing a bathroom on the first landing and continuing up to the second, where 5 doors led off a spacious hallway. A 5-bedroom house, he mused. Some people really did live in a different world. Sophie's room is the front one on the left. Martha's voice floated up from the living room. Harry looked back to see her peering up at him. "It's a lovely room. Gets the sun from 2 sides. I hope it's not too untidy. And I do need to leave fairly soon if that's all right. Will you be long? Not long at all, Harry called down, watching as she disappeared back into the lounge. He and Jim peeked into the other rooms as they passed. Each was immaculate, almost too perfect, with doors stripped and re-stained to show off the wood grain and period fixtures meticulously restored. Good grief, Jim muttered as they crossed the wide landing. They've certainly got a bit of cash, haven't they? The smallest room held a single bed, a desk with a computer and microphone, and walls lined with neatly organized CDs. The others were all generous doubles with expensive-looking furniture. I just can't picture George doing a podcast, Jim said, eyeing the setup. Charisma isn't really his strong suit, is it? But he's been at it for ages. Goes live every Wednesday night without fail. Stepping into Sophie's room, the first thing that struck Harry was its absolute order. No, it was beyond tidy. It looked as if it had been scrubbed from top to bottom, like a museum exhibit waiting for a visitor who was never coming. Harry's first observation was the bed. It wasn't a standard single, but it didn't quite qualify as a full double either. More importantly, it was clearly a quality piece, crafted from solid wood, not some flimsy flat-pack assembly. The rest of the furniture followed suit: a substantial wardrobe, a sturdy desk, and a small dresser topped with a mirror. A handful of framed photographs were the only personal touches on these surfaces. The desk itself functioned as a command center, dominated by a desktop computer and a series of meticulously labeled folders for various school subjects. A Bluetooth speaker sat nearby. Crouching down, Harry's attention was caught by the wastebasket. Inside, crumpled and discarded, was an empty pillbox. In a household that seemed so strictly observant, he mused, finding contraband medication could be the kind of spark that ignites a major family blow-up, maybe even enough to make a girl like Sophie bolt. The label read aconite. Standing up, it clicked. This was the very desk from the photograph Martha had shared. The sole decoration on the walls was a detailed timetable. Harry scanned it, noting it governed not just school hours but evenings and weekends, packed with study blocks and extra tuition. This kid's schedule was relentless. What did she do for fun, he wondered. Stare at the ceiling. His eyes drifted to a small appliance plugged into the corner. An electric cooler, which seemed unnecessary given how cool the room already was. Something on your mind? Jim asked. This is supposed to be a teenager's room, Harry said, gesturing around. But strip away the schoolwork on that desk. And what's left? You'd never guess a kid lived here. What are you getting at? Where's all her stuff? Harry pressed, pacing to the window overlooking the garage and its prominent metal drainpipe. No TV, no game console. It's unnervingly neat. I know kids don't plaster posters everywhere anymore, but this place feels sterile, like a hotel room. Jim moved closer, lowering his voice. Look, Harry, let's just say they're a unique family and leave it at that, all right? Harry frowned. Martha and George struck him as the epitome of benign, just a quiet couple navigating the trials of a teenage daughter. Unique how? Oh, they're harmless enough, Jim conceded. And Sophie's a sweet girl, if a bit frail, takes after her dad, I suppose. They're just very into their faith, if you catch my drift. You met the pastor. The man's a human recruitment poster, always trying to drum up attendance. I've even heard he incorporates magic tricks into the sermons. Can you picture it? A man of the cloth pretending to saw a parishioner in half. I'm still not following, Harry said, watching Jim grapple for the right words. They're churchgoers, which is fine, half the village is, but they don't go to the local chapel. They drive out to Leyburn, to one of those modern outfits that meets in a school gymnasium. Very enthusiastic. And that makes them odd. You saw her phone, right? They're just like that, perfectly nice, but living in a bit of a bubble, a bit too pristine. Harry couldn't help but laugh. Too clean? That's your benchmark for peculiar, Jim. You ought to visit Bristol sometime. I could show you people who would genuinely make you question reality, believe me, and I'd be at the top of that list. Harry thought to himself. A cough at the door drew Harry's attention. Martha stood in the frame, her gaze shifting between him and Jim. "I'll be on my way now. Is everything all right here?" "Everything's fine," Harry assured her. He gestured toward a unit humming softly by the wall. "Just curious. What's that device over there?" "It's an air purifier," Martha explained. "Sophie needs it for her breathing." "Is that right?" Harry pressed. "Does she have asthma?" "She just needs to be careful. That's all there is to it," Martha replied, her tone closing off the topic. Harry gave a slight shrug, feeling no more informed than before. He then held up the pills he'd retrieved from the wastebasket. "And these?" "Those are for her anxiety," Martha said flatly. "Any idea why she'd tossed them out?" "I honestly couldn't tell you." Martha's answer came a bit too quickly, and Harry sensed she wasn't being completely straight with him. "We should really check the drawers and the wardrobe," he continued, "but since this is a young woman's room, it doesn't feel right for PCSO Metcalf or myself to do it." He noticed a flicker of relief in Martha's expression. Turning to Jim, he asked, "This other PCSO, Liz Coates, when did you say she'd be arriving?" "She's on her way, like I mentioned. She texted me while you were outside, thought she'd come over early to meet you before the supper tonight." Harry looked back at Martha. "We'll have PCSO Coates look through Sophie's things, if that's acceptable to you." Martha seemed to turn the proposition over in her mind, her face unreadable. After a moment, she gave a single nod of agreement. "George can handle any other questions," she said, already retreating into the house. The front door shut firmly behind her, leaving a sudden quiet. "So, Liz," Harry began again, "how long until she—" The roar of a motorbike engine cut through the evening air. Jim grinned. "Sounds like she's here." Later, back at the community office in the marketplace, the afternoon had faded into early evening. A call from Mike, the mechanic, confirmed his car would be ready the next day. With a fresh mug of tea in hand, Harry settled in, politely declining the offered plate of cake and cheese. He watched, mildly horrified, as Jim and Liz each devoured a slice of the peculiar combination. The cake alone was excellent, so why ruin it with cheese? The very concept made his stomach turn. One of the whiteboards had been cleared for Sophie's case. Her photograph was pinned front and center, surrounded by the meager details they'd gathered. She'd taken the bus towards school but never arrived. None of her contacts had seen her, and she had a history of running away. Harry had reviewed the file on that prior incident. It was frustratingly sparse, noting only that she'd been found at a friend's house. The logical assumption was that history was repeating itself, that Sophie would grow bored or homesick and reappear tomorrow. PCSO, Liz Coates had arrived at the Hodgson house on a dirt bike that seemed comically large for her stature, clad in motorbike leathers. While Harry towered over her, she couldn't have been much over 5 feet tall. It was immediately clear she wasn't the type to be intimidated by anyone or anything. Not that Harry was trying to be intimidating, though he was aware his height and sometimes stern expression could have that effect on first meetings. Her curly brown hair was pulled into a ponytail, and her eyes, Harry noted, held a sharp, sparkling intelligence. At the house, after a brief familiar chat with George and Martha, Liz had efficiently set about searching Sophie's room. Her ease with the family only reinforced what Harry was beginning to understand about Hawes and its surrounding villages. Here, everyone knew everyone else's business. Harry had no real sense of how many crimes were actually committed here, since any serious incident would surely become common knowledge. After combing through Sophie's bedroom, Liz hadn't uncovered anything pointing to where the girl might have gone, nor any clue beyond that troubling Sunday text. She did find several boxes of pills and odd little vials of liquid, which upon inspection were just homeopathic remedies. Not Harry's thing, but to each their own, he figured. He'd almost wished for a poorly rolled joint hidden in a sock. At least that would have given them a tangible lead. Martha was visibly distressed. George probably was too, though he was harder to read. Following the fruitless search, Harry felt more certain than ever that Sophie had simply taken off to a friend's place for reasons still unknown. He just hoped she'd be back in her spotless room soon, likely already brewing her next excuse to run. Something about the Hodgson house had been nagging at Harry. and it wasn't until they returned to the community office that it clicked. Upstairs, every room looked nearly the same, even Sophie's. Who lives like that, he wondered. Not a trace of individuality, hardly suspicious, but still to each their own. The place ran with mechanical precision, and Martha was clearly the one winding the clock. If tidiness, homeopathy, and air purifiers brought her joy, so be it. With tea, cheese, and cake finished, Liz and Jim returned to the phones, working through the contact list. Martha provided so far nothing had turned up. This routine was all they could do until Sophie reappeared, contacted her parents, or someone offered a solid tip. "So, what's life like as a city detective?" Liz asked, marking another name off her list. "He got shot at last weekend," Jim cut in, still buzzing with the news. "Can you imagine?" Liz actually nodded, which surprised Harry. "I was a beater on a shoot as a kid, right? This total amateur, a paying gun with no clue, took a shot so low the head beater saw it whistle over my head by a couple of feet. He fired before the beat even started, wasn't even at his peg, and there he was with this fancy engraved side by side and his pristine tweed." Harry had no idea what she was talking about, but nodded along. "So what happened?" Jim pressed. "They confiscated his gun, the head beater tore into him, and he was kicked off the chute and sent home." Liz looked up at Harry, who was leaning against the wall. "Should have shoved his silver hip flask somewhere unpleasant, if you ask me." She met his eyes. "Do you get shot at often, then?" "It's not a job requirement, no," Harry said, "and I avoid it whenever possible." "What kind of gun was it?" Jim asked. "An illegal one," Harry replied. "Look, like I said, it's not like TV. I promise I'm not Luther." "Pity," Liz said. "He's well fit, and I'm not. You've seen your face, right? Fair point." "It's the same around here too," Liz went on. "Most people think it's all last of the summer wine or all creatures great and small up here, that we all talk like we've stepped out of a period drama. But we're pretty normal, really." "Aye, lass, 'appen there's nowt wrong wi' us," like Jim added with a wink. Harry wasn't entirely convinced. "What about the cheese and cake ritual, though? That's not exactly standard." At that, both Liz and Jim laughed. Harry appreciated their straightforward approach from the start. Most people tiptoed around his face, which looked like a horror movie special effects artist's proudest work, unsure whether to even mention it. But these two didn't just accept it, they wove it into their easygoing jokes, and he hadn't even been in town a full day. Was everyone here genuinely this open? The door suddenly banged open. "All right, everyone?" Harry turned to see Matt Dinsdale stride confidently into the room. "Well, if it isn't Rebus," Jim announced. Matt let out a hearty laugh. "Aye, that's me, a regular detective." His eyes landed on Harry, and recognition flashed across his face. "Good grief! Can't believe the new officer is you. How's the car holding up? Did you ever get that busted? Tail lights sorted?" "I'm not the new officer," Harry replied, the annoyance barely hidden in his tone. "Why does everyone keep saying that?" Harry noticed a quick, knowing glance pass between the three of them. "Is there something you all aren't telling me?" They shook their heads in unison. "Might be best to have a word with the DSI later on," Matt suggested casually. "So what's the story here?" "Missing person," Harry stated. "Sophie Hodgson." Matt dropped heavily into a chair. "She's taken off again, has she?" Harry caught the implication immediately. "What do you mean? Martha Hodgson told us she'd only done this once before." "Officially, that's correct," Matt clarified, "because that's the only time they actually filed a report and got us involved. But little Soph has wandered off a handful of times, truth be told. It's a real shame. She's a fantastic kid, though she looks so slight you'd worry a strong gust might carry her off." Harry paused, thinking it over. "You all right?" Liz asked, noticing his silence. "Just wondering why Mrs. Hodgson didn't mention any of this when we spoke to her earlier." "Probably didn't think it mattered," Liz offered. "Like Matt said, there was only the one official report." She turned her attention back to Matt. "What were the other instances about?" "Just hearsay, really," Matt explained. "But from what I gather, She's run off a few times, usually after a row or something. She was never any trouble until she started the long bus ride down to the secondary school in Leyburn. It's a huge shift going from our little primary school here to that daily journey and the big campus. Some kids handle it fine, others struggle. I reckon poor Sophie just finds it tough. I still remember being terrified when I made that switch. She'll turn up soon enough, I'm sure now. Who's ready for a cuppa? Harry politely declined. He'd already consumed more mugs of tea in the last day than he usually would in an entire week. Was tea the only beverage here? Not even a drop of coffee. Yorkshire, he was certain, was going to require some serious adjustment. As the clock neared 7:30 p.m., Harry collected the used mugs and washed them, figuring everyone would be heading out soon for the promised pie and pea supper. He had hoped to meet the rest of the team before then, but that clearly wasn't in the cards. "Harry," Jim called from across the room. "Come listen to this." Jim was seated, staring intently at his phone. "What is it?" He turned the screen toward Harry. "It's the website for the Hodgson's Church," he said. "George is doing his live podcast. Thought you might want to hear it." Before Harry could respond, Jim cranked up the volume. George's voice, tinny but clear, emanated from the phone's small speaker. And he does this every single Wednesday. Yep, never misses it. Goes live, like I told you. Apparently, it feels more authentic or spiritually charged that way. He conducts an entire service. More than that, Jim elaborated. After this segment, which runs about an hour and a half, he posts all sorts of other content, recordings of hymns from church, scripture readings, extra sermons, you name it, usually wraps up around midnight. As Harry listened, George's voice faded and was replaced by a woman's, far more theatrical, almost overly so. Then it hit him. That can't be right. It is, Jim confirmed with a grin. Martha does the scripture readings. She's deeply passionate about theatre and approaches it with a serious dedication. Honestly, she's quite talented. The Community Drama Society puts on performances at the Market Hall several times a year. You really should catch their next production. Harry's phone buzzed, the caller ID instantly familiar. "I need to take this," he said, grateful for an escape from the ongoing domestic recap. He stepped outside to answer. "This isn't a welfare check, is it, ma'am?" "That's precisely what it is," replied DSI Alice Fairbank from her office in Bristol. "You managed to find the place then?" "Obviously," Harry snapped, irritated by the school trip supervision tone. "Is there an actual point to this, or are you just confirming I haven't run off to the beach?" A brief silence followed. "What is it?" Harry pressed, never comfortable with a quiet line. "It's about Ben," the DSI said. "He's all right physically. It's just that." "Just that what?" Harry interrupted. "What's going on? And why are you the one telling me? I'm his family, for God's sake, and I'm the one informing you instead of a prison administrator, so calm down," she shot back. Harry drew a slow breath. "Fine, continue." His parole hearing was cancelled. A random cell search turned up contraband. You know the policy as well as anyone, Harry. His original conviction was drug-related. If he wants the board to consider him seriously, this is the exact opposite of progress. Confusion washed over Harry. But his records show he's clean. He's kept his head down, caused no trouble. This doesn't add up. He could almost hear the DSI choosing her next words carefully. It adds up perfectly if he isn't actually trying to leave. A harsh laugh escaped Harry. "That's ridiculous. With all due respect, ma'am, why on earth wouldn't he want out?" Then a cold, sharp realization pierced his thoughts. "Is this connected to our father?" "I can't say for certain," Fairbank admitted. "But it's the only theory that fits." "You think he contacted Ben? How? And why would he?" Harry's voice tightened. "No, that's not my suspicion," she clarified. "Perhaps Ben simply feels more secure inside. You've seen the statistics. Some offenders deliberately sabotage their release. For them, prison is a known routine, meals, a bed, a roof structure. It can feel safer than the uncertainty outside." "I'm coming back. I need to see him, to talk this through." "Absolutely not." Her tone was final. You're not on a vacation. You're covering an absent DCI's post, remember? You don't make that call. You report to me. Harry's laugh was brittle and mirthless. This isn't real police work, and you know it. Do you know what passes for crime here? A few missing sheep, tourists blocking lanes, some reckless driving, and a teenage girl who stormed off after a silly breakup. It's a farce. And you're making me the punchline by stationing me here. His anger, which he'd managed to suppress since arriving, now erupted. He'd even started to appreciate the quiet rhythm of the northern countryside, a fact that had surprised him. But this news about Ben changed everything. Wensleydale was peaceful to the point of irrelevance. His presence here was a total waste of time. He wasn't done. And about that missing DCI, that's a setup, isn't it? The whole village seems to think I'm the new permanent fixture. Whatever convoluted reason you invented to ship me up here, you need to untangle it and get me back to Bristol. Silence filled the line. Harry stood there breathing heavily, adrenaline coursing through him. He felt a raw, violent urge to hit something, to shatter the infuriating calm of the picturesque landscape around him. The line went dead. Harry was still holding the phone to his ear when Jim's voice cut through the silence. Everything all right, Harry? He turned to find Jim watching him, the earlier cheerfulness completely gone from his face. Yes, fine, Harry said, shoving the mobile into his pocket. Everything's fine. Right, Jim said, his tone flat. We'll be leaving for the Board Inn in a few minutes. Harry gave a curt nod. Jim started to turn back toward the community office door, then stopped and looked up at him again. His voice dropped, low and earnest. I know this isn't Bristol. I know it's not the big city with its flashy crimes and whatever else you're used to dealing with, and you're probably right, nobody's likely to take a shot at you up here. Jim paused, drawing a slow breath, and Harry could see the effort it took for him to keep his composure. But this is our home, Jim continued, his gaze steady, and we look after it. If you think that's a joke, then the joke's on you. Without another word, Jim pushed through the door and was gone, leaving Harry standing alone in the crisp air, a sudden, unexpected pang of something like shame tightening in his chest. It wasn't a feeling he was accustomed to. Chapter 13. The rest of the team was already gathered at the Board Inn when Harry arrived. Detective Superintendent Graham Swift, Detective Inspector Gordanian Haig, and Detective Constable Jenny Blades were waiting. Swift detached himself from the bar and moved to intercept Harry, though with the DSI's leisurely pace, Harry had nearly reached the polished wood counter before they met. Harry Grimm, I presume? Swift asked, as if confirming a mildly interesting fact. Yes, definitely you. I can see that now. Harry ignored the way the man was studying his face like a curious artifact. Swift was in his late 50s, dressed in a beige pullover and brown trousers that looked like they'd been ordered from a mail-order catalogue specializing in comfortable shoes for the discerning gentleman who valued function over fashion. That's me, Harry said. Pleased to meet you, sir. But the DSI was chuckling softly to himself. Is something funny, sir? Harry asked, glancing past him as Jim walked by toward the bar. It's just your name, you see, Swift said, waggling his fingers in the air. Grimm, he repeated the gesture. And here you are, of all places. It's rather brilliant, don't you think? Is it? Of course it is. Can't you see it? Your name, this location, put it together. It's absolutely superb. No, Harry could not see it, not even a little. And after the dressing down from Jim, which he now realized was entirely justified, this jovial confusion was the last thing he needed. A strong urge to invent an excuse and walk right back out the door settled over him. You'll have to explain the joke, Harry said, his voice tighter than he intended. Swift just smiled and guided him to the bar, raising a finger to catch the bartender's attention. What are you having, DCI Grimm? It's Harry, and I'll have Harry scan the beer taps. No cider in sight. He also noticed that apart from Jim and Matt, who were nursing bottles of alcohol-free beer, everyone else had pints. They were off duty, then relaxing. Theakston's, he said, finally, simply because it was the only name he recognized. Swift ordered, "A pint of the best, please," and handed the full glass to Harry once it was poured. "Cheers," Harry muttered. He took a sip. It was dry with a hint of malty sweetness. "Not terrible," he admitted to himself. "Not terrible at all, as I was saying," Swift went on, undeterred. "Your name, and here—" "Yes, about that," Harry replied, his bafflement now edged with irritation. "I'm Grimm, and I'm here in the north. That much is obvious." "Well, that's just it," Swift beamed, as if unveiling a masterpiece. "You're Grimm up north? See, Grimm up north, but with 2 AMs instead of 1. It's what you Southerners always say about this part of the country, right? That it's Grimm up north? And here you are, Harry Grimm up north, but I'll just call you Harry, if that's all right. We're a small team here, you see, first names, keeping things friendly." Harry had to consciously arrange his features into something resembling a smile. It wasn't a smirk, and it certainly wasn't a laugh, but it was the best he could do. He suspected the final effect was less a smile and more the expression of a man enduring a slow, sharp pain in his ribs, an impression only heightened by the scars. "Ah, yes, I see it now. Very funny, sir. Clever." DCI Swift was still quietly amused with his own joke as he made the introductions. "Harry, this is Detective Inspector Gordanian Haig and Detective Constable Jenny Blade's team. This is Harry Grimm, Grimm up north. Isn't that brilliant? Goodness, I do entertain myself," Harry assessed the 2 women. To his left was Gordanian Haig, bearing a name he'd never encountered and a face that seemed carved from granite, though the laugh lines at her eyes hinted the severity might be a front. He hoped it was. To his right was Jenny Blades, where Gordie appeared to be in her early 50s. Jenny was much younger, mid to late 20s, he guessed, with a tan and a lean build that suggested a lot of time in the gym. "Hello, Harry," said. "Good to meet you both." "Well, that's a face only a mother could love," Gordie declared, her rich musical Scottish accent catching him off guard. "I'm assuming that wasn't a fashion choice. And for the record, everyone calls me Gordie." "You're Scottish," Harry said, stating the obvious. "Aye, that I am," Gordie replied. "Can see why you made DCI, and here I am without my tartan or my haggis on a leash. Your powers of deduction are astounding." Harry gave an awkward laugh. Gordie, he sensed immediately, did not suffer fools. "I'd," he explained, gesturing toward his face. "I was in the Peras before the police." "A glutton for punishment, then," Gordie observed. "It doesn't show that much," Jenny offered kindly. "I mean, it does, but you wear it well, you own it." "I'll take that as a compliment," Harry said with a more genuine smile. "Thank you. So how are you settling in?" The question came from Swift, who Harry noticed had a peculiar way of hovering at the edge of the group, not quite joining in yet, never fully disengaging. It was a bit unsettling. "So far, so good," Harry replied, figuring that covered it, though his mind was partly on the phone call with his own DSI. He was also acutely aware that Jim had overheard his earlier conversation, making a good impression here crucial. "It's stunning countryside. You're all lucky to live and work here." "You think so, do you?" Gordie said. "Don't you find it all a bit small, the hills and such?" "Give it a rest, Gordie," Matt called over. "Just because Penhill isn't Ben Nevis. If you're not happy, you know where the border is." "What?" "And miss all this delightful banter. Don't be daft." Jim moved to stand beside Jenny. "It doesn't have the crime levels you're used to, though, does it, Harry?" "That's a good thing, Jim," Harry said, looking directly at him. "Trust me, you don't want what I dealt with in Bristol here. You're better off without it." "Indeed we are," the DSI interjected. "Now, who's ready to eat?" "I believe our table is ready." Harry followed the group to where they were seated and accepted a menu. "So what's this pie and pea thing all about?" he asked Jenny, who was beside him. "It's a Yorkshire tradition," Jenny explained. "Pie and pea suppers have been going on for ages." "So what's your order?" Jenny asked, glancing at the menu. Harry scanned the options. "The steak and ale pie seems promising." "It's fantastic," Jenny confirmed with a nod. Solid pick. Are you having it with chips, mashed potatoes, or the full works? Harry had assumed Jim was kidding earlier. Wait, you can actually get both. Jenny's laugh was a cheerful, ringing sound. Absolutely. You get the pie, some peas, a generous scoop of creamy mash, and then a pile of crispy chips right on top. It's incredible. I suppose I'm going for that then, Harry decided. When in Rome, as they say. The moment his plate arrived, Harry understood the true depth of his hunger. He was already on his second pint of Thixton's ale, and the pie was perfection. The crust was flaky and rich, the gravy was deep and savoury, and the filling was packed with tender meat and vegetables. As for the mashed potatoes crowned with golden fries, it was a stroke of culinary brilliance. It's amazing, right? Jenny said, leaning in conspiratorially. This is precisely why I run so many miles, so I can really indulge when the mood strikes. I did have you pegged as a fitness enthusiast, Harry admitted, taking a drink. It must be nice to run in these parts. I did a fair bit when I was younger, but not so much anymore, and by not so much, I mean practically never. It's one of those habits I pick up for a few weeks, only to realize months later I've completely stopped, you know? Jenny's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. Then you're in the perfect spot to start fresh. I could take you on some gentle jogs, show you the trails. Did you bring any gear with you? None at all, Harry said, genuinely thankful it was the truth. He did the mandatory annual run for the police fitness test, but running for pleasure. That hadn't happened in years. His old trainers were practically haunted, their odour potent enough to be considered a hazardous material. No problem at all, Jenny said brightly. Cunningham's in the market square will have everything you need. It's an outdoor shop. We can pop over tomorrow and get you kitted out. How does that sound? Well, Harry managed, feeling overwhelmed. He was stuffed. The beer was pleasantly fogging his thoughts faster than anticipated, and now he was being volunteered for a shopping trip and a trail run. He desperately needed a nap. The sharp tap of a glass against wood provided a welcome interruption, as Jenny's zeal for his newfound athleticism was mildly alarming. He looked up to see DSI Swift rising to his feet, a half-full pint in his hand. Thought I should say a few words to welcome our newest team member, Swift began. Harry's stomach tightened. He never enjoyed being the focus of attention. As you all know, Harry is here on secondment to experience our methods, exchange ideas, and to assist us following the unfortunate situation with DCI Alderson. Harry noticed several team members exchange quick, pointed glances at the mention of the DCI. So what really happened to him, he wondered. Swift continued, cutting off his train of thought. I'm confident we can all learn from Harry, and he from us. Let's just hope he hasn't brought any trouble with him, shall we? Swift's tone was light, but his eyes weren't. We certainly don't need any of that big city crime nonsense finding its way to our quiet dales. If that's quite all right with you, Harry. The atmosphere had shifted into something decidedly peculiar, but Harry offered a polite smile and a nod regardless. Excellent, DSI Swift said, and I believe we can all agree the best approach is for Harry to operate primarily as an observer. Swift's gaze locked onto Harry, all prior casualness replaced by a steely resolve. No getting into mischief or poking your nose where it doesn't belong, understood. The man chuckled, but the message was crystal clear. Harry was not to disrupt the established order. This presented a real issue for Harry, as it seemed to be his sole marketable skill. The boss's displeasure at his presence was obvious. Fantastic. Just absolutely brilliant. Welcome to Wensleydale, Harry, the DSI announced, the earlier glint of steel in his gaze now vanished. Our very own Grimm Up North. The DSI erupted into booming laughter, evidently so pleased with his own quip that he'd chosen to officially unveil it as part of the welcome. Harry managed a convincing performance of joining in the general amusement before returning his attention to the last of his pie. Don't let him bother you, Jenny offered. Swift's a peculiar old character. We don't see much of him, and that suits everyone just fine. I reckon he just wants to coast to retirement without any waves, and having a sharp city detective land in his lap, Probably feels like a complication he doesn't need. After the meal, Harry said his goodbyes and made his way back to his lodgings at Heriot's. The evening had certainly been an experience, and the team, as far as he could tell, seemed a decent lot. Gordy was a touch eccentric, but that wasn't necessarily a bad quality. He felt he had a read on Jim, though he was mildly troubled by what the young officer might have overheard earlier. Liz was a live wire, energetic, unpredictable, and blunt. Matt was no legendary investigator, that was certain, but he at least seemed competent. And Jenny was a whirlwind of activity. As for Swift, Harry resolved to keep his distance whenever possible. The man had the unsettling aura of a smiling assassin, which put Harry on immediate edge. Walking back from the Board Inn, Harry was suddenly captivated by a sight he'd nearly forgotten: stars. Tilting his head back, the sky was a profound inky black, and the stars blazed with such fierce intensity that for a dizzying moment Harry felt he wasn't looking up, but peering down into the most profound abyss of the cosmos. It was strangely disorienting, as if he might at any second lose his footing and tumble upward into that vastness. Back in his room, he was in bed within minutes, far more acutely aware of the enveloping quiet and darkness than the previous night. Both pressed in on him in the silence, and his head had scarcely touched the pillow before sleep took him. Harry's phone jarred him awake at just past 1 in the morning. The number was unfamiliar, and the hour alone was enough to knot his stomach. Calls at this time never brought good news. He glared at the bedside clock, half hoping it would spontaneously combust. It didn't, so he grabbed the phone. DCI, Grimm. Who is this, Harry? It's Jim. It's... Jim's voice faltered on the line. What is it? What's wrong? A body, Jim finally managed. Someone's found a body. Chapter 14. Harry rode in the passenger seat of a police Land Rover that had clearly endured a long and difficult life, likely due to the unforgiving back roads and lanes of Wensleydale. Sitting in the back wasn't an option even if he'd wanted to. It was crammed not only with the standard crime scene and traffic gear, but also, for some reason, a couple of hay bales. I'm dropping them at the school in the morning, Jim explained. They keep rabbits, so we provide free bedding. I figured they'd have sheep, Harry said, intending it as a weak joke. Not at Hawes, that's the primary school. Over at Leyburn, though, they've got their own flock. The place practically runs a mini farm. You can even take a GCSE and an A-level in all the skills needed to manage one yourself. Seriously? Jim nodded. Plenty of kids do, mostly from this part of the Dale. They grow up knowing it all, but that official qualification is a good thing to have. I've got one myself. It covers the business side of things too, which honestly, you need more than anything. Farming is basically a lifelong romance with your work while being permanently in debt. The irony of discussing agricultural economics while racing toward a corpse in the dead of night wasn't lost on Harry, casting a grim, almost sarcastic shadow over the pastoral scene Jim described. It's just the way things are. It's in your blood, Jim remarked. So it's in yours too, then? Absolutely, Jim replied. So why this? Why become a PCSO? Jim offered a vague shrug. Why not? Harry sensed he wouldn't get a clearer answer, but it was obvious there was more to the story. For the remainder of the drive, the two men sat in quiet darkness, accompanied only by the engine's steady hum and the wind whistling through the many gaps in the old cabin. Jim's route led them up the valley side from Hawes. They headed out on the road toward Bainbridge, took a left after about 1.5 miles, and climbed steeply to a small cluster of houses called Burtosset, though Harry thought village was a generous term. It did have a chapel, suggesting there had once been enough people to warrant one. As they left Burtosset, Jim pointed to a sizable farmhouse at a junction on the left. My place, he said. Well, not mine, but you know what I mean. I still live there with my parents. Nice, Harry said. It was, though isolated and a bit stark, sitting alone at the village's edge like a final sentinel. Harry doubted it had ever witnessed anything like the horrors from that movie, of course. The road climbed straight for a couple of miles, then wove through a series of turns and a slight dip before ascending again. Just crossing the old Roman road, Jim mentioned, not slowing the Land Rover, so Harry caught only a glimpse. Run straight from Bainbridge on our left, right up onto Dod Fell to our right. Makes for a nice walk if you're ever up for it. The local school kids do it every year for a fundraiser. The road eventually levelled out, then dipped downward before a sharp left bend sent them descending even more steeply. Harry was acutely aware that Jim wasn't taking it easy, which reminded him of what the young man had said the day before about locals knowing these roads and driving too fast. He braced himself, knees pressed against the dashboard, left hand gripping the strap above the door. At a junction with a main road, Jim swung the Land Rover right then left, the tyres squealing slightly and the vehicle leaning more than Harry liked, thanks to its high clearance. "There it is," Jim said, nodding ahead. "Simmerwater." A minute later they crossed a bridge and pulled onto the lake's shore, parking near another car. "This place gives me the creeps," Jim said, killing the engine. The vehicle then settled with a series of clicks and pops as it cooled. Jim reached into a bag at his feet and pulled out plastic shoe covers, handing a pair to Harry along with a flashlight. The kid was certainly prepared, Harry noted. "Why's that?" Harry asked, as they both got out and met beside the vehicle. Jim shrugged. "There's just a feel to this place. The water's always colder here, darker, more gloomy. You know what I mean?" Jim had a point, Harry thought. It was a dark, desolate spot. Simmerwater lay before them, a vast, still expanse of silent blackness, like a giant maw waiting to swallow anything that came near. The silhouettes of the surrounding hills watched from all sides. It did feel colder, Harry realized, a shiver running through him. The air was perfectly still, as if the world were holding its breath. Harry took a step forward and noticed Jim hanging back, lingering by the vehicle. "You okay?" "I'm fine," Jim said. "It's just, well, his voice trailed off. Harry got it. "Stick close behind me, all right? We'll handle whatever we find as a team." "Right, thanks," Jim said, falling into step as they moved toward the shoreline. Harry was taken aback to see they were the first to arrive. Normally, by the time he reached a scene like this, the area would already be swarming, not just with community support officers and uniforms, but detectives and the forensics unit too. The real crime scene investigators were nothing like the glossy, dramatic versions on TV. Back in Bristol, the team was led by a woman whose personality matched a walk-in freezer packed with meat, hanging from hooks straight out of a horror movie. She was icy, often brutally direct, and seemed to view everyone, maybe even the Almighty, as beneath her. Harry wondered who he'd be dealing with this time, and when they'd finally show up. He turned to Jim. "Any word on forensics? CSI? No idea. Honestly, I can't remember the last time they were called out here. You're serious?" "Nothing like this usually happens around here," Jim replied. Harry kept walking, moving cautiously nearer to the dark water's edge. "We don't know the facts yet, so let's hold off on assumptions. Who called it in?" "A couple of wild swimmers, from what I heard," Jim said. "They should still be around, shouldn't they?" "Should be, and are two very different things," Harry noted. "I've lost track of how many people report something and then vanish, forgetting they could actually help an investigation." The sharp sound of a car door opening and closing cut through the quiet, footsteps followed, and soon a figure emerged. It was a woman wrapped in what looked at first like an enormous wizard's cloak, but on closer inspection turned out to be a long, fleece-lined waterproof robe that reached her ankles. "Are you the police?" "That's us," Harry said. "And you are?" "The one who reported it, her, the body." Harry could still hear the raw shock trembling in her voice. "If you're comfortable, ma'am, maybe you could show us exactly where." "Do I have to?" "Well, it would keep us from stumbling around and disturbing a possible crime scene," Harry explained. "It saves time, too. We need to secure the area." The woman seemed hesitant, unsure about cooperating. "Maybe you could just point the way," Jim suggested gently. She nodded and lifted an arm, indicating a dense thicket between the lake and the road that ran alongside it. "We usually change in there or nearby for a little extra privacy. Not that anyone's around to see us at this hour, but that's where we found her when we came back from our swim." Harry was stunned. "You mean you already went into that?" He gestured toward the lake, its black surface looking more ominous than ever. Just the sight of it gave him a deep, icy chill. "Why? You don't wild swim, then?" the woman asked. "I don't swim, period," Harry said. "I can, but I choose not to. Seems like the sensible choice, if you ask me. Not really my thing." "You're missing out," she replied. Yeah, mostly midnight dead bodies, Harry thought, but kept it to himself. "The forecast promised a clear night," she went on, "so we thought a midnight swim would be perfect. We didn't find anything until we came back in." Her voice faltered. "Do you swim in wetsuits?" Harry asked, working to keep the tone calm, which wasn't easy, but it mattered. Stress made people fuzzy, and right now he needed this woman and her friend, who he assumed was still in the car, to be thinking clearer than ever. These early moments were crucial. "No," the woman answered, "just skins." "Naked?" Jim asked, his curiosity instantly sharpened. "You're kidding me." The woman shook her head with a slight smile. "No, not like that. Skins just means in our swimsuits, though. Sure, we've been known to go without on a dare now and then, so it was just the two of you in the water." Harry pressed. "That's right," she replied. "Just me and Ruth. I'm Kathy, by the way." "We'll need formal statements from both of you," Jim said, and Harry noticed the shift in his partner's demeanour. The earlier hesitation was gone, replaced by a focused, professional tone. "I'll have to get your details and do a proper interview down at the station, but if you don't mind, I'd like to hear a bit more right now." Kathy nodded, though Harry caught the tremor that ran through her. Who in their right mind goes for a midnight swim in a freezing lake? It seemed utterly reckless to him. "You're shivering," Harry observed. "If you could just show us the exact spot, we'll secure the area. Then you can wait in your car to warm up, and PCSO Metcalf will come over shortly to talk." "Sound all right?" Kathy agreed with another shaky nod. She led them toward the spot she'd indicated earlier. By now, Harry's eyes had adjusted to the dark, and the stark moonlight cast a ghostly pall over the landscape. "Right over there," Kathy said, lifting a hand to point. "You can just see her now, the shape, I mean." Harry squinted into the gloom. At first he saw nothing but shadows. Then a darker form came into view near a cluster of stunted trees along the shore, caught between the water's edge and the road. "You've been a great help, Kathy. Go on back to your car. Jim will be with you in just a minute." Once she was gone, Harry placed a hand on Jim's shoulder. "You ready for this?" He heard Jim draw a long, steadying breath. "Yeah," Jim said. "Let's get it over with." Side by side, they began walking the path toward the dead. As they moved forward, Harry swept his flashlight beam side to side, scanning the ground for anything unusual. Even in the dark, a cold, gripping dread settled in his gut, twisting it like a rope in a sailor's weathered hands. He kept the light from falling directly on the body just yet. A small habit, he told himself, was a final gesture of respect, though he knew it was really about delaying the inevitable. He understood what lay ahead, and he preferred to meet it up close rather than from a distance. Death didn't lurk in shadows, it simply existed, waiting in silence. Whether in a bloodied kitchen, a bullet-riddled military vehicle, or here beside this still lake in the dead of night, death was always the same, and Harry had always felt it watching him, taunting him, knowing he was powerless to fight it. Wasn't that why he did this job? To prove that death wouldn't get the final word, that someone would answer for it. Walking in silence, his thoughts spiraled downward, yanking him away from the present with brutal speed. He was dragged back years to a memory that felt as raw as if it had happened yesterday, a wound he couldn't stop reopening. He'd been on leave from the parachute regiment then, the tour finished, heading home to see his mother and Ben. The deployment had been brutal, leaving him, like so many others, drained in body and spirit. War changed you, Harry knew. No one came through it untouched. What he discovered upon reaching his family's doorstep altered him in ways he could never have anticipated, reshaping him into someone he barely recognized. The house was a typical three-bedroom home from the 90s, nestled in the quiet Somerset town of Frome. Back then, the town was still years away from its transformation into a trendy destination. It was simply a weary place clinging to the echoes of a busier past. A bitter, rain-soaked winter night had done its utmost to seep into Harry's bones as he arrived. The wet roads gleaming under the streetlights. Something felt wrong immediately. The front door stood ajar, swinging slightly as the wind drove sheets of rain into the darkened entryway. Stepping inside, he was met with chaos. The living room was torn apart, furniture overturned, the television shattered, and family photographs scattered across the floor. But it was the blood that held his gaze, not merely its presence, but the sheer volume of it, as if it had been used like paint. Then he saw his mother on the ground, and beside her his younger brother Ben, just 13 and unconscious. Harry called the police at once, yet he already knew who was behind the violence. Cradling his brother and holding his mother's hand as her life faded, he understood his future had narrowed to a single burning purpose: to find the man responsible and make him pay. Now, nearly 2 decades later, his father remained free, the case so cold it felt like a permanent frost in Harry's chest. "This feels surreal," Jim remarked, pulling Harry from the grip of that bleak memory as they approached the shadowy form ahead. "Sophie's only 15. She's a kid. Who would do this?" Harry shook his head, forcing the past aside. "That's a big assumption to make. We don't know it's Sophie." "Not yet. You have to keep an open mind. If you don't, you might overlook something not just at the scene, but in your own reasoning." The truth was, Harry had already made that leap himself. From the moment he got the call about a discovered body, he'd been steeling himself for what they might find. "No, you're right, sorry," Jim said, his foot slipping on a loose stone. "But with her reported missing yesterday, and now this, it's just hard not to jump to conclusions." Harry paused and studied Jim. "I get it. This is your first time dealing with something like this, isn't it?" Jim gave a small, silent nod. "Best advice I can give is to just go with it, okay?" Harry said. "Whatever we find, our job is to treat that person with respect and to do everything possible to uncover the truth. Stay objective. Notice everything. Don't dismiss anything as unimportant because, right now, everything matters," he added, almost as an afterthought, "and for what it's worth, I threw up at my first body-involved crime scene. And I'd seen plenty of death in the military, believe me." "Really?" Jim sounded surprised. "I figured with all that experience you'd be used to it." "There's a difference between losing someone trained for combat and having a life ripped away unexpectedly. Both are terrible, and I've lost good friends overseas, but with a murder, or any unlawful killing, there's just something else to it." "Like what?" Harry hesitated, grappling for the right words. He'd never quite been able to pin it down. "Sometimes," he finally said, "I think it's because I feel the weight of finding who's responsible. Even with a whole team, it still comes down to me and who that victim was, their life, their family, their story. That's what we're here for, right?" "I suppose," Jim replied quietly. "I'm just a community officer, though." Harry had nothing more to add. Harry had set out just to help Jim feel steady about approaching a scene with a body, but he'd ended up, he realized, spouting what felt like a load of nonsense. "There's no such thing as just a PCSO," Harry insisted. "I haven't known you long, but you clearly know your stuff. You're meticulous. You do this job because you actually give a damn about the people here, am I right? So let's drop that kind of talk, all right?" "Yeah, all right," Jim replied, though Harry caught the lack of real conviction in his voice. "First step," Harry continued. "We scan for anything that seems off. We know there's a body ahead, so we'll handle that when we reach it. For now, we're looking for anything that might tell us how she got here and why." He took out his phone. "And always take pictures. Lots of them. Sometimes the camera catches details your eyes miss." Harry's flashlight continued sweeping the ground, but the pebbled lakeshore offered little. Finding a clear footprint here would be a long shot, but it was worth checking. "Whoever brought her here would have parked near the road," Jim observed. "You can't drive down to this spot without risking getting stuck." "Exactly," Harry agreed. So look for footprints, stones that look freshly disturbed or pressed in, maybe something dropped from a pocket or torn loose. Anything at all. For several minutes the two men moved carefully around the area, maintaining a wide berth from the body and photographing everything possible. They found nothing. No footprints, no indication anyone had walked where they now stood. It was what Harry had expected, yet the disappointment still bit. With no evidence collected, Harry gestured toward the body. "Do you have anything to tape off this area?" "Damn, yes," Jim hissed through his teeth. "Sorry, I should have brought it." "Just run back and grab it, will you?" Harry instructed. "I'll head over to the body. You set up a perimeter." "Got it." As Jim hurried back to the car, Harry braced himself for those final steps. This approach was always the hardest part, and he'd done it many times before. But knowing he was likely about to see a teenage girl, someone with her whole life ahead of her, made it feel infinitely heavier. Taking a slow, deep breath, he moved forward, his eyes still fixed on the grey, rocky shore that gradually gave way to gravel near the water's edge. Finally, he reached the body, feet pointing toward the lake, head resting against the grassier ground that led into the scrub between the water and the road. Just as he lifted his flashlight beam to illuminate the scene, Jim returned, the perimeter tape now in place. "Jesus Christ," Jim blurted, staring. "That's not Sophie." "No," Harry said quietly. "It isn't." It was Martha, Sophie's mother. Chapter 16. Harry studied the two women leaning against the hood of their red Vauxhall Astra, scrambling for the right way to begin his questions. He needed answers, and fast. A missing teenager was still out there, and now that girl's mother lay on a desolate lakeshore, her face brutally beaten. If his boss had sent him up north for a quiet life, clearly nobody had informed the North about that plan yet. He had prepared himself to find a dead teenager. He had braced for the grim task of informing parents, for delivering the worst news imaginable, the kind no parent should ever have to hear. The day was about to shift into a higher gear, because while murder was one thing, the murder of a child was something else entirely. The press seemed to have a supernatural nose for that particular brand of tragedy. No matter how tightly you tried to seal the information to control the release for the family's sake, those slippery, persistent reporters always found a way in, but this scene wasn't that. Not even close. When Harry first saw the body, his initial reaction was a confusing jumble of shock and an unexpected, guilty relief. He silently scolded himself for the feeling as if one life could ever be weighed as less significant than another, a notion he knew was completely false. Yet in that first instant of not finding Sophie's small form, a fragile, absurd hope had flickered within him that she might still be safe. That fragile hope shattered the moment he stepped closer and saw the ruin of Martha's face, or what remained of it. Lying on her back, Martha's lifeless gaze was fixed on a starry sky she would never see, one eye wide open, the other lost in a horrific, pulpy mess. The right side of her face wasn't just damaged, it was catastrophically caved in. It was immediately apparent to Harry that Sophie's mother had been attacked with relentless, brutal force, struck repeatedly with something heavy and solid until her features were nearly erased. This was violence of a personal, frenzied kind, though the motive behind it remained a mystery for now. Peering closer, Harry noted that her right eye, though the socket was crushed, was still visible, a bloodied, gelatinous mass. Her cheek resembled fresh, raw meat, and the grotesque image reminded him of a steak tartare he'd once been served at an upscale bistro, only this was a horrific version made of human flesh, oozing onto the cold rocks below. Her jaw was wrenched violently to the left, sitting at a grotesque angle, leaving a gaping hole of shattered teeth and torn tissue where her mouth had been. Harry stood there for a long moment, absorbing the savage reality of Martha's injuries. Strangely, the rest of her body appeared almost serene. He would leave the detailed forensic work to the specialists, but one detail struck him as profoundly odd from where he stood. There were no obvious signs of a struggle. It was as if Martha had simply lain down and accepted this beating, which made no logical sense. Unless, of course, her attacker had taken her completely by surprise. Crouching down, careful not to disturb the scene, Harry noticed the wet pebbles and disturbed rocks near Martha's left side. It looked as if someone had stumbled or fallen there, a curious detail given the otherwise careful placement of the body. His flashlight beam swept the scrubland behind her, catching broken branches and trampled grass. It fit, he reasoned. If the assailant had lost their footing in the dark, they would have grabbed at anything for balance. But one practical question nagged at him more insistently. How did Martha even get here? Only one vehicle, belonging to Kathy and Ruth, had been at the pull-off. So where was Martha's car? Shaking off the grim images, Harry turned his attention back to the living. Martha wasn't going anywhere anytime soon, but the two women with him were clearly desperate to get home. So Harry started seeing Jim with his notebook already open. Let's start with your names and contact details for our records. The woman they'd first approached spoke up. I'm Kathy Armstrong. And I'm Ruth Arkwright, the other woman added, a slight smile on her face. Like the shop in that old TV show, you know. Jim glanced at Harry, looking confused. What show? Ancient History, Harry said, waving a hand. Don't worry about it. Both women had changed out of their swimming gear. They were now bundled in fleece jackets and knit hats, their hands wrapped around steaming metal mugs that smelled strongly of cocoa. They provided their addresses and phone numbers. Harry kept his tone easy as he asked, Can you walk us through everything from the moment you arrived at the lake until you found the body? Even though they'd spoken to Kathy first, it was Ruth who answered. Kathy picked me up around 11:30. We both live over in Middleham, so it's about a 30-minute drive, but we always leave extra time. You know how it is, last-minute fussing, forgetting your towel. You came directly here? Harry asked. Straight here, Ruth confirmed. Not much open that late to tempt to stop. Did you notice anything unusual when you arrived, or during your swim? Harry pressed, ignoring her dry tone. Anything at all that seemed off, unusual? Ruth echoed. Such as? Anything out of place, Harry said. Something that shouldn't have been there, or a sound that didn't fit. Voices, maybe? Jim suggested. Harry felt like he was grasping at thin air, but he had to begin somewhere. Well, for starters, it was pitch black, Kathy pointed out. We weren't on a scavenger hunt. We were here to swim. And it was beautifully quiet, Ruth added. That's the whole point of a night swim, the silence. Harry caught a strained note in Kathy's voice. They clearly wanted this to be over, but his job wasn't finished. You're absolutely certain nothing seemed out of the ordinary? Positive, Ruth said, shaking her head. This is Semmer water. The most unusual thing you'll find around here is someone putting the milk in their tea before the hot water. Is there a wrong way? Harry asked, almost smiling. Kathy sighed and rolled her eyes. Trust me, you don't want to get her started on that. Harry steered the conversation back. So you arrived, changed and went into the water. You didn't see anyone else? No one lingering by the shore. Not a soul, Kathy said firmly. Just us. That's how we prefer it, right, Ruth? Ruth gave a decisive nod and finished her cocoa. Jim asked, Is it possible the body was already there when you arrived, and you just didn't see it? I suppose, Ruth said with a shrug. We walked right past that spot to get in, but we weren't exactly sightseeing. Those pebbles are brutal on bare feet. All right, Harry continued. You finished your swim and came back to shore. What time would you estimate that was? The two women exchanged a look. We got here just after midnight, Kathy calculated. In the water by 20 past. We swam for about half an hour, so we were getting out around 10 to 1. And that's when you discovered her? Ruth nodded. Who is she, anyway? I'm afraid I can't share that, Harry said. I'm sure you understand. How could you tell the body was female? Jim inquired. We looked, Kathy replied, a thread of tired impatience in her voice. It wasn't exactly hard to tell, even with all the mess on her face. Harry paused, absorbing the information. So far they had learned precisely nothing. The body could have been left there hours earlier. It was simply rotten luck that these two women had stumbled upon it. The serene night meant for quiet reflection and cold water had been irrevocably shattered. If they hadn't arrived, she might well have remained there until dawn, a scenario that would have only compounded the problems. A crime scene left exposed to the night, vulnerable to animals, and who knows what else. "All right," Harry finally said. "I believe we're finished here for the moment. However, I'm going to need both of you to come down to the station tomorrow morning so we can review everything once more." Kathy opened her mouth to object, but Harry raised a hand, cutting her off before she could start. "Sometimes details surface on the drive home or after a good night's sleep. I'm certain you understand we have to explore every possible avenue to piece this together." "Of course," Kathy replied. Ruth murmured her agreement, though Harry noted her tone lacked any real enthusiasm. "Thank you for your time and for reporting this," he added. "You did the right thing. What else would we do?" Kathy asked. "You'd be surprised," Harry said. "Some folks would have turned and run, never looking back." "That's not how we operate in the Dales," Ruth stated flatly.
"No," Harry conceded. "I'm starting to grasp that."
As Ruth and Kathy turned toward their car, Kathy paused and looked back at Harry.
"You ought to give it a try sometime, you know,"
she said.
"Wild swimming. It'll change your perspective on everything."
Harry offered his most polite smile.
"I'm serious," she insisted.
"It's incredible. The sensation of the water, even the chill, and at night it's more than just the stars. You see lights from the farmhouses way up on the fell, cars moving along the roads, their headlights slicing through the darkness like laser beams. Honestly, you need to experience it," Ruth chuckled. "Listen to you getting all lyrical and about car headlights of all things." Then something in Kathy's description caught Harry's attention. "Cars?" he asked. Kathy nodded. "So you saw some while you were swimming?" "Just a farmer," Kathy said. "They're often out at all hours dealing with sheep or lambs or whatever." Harry wasn't convinced. "What time was this?" he pressed. "Which direction?" Kathy pointed back up the track Jim had driven down earlier to bring Harry to the lake. "Headed off up there," she said. "It looked almost artistic, really. I wish I'd had my camera, those beams sweeping through the dark. Amazing." Harry noticed Jim's eyes were now fixed on him. "What's on your mind?" Jim asked. Harry wasn't ready to say for certain, but his thoughts were racing, turning over what they'd just heard. "If you were swimming out toward the middle of the lake, you wouldn't have seen a car approaching the water, right?" Harry said, looking between Kathy and Ruth. "But heading back to shore, that's a different view entirely, isn't it?" "Is it?" Jim questioned. Harry gazed up at the dark fells surrounding them. If his instinct was correct, and it usually was in these situations, there was a very real chance that Kathy and Ruth had witnessed Martha's killer departing the crime scene. "So, how long is the wait?" Harry asked, as Kathy and Ruth drove off back down the dale toward Middleham. "For the crime scene team, I mean." For the first time since their arrival, Harry began to feel the night's chill seeping in. He was tempted to retreat to the Land Rover to warm up. Jim checked his watch. "About half an hour, give or take. Fancy a coffee?" Harry perked up immediately. "You never said you brought coffee." "It's the middle of the night," Jim said. "I figured something strong and sweet was in order, though it occurs to me now you might hate it that way. My bad. Should have asked." Harry grinned at him. "It's coffee," he declared, "and that's all that matters. Coffee. Hand it over before my next yawn threatens to inhale this entire lake." Jim jogged to his vehicle and returned with a dented stainless steel flask and a pair of tin mugs. "Here you go," he said, passing a mug to Harry before pouring. Harry watched the milky brown liquid swirl in his cup and breathed in the rich, comforting aroma. Harry had always assumed everyone in this part of the country just drank tea, but Jim had just handed him a revelation in a metal mug. The first sip of coffee hit him, sweet, rich and creamy, and it felt like a bolt of pure energy. "Good Lord," Harry breathed out. "This is incredible." "Yeah, it is," Jim agreed with a nod. "Most folks around here stick to tea, but I've got a soft spot for a proper coffee. Fresh ground. None of that instant rubbish." Harry was genuinely touched. At most crime scenes, if coffee was available at all, it was usually a sad, bitter brew that tasted like dishwater and left your mouth feeling foul. But this was the real deal, the kind he savoured on lazy Sunday mornings. With the caffeine and sugar now coursing through him, Harry's mind turned back to the case. The truth was they had almost nothing to go on. Sophie was missing. Her mother was dead, almost certainly murdered. Yet the motive and the killer remained a complete mystery. So far, their only potential witnesses were two swimmers who'd reported little more than distant headlights. But it was still early, Harry reminded himself. Something would surface. It always did. "I'm going to take a walk around," Harry said. "Best if you stay here by the scene, Jim, in case the forensics team shows up and needs guidance." "Sound good?" "No problem," Jim replied, looking for anything specific. "Not sure yet," Harry admitted. Mug in hand, he turned and started up the lane, heading away from the direction they'd driven in. The path wound past a quiet farm and then began to climb the side of a hill. After a few minutes, he paused and turned back. From this new vantage point, the lake below finally struck him. Earlier, it had been just a crime scene, a location to be processed. But up here, under the vast sky, it transformed. The water was a dark mirror, its surface perfectly still, reflecting the pinprick stars above. For a fleeting second, Harry felt as if he were peering not at a reflection, but down through a window or a portal into some other, deeper place. Maybe Jim's unease about this spot wasn't so silly after all. The place had a quiet, watchful strangeness to it, as if old stories lingered along the shore, waiting to be swallowed by the dark water. He made his way back down, the lake now on his left, and headed toward the small bridge they'd crossed earlier. The hot mug was a comfort against the chill, and he switched hands periodically, using his free one to work his flashlight. As he passed a thicket of bushes and young trees, his eyes swept the ground, trained to spot anything man-made or out of place. Nature is messy. Straight lines and perfect curves usually mean human interference. The roadside yielded the usual collection of modern litter, a crushed can that once held iced coffee, a few wooden popsicle sticks, a lone bicycle clip, an empty bottle of cheap vodka, and a faded, torn condom wrapper. Harry mused that, together they painted a rather vivid, if depressing picture of a certain kind of night out. As actual evidence related to the crime, however, they were probably useless. Still, he photographed each item and carefully bagged them for the forensics team. They'd likely grumble about him disturbing the scene, but that was the thanks you got for trying to be thorough. Reaching the bridge, he crossed it, then turned and began his walk back to the lakeside. The CSI team was due any minute, and Harry was determined to be on site when they arrived. It wasn't that he doubted Jim's ability to handle them, quite the opposite, but Harry needed to be in the thick of it to ensure he could walk them through every detail he and Jim had uncovered. As he made his way back up the lane, the lake a dark expanse to his right, he passed the same patch of scrubland. This time, however, a faint glint snagged his attention. He halted, retraced his steps, and slowly swept his flashlight beam across the darkness, painting a white line of revelation through the undergrowth. There, tucked deep within the bushes, was Martha's car. "Jim!" Harry shouted, his voice cutting through the quiet. "Jim! Over here! Now!" The sound of hurried footsteps approached from the darkness ahead, and soon Jim emerged, breathless. "What is it? What did you find?" Harry simply tilted his head toward the vehicle, then illuminated it once more with his light. "Interesting parking spot," Jim remarked dryly. "Got any disposable gloves in the Land Rover?" Harry asked. "I want a closer look." Jim sprinted back up the lane and returned with the gloves, keeping a pair for himself. As he handed them over, he voiced a note of caution. "Shouldn't we wait for CSI?" "I've waited long enough," Harry grumbled in response. "There's a deceased woman for them to focus on, and they're taking their sweet time. Taking a look here isn't going to hurt anyone." The frustration in his voice was palpable, a stark shift from his usual methodical demeanor to something more edged and impatient. Harry first examined the ground, trying to piece together how or why Martha had parked here. The tracks in the dirt leading off the road and into the bushes indicated others had used this secluded spot before her. Harry had a pretty good idea why someone would want such privacy from prying eyes, and the sordid implications of it all felt completely at odds with the Martha and George he'd met just the day before. They simply didn't strike him as the type for clandestine rendezvous in the woods. At the vehicle, he and Jim circled it carefully, pushing through the brush while searching for any clues, finding nothing obvious, aside from broken branches and multiple tire tracks confirming the spot's regular use. Harry finally opened the driver's door. The interior was remarkably clean, almost spotless, much like the house he'd inspected. He noticed some damp areas on the dashboard. He shone his light under the driver's seat, checked the door pockets, and moved to the passenger side, still finding nothing of note. Opening the rear door, his beam fell on a smudge of black grease on the otherwise pristine carpet, its origin a mystery, and a cardboard box. He pulled the box closer and opened it to find 6 bottles of wine staring back at him. Pulling one out, he read the label and realized it wasn't a fine Rioja, but communion wine. So Martha was genuinely devout, he mused. "Find anything on your side?" Harry called out as he stepped back and shut the door. "Just this," Jim said, appearing suddenly beside him and giving Harry a slight start. Jim held out his left hand. "I think this might be Sophie's. We saw the phone Martha had yesterday, so this probably isn't hers. Why would she need 2? It was a smartphone in a bejeweled pink protective case, clearly not a cheap model. Harry took it and pressed the power button. The screen lit up, but it prompted for a fingerprint to unlock. "Plastic bag?" Harry asked. Jim produced one, and Harry sealed the phone inside. "What about this other stuff?" Jim asked, extending his right hand. Harry glanced down at the assortment of items. A pair of sunglasses, a pine-scented air freshener, 2 gospel music CDs, and a crumpled paper bag. "What's in the bag?" Harry inquired. Jim shrugged. "Pills. A couple boxes. Couldn't tell you what kind. Might be useful, might be junk." Harry mused, just as a flash of blue light pulsed through the distant darkness. "Crime scene," Jim stated, turning toward the approaching glow. "And not a moment too soon," Harry agreed, shoving the phone and its evidence bag into his coat pocket. "We need a positive ID on Martha before we can head over to George's place with the news." A heavy silence followed. "Right, that," Jim muttered, his voice thick with dread. "Damn it." Sensing his partner's apprehension, Harry cut in. "Relax, you won't be the one delivering it." He then led the way back out of the thicket toward the road. The arrival of the crime scene investigation van, followed later by an ambulance, cast a grim, unsettling pall over the shore of Semmerwater. To Harry, the surrounding hills felt like a dark, watchful presence, the night itself crowding in to observe the morbid proceedings with a suffocating intensity. He yearned for daylight. A white canopy was erected over the body, and the pathologist, clad in the same stark white protective suit as the rest of the team, set to work. Harry had always found those suits unnerving, like spectral figures haunting a site of tragedy. He'd handed over the items from the roadside to a technician, receiving only a curt grunt in acknowledgement. Jim had been dispatched to canvass the handful of nearby farms and homes, a task Harry considered a true long shot. Detective Sergeant Matt Dinsdale arrived shortly thereafter, and much to his visible irritation, so did District Superintendent Graham Swift, having caught a ride with him. Swift had opted to stay overnight in Hawes instead of driving home, and the moment Harry saw him, he recognized a glare that could slice through armor. Deciding against questioning their delayed arrival, given they'd had no farther to travel, Harry kept quiet. Swift's foul mood was palpable from the outset. "I'm sincerely hoping Detective Chief Inspector Grimm," Swift began, his voice a low growl as they met on the rocky shore. "That this isn't a preview of your tenure here, sir?" Harry asked. The superintendent leaned in uncomfortably close, his eyes locked on Harry's. "That you haven't dragged a trail of trouble up here with you?" Harry opened his mouth to respond, but Swift raised a silencing, dismissive finger. "I know your reputation. You're a magnet for chaos and the filth that causes it. Let me be perfectly clear. I won't tolerate it." This area is quiet, it's safe. And while this tragedy has nothing to do with you, I find it deeply concerning that your arrival precedes it by mere days. Don't become a harbinger of bad luck, Grimm, understood? Harry absorbed the tirade without argument, offering no retort. When Swift finally paused, Harry calmly detailed the discoveries he and Jim had made and the steps taken. Well, Swift conceded, his tone barely softening, at least your procedural knowledge seems adequate. A small mercy. Are we certain it's Martha? Matt interjected, his voice subdued. We'll need the official confirmation from the pathologist, Harry replied, but yes, I'm sure. Matt was quiet for a long moment, staring at the illuminated tent. This is going to destroy George, he finally said, his words heavy. He depends on her for everything. He must be wondering where she is by now, Harry said quietly, the weight of the impending notification settling in his own chest. The night, cold and unyielding, seemed to agree. Has he reported her missing yet? Matt asked. No word on that, Matt replied. Maybe she slipped out without anyone noticing. Why on earth would she do that? Harry snapped, then instantly regretted his sharp tone. I don't know, Matt said, shoving his hands into his pockets. Just trying to piece together the possibilities, that's all. She was here for a purpose, Harry stated. But what that purpose was, I can't figure out. Sophie? Matt suggested. Harry shook his head. I can't picture this as a place she'd randomly wind up or arrange to meet her mother. Can you? And why meet in the dead of night? Nothing about this adds up. None of it. Poor guy, Matt muttered under his breath. A missing daughter and a wife who's dead. How does anyone handle that? Harry had no answer. In moments like these, nobody ever does. Ah, Swift interjected, having lingered at the edge of their exchange. The pathologist is here. I'll make the introductions, Grimm. Follow me. Harry fell into step behind the DSI as he moved to greet the figure approaching from the direction of the cordoned area. Steel yourself, Matt advised quietly. Why? Harry asked. You'll understand in a moment. DCI Grimm. This is Rebecca Sowerby, our pathologist. The woman facing Grimm pushed back the hood of her white protective suit, lifted her mask onto her forehead, and briskly removed her rubber gloves. Harry extended his right hand, but she pointedly ignored the gesture, instead burying her hands in her jacket pockets. Are you the officer running this scene? Her voice carried a familiar clipped authority, and her posture, straight, assertive, immediately signaled someone accustomed to command. Harry couldn't tell if she had a military background, but she had all the hallmarks of the type of officer he'd have clashed with instantly. He wasn't one to rush to judgment, but his instincts were usually reliable. And right now they were screaming that this was someone he'd be better off never crossing paths with again. I was the first responder, Harry clarified. Well, it's a complete mess, isn't it? She stated flatly. Absolute nonsense, Harry fired back, matching her bluntness. The perimeter is secure, the scene is pristine. The job was done correctly. Sowerby's lips curled into a sneer, and Harry felt a familiar heat of anger tighten his jaw. The pathologist turned to Swift. Where did you dig this one up from? He was assigned, not discovered. Send him back where he came from. Harry's temper flared. We secured the site, contaminated nothing, preserved it for your examination. If you had a different methodology in mind, perhaps you should have arrived sooner. Sowerby whirled back on Grimm, cutting off his last words, as if tearing into a stubborn piece of gristle. And how was I supposed to manage that, considering I just drove halfway across the state in the middle of the night from one godforsaken spot to another? On that witch's broom, you've obviously got wedged somewhere unpleasant, Harry retorted. Grimm, Swift roared, finally choosing to intervene. Who do you think you are, speaking to anyone that way, let alone to Dr. Sowerby? Harry kept his eyes locked on the woman, who shook her head in apparent exasperation, though he caught the faintest ghost of a smile threatening the corner of her mouth. Was this her standard operating procedure? There was nothing wrong with how he and his team had handled the scene. He'd processed enough of them to know. Unless, of course, this was just some petty power play, in which case he had a long list of credentials ready. "What did you find?" Harry pressed, shifting gears. "What do you imagine we found?" Sowerby shot back. "A tap-dancing donkey, a school field trip." Harry held his tongue, giving her the space to say what she was clearly determined to say regardless. "The deceased is a female, mid to late 40s. Cause of death is massive trauma to the right side of the skull. The murder weapon is undetermined at this point, but I'll have more after the post-mortem. The scene was littered with blood-stained stones, and we're collecting them for potential matches and the slim chance of lifting a print. Frankly, this shoreline is a terrible spot for a proper forensic examination of a body." Swift inquired about the time of death. "Within the last 2 to 3 hours, I'd estimate," Sowerby replied. "The majority of the trauma occurred after she was already on the ground. No indications of a fight, no defensive wounds that I could see. My guess is the initial strike rendered her unconscious, and the rest was administered efficiently once she was down." "Can you confirm her identity?" Matt asked. "We need to inform the husband. Their daughter is also missing." Harry caught a subtle lift of Sowerby's eyebrow, though he couldn't tell if it was a flicker of professional curiosity or a rare moment of empathy. "We recovered a purse beneath her," Sowerby stated. "Cards, photographs, and the unmarred side of her face confirm she is Martha Hodgson." She shifted her gaze to Matt. "So, are you the unlucky soul delivering the news? Quite literally the worst task in the world, in my opinion." Matt opened his mouth to respond, but Harry interjected. "I'll handle it," he said, noting a faint look of surprise on Swift's features. "Well, rather you than me," Sowerby remarked. "We also identified fresh tire marks near the bridge at the far end of the shore, with footprints leading to and from the vehicle in the direction of the body. Suggests a rather hasty departure. She must have seriously angered someone to end up like this." "What about the car?" Harry asked. "The one in the thicket. You mean the one you decided to inspect before my team arrived, that car?" Harry's irritation with Rebecca Sowerby was rapidly evolving into a vivid fantasy involving a remote forest and a very hungry grizzly. "We got restless," Harry said, with a dismissive shrug. "You know how it goes. Thought we'd add a little excitement to your evening. Well, we lifted fingerprints," Sowerby continued undeterred, "belonging to the deceased and 3 other individuals." 3? Concerned about the math. "Most vehicles are covered in prints," Harry countered, keeping his tone level. "Friends catching rides, mechanics servicing it. Most vehicles aren't meticulously wiped down every week to maintain a showroom's shine," Sowerby retorted, "and this one wasn't just cleaned regularly. It was wiped down tonight, still damp in spots, which I'm sure a detective of your caliber also noticed. So the prints are likely the husband's, the daughter's, and a third party." "Who keeps a car that spotless?" Harry pressed. "It's unnatural." "The vehicle is being transported to the lab for a thorough processing," Sowerby added. "We'll see what else turns up, if anything. We'll even run a black light over it, on the off chance it reveals something the naked eye missed." Harry couldn't help a short laugh. "A black light? Are you operating under the theory that Martha was using her impeccably clean sedan for nightly disposal runs, and this is some bereaved family member's payback?" Matt stared at him, wide-eyed. "Wait, you think that's actually what happened? Good heavens, this is a major league crime, and here in the valley. Good thing I have my detective certification." Harry placed a calming hand on Matt's shoulder. "I'm joking," he said, fighting a smile. "So take a breath, all right? Let's step back from the serial killer scenario." Sowerby gathered her things. "Regardless, you'll receive the prints and any other evidence we recover, along with my full report once the autopsy is complete. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going home." She offered no farewells, simply turning and walking away from Harry, Matt, and the DSI. "An absolute delight," Harry muttered to the chilly air. "Which infernal recruitment office did she crawl out of?" "We will discuss this tomorrow," Swift said, his voice low. "But for now, Grimm, understand that I am profoundly displeased." Matt was just standing there, slowly shaking his head as if trying to dislodge a troubling thought. It doesn't add up, he murmured. What doesn't? Harry asked. Matt's frustration was palpable. Sophie vanishing is bad enough, but this, what does any of it mean? Why would someone kill her mother? Who does that? Things like this don't happen here. They just don't. Footsteps approached from behind, and Harry turned to see Jim walking over. Any developments? Harry asked. Nothing, Jim replied, shaking his head. No one heard or saw a thing. The only solid detail is that the headlights those swimmers reported didn't belong to any local vehicles. It's been a dead quiet night all around. Harry took a long, steadying breath before addressing DSI Swift. With your permission, sir, I should go and speak with Mr. Hodgson now. Best not to delay. Swift nodded his agreement, and after a brief glance toward Matt, Harry prepared to leave. I'll come with you, Harry. Jim offered to see George. It might help. He knows me. You certain? Harry asked. Jim nodded. He's familiar with me. It could make the conversation a bit smoother. Nothing makes delivering news like this smooth, Harry said flatly. Nothing at all. Chapter 19. The drive back into Hawes was a quiet one. Jim was at the wheel while Harry checked the time, 5:30 a.m. He'd managed roughly an hour of sleep in the past day. He'd operated on far less before. During his time with the paratroopers, sleep deprivation was a core part of training, pushing past your limits to see how you'd hold up. He recalled one particular exercise that involved 2 days digging trenches, a day of simulated combat defending them, and then 2 more days filling them back in. He was fairly certain he hadn't slept the entire week. The exhaustion grew so severe that some of the men began seeing things. Harry himself, while on sentry duty, once passed out standing up, collapsing to his knees and nearly skewering himself on his own bayonet. Ah, the memories. Noticing Jim stifling a yawn, Harry felt an involuntary one of his own escape. Dawn was breaking, transforming the black night into a dull grey morning. Yesterday had been bright and sunny, but it seemed to Harry the very weather had caught wind of the tragedy in the Dales and dressed accordingly. The sky was a sheet of slate, the air hung damp with impending rain, and the hills that had stood clear around Hawes the day before were now mere shadows, occasionally visible through shifting bands of low cloud. Jim parked the Land Rover at the curb instead of pulling into the Hodgsons' driveway. For a long moment, both men sat in silence, staring blankly ahead. I'll take the lead on this, Harry finally said, scrubbing his hands over his face in an attempt to rally some alertness. You sure? Jim asked. I'm from here. George knows me. All true, Harry conceded, but I'm the DCI. This isn't about rank, it's about procedure. And like I said, I've done this before. That doesn't make it any less awful. It just means I know the drill. So what's my role? Jim asked, his desire to be useful evident. You'd be surprised how crucial a good cup of tea is at a time like this, Harry said, and I'm not joking. It gives people a simple task, something to focus on besides the shock. So once we're inside, if you could see to that, it would be a real help, if you think it's best. I do, Harry affirmed. And one more thing. In situations like this, the statistics show the perpetrator is most often a family member. Jim shook his head vehemently. No chance Sophie did this. I wasn't referring to Sophie. Jim's eyes widened. George. Impossible. You've met him. The man couldn't hurt a fly, literally couldn't. He's about as strong as a gas station coffee. I know, Harry said calmly. But George is a person of interest. We won't phrase it that way, of course. We'll just need to establish his whereabouts. Understood? Jim gave a solemn nod. A few minutes later, they were standing together at the Hodgsons' front door. The clock was nearing 6, and the morning light had fully settled over the valley. A faint, plaintive bleating of sheep carried on the breeze, a sound that felt both ancient and immediate here in Wensleydale, a stubborn echo of another era. All set, Harry murmured, then reached out to ring the bell. A soft, distant chime answered from within the house. He waited, listening for any sign of movement, before pressing the button once more. This time, a shuffle echoed from upstairs, followed by the slow, deliberate tread of footsteps descending. The sound grew nearer until at last the door swung inward. Harry drew a steadying breath, anchoring himself. "Mr. Hodgson?" George appeared even more diminished than he had the day before. His eyes were recessed, his complexion wan. If he had slept, it hadn't offered any refreshment. He was clearly already up and active, sleeves rolled up and a faint sheen of perspiration on his forehead. "Is this about Sophie? Have you found her? I need to call Martha right away." "May we come inside?" For a brief moment, George looked bewildered, his brow knitting tightly. "Yes, of course," he said, stepping back. "But is everything all right? Where is Sophie? Please, just tell me you've found her." Harry moved past him into the hallway, his gaze catching on the marks along George's forearms, a scattering of bruises, small cuts, and fresh abrasions. "I'm terribly clumsy," George offered with a thin smile, quickly tugging his sleeves down. "Gardening is my passion, but I'm always snagging and scraping myself. You understand how it goes?" "It looks like a lovely garden," Harry replied evenly. "I think it's best if we sit down." He glanced toward Jim. "Would you mind putting a pot of tea together?" "Oh, I can do that, officer," George interjected. "It's really no trouble." "That's kind," Harry said. "But let's have Jim handle it. That way you and I can talk. The living room is just through here, isn't it?" Harry led the way into the modest lounge, pausing until George entered and gestured for him to take a seat. "If this concerns Sophie," George began, "I really should telephone Martha. She leaves for work dreadfully early, sometimes by 5 in the morning, can you imagine? I usually don't see her until evening. She'd want to be here. It won't take a moment." As George started to rise, Harry lifted a hand. "George, I'm actually here about Martha." George sank back into his chair. Harry couldn't tell whether the man's pallor was deepening or if it was just the grey morning light filtering through the windows. "Something's happened," George stated, his voice tightening. "Was it a car accident? Is Martha all right?" Harry took another deliberate breath. "I'm afraid I have some very difficult news to share," he said, the phrase feeling formal even to his own ears, but it was a necessary ritual, one designed for clarity. "We believe your wife, Martha, was involved in an incident last night at Lake Semerwater. I'm deeply sorry to tell you that she was killed." The words hung heavily in the quiet room. Harry felt no relief, only the grim weight of the duty. He started to continue, but George cut in, his voice rising with disbelief. "Last night? That can't be right. Martha was here. She never goes out after dark." Just then, Jim returned with a tray, setting it on the coffee table, 3 mugs of strong tea and a plate of plain biscuits, the unofficial sacrament of delivering terrible news, Harry thought wryly. "I'll just fetch the sugar," Jim said, slipping back out. Harry pulled out his phone and showed George 2 images, one of Martha's car and another of its license plate. "Yes, that's her car," George confirmed, his confusion mounting. "Where is it now?" "It's been impounded for further examination," Harry explained. "It was found at Semerwater. We believe your wife drove to that location to meet someone. An argument or similar confrontation occurred, and she was killed. I am truly sorry for your loss, Mr. Hodgson." George rose from his seat. "I'm calling Martha right now," he declared. "This will stop this foolishness. Just give me a moment, please." As George moved to leave the room, he nearly collided with Jim returning from the kitchen with the sugar bowl. "Mr. Hodgson, where are you headed?" "To telephone my Martha," George answered. "Now, if you'll excuse me, Jim, there's a good fellow." Jim stood firm, blocking the path. "Listen, George," he said, his voice low and steady. "You need to sit down. I was there with Harry. We found her together." "It's Martha. She's gone, George. I'm so terribly sorry." Harry observed as Jim carefully steered the stunned man back to the sofa and sat beside him. "Here," Jim offered, reaching for a mug of tea and pressing it into George's hands. "This can't be right," George muttered, clutching the warm ceramic. "She can't be dead. Who would do such a thing? She's my wife. She's a wonderful person. What will Sophie do? Oh, Martha! Harry chose to remain silent, giving George this painful moment as tears began tracing lines down the man's cheeks. After a few minutes, he decided it was time to proceed with some careful questions. George, I need to ask you a few things, Harry began. George nodded, taking a shaky sip of his tea. Yes, of course, I understand. First, can you tell me where you were last night, between about 11 p.m. and 1 in the morning? I was right here, George insisted. I recorded my podcast and then I went to bed. When was the last time you saw your wife? Last night, George said, when she went off to our bedroom. Harry caught a brief, pained twitch on George's face, though its meaning was unclear. About what time was that? Around 9, I think, George replied. She was completely worn out from everything with Sophie. You didn't retire for the night together? George shook his head, and that same troubled look flashed again. I was working on my podcast, so I stayed up later. And you didn't hear Martha leave the house last night, or notice she was missing at any point? George shook his head more firmly. Why would I? Then I gather you're a sound sleeper, Harry asked. To have heard nothing whatsoever, I mean. All right, George said finally, leaning forward. If you must know, we don't share a bedroom. We haven't for years. Harry detected a complex emotion pass over George's features then, hurt, shame, a mixture. He couldn't be certain, but he felt George was revealing a private marital detail that caused him clear discomfort. It's more common than you might think, George continued almost defensively. Martha gets up very early for work, so this way I don't disturb her. And she needs her rest too. I wouldn't want my tossing and turning to keep her awake. We're not young anymore, are we? A marriage is about far more than just sharing a bed. Harry noted George was still speaking of his wife in the present tense, a common, heartbreaking reflex in the immediate shock of loss. Harry took a sip of his own tea. It was actually a decent brew. Have you noticed anything unusual in your wife's behavior recently? What are you suggesting? I'm not suggesting anything, Harry stated calmly. I'm only trying to learn everything possible about what happened, so we can find who's responsible. Then no, I haven't, George snapped. Martha was deeply worried about Sophie. She was exhausted. She went to bed. You must have been tired as well, Jim interjected softly. Yes, of course, George said, his tone shifting to one of solemn duty. But my church podcast is vital. People rely on it, especially those who can't attend services in person. It's an important ministry. A sudden mundane memory from the scene sparked in Harry's mind. He reached into his pocket. Do you recognize this? Dangling from his fingers in a clear evidence bag was the pink cell phone recovered from Martha's car. Harry saw Jim open his mouth to speak and silenced him with a subtle, quick shake of his head. No, George replied, his eyes fixed on the object. Should I have found it in Martha's car? Harry told him. Thought it might belong to Sophie. George let out a laugh, but it was hollow and carried no warmth. Harry could see the man truly didn't recognize the phone. She goes through phones and cases like socks, George said, a note of weary exasperation in his voice. What parent can keep track? So it's possible this was Sophie's, Harry pressed. You're just not certain. I suppose it's possible, yes, George conceded. His tone turned clipped as Harry continued. And if it is hers, can you think of any reason why it would be in Martha's car instead of with Sophie? No, I cannot, George snapped. Harry sensed he was pushing too hard. It was time to retreat. He could always return with more questions later. He slipped the phone back into his pocket and placed his empty mug on the tray. I think that's all for now, Mr. Hodgson, Harry said, softening his voice. But I do need to ask, is there anyone, a friend or relative, who can come be with you? I don't feel right leaving you alone, not with everything happening. George looked pensive, as if working through a complex puzzle. I'm not sure. I can't think of anyone available right now. I'll be fine, really. Jim rose from his chair. It's settled. I'll stay, he announced. Make sure someone comes over to keep him company. George started to object, but Harry cut him off, standing as well. Good, that's decided then. I'll be on my way to continue the investigation. I'll contact you with any updates. The three men moved from the living room to the front door. Again, I'm deeply sorry to bring you this news, Harry said, meeting George's gaze. With Sophie still missing, having support around you is crucial. We'll also be sending a family liaison officer over to see what additional support we can provide during this difficult time. George gave a silent nod of thanks and turned back into the house as Harry prepared to leave. Jim followed him out for a few steps. Harry, about that phone, Jim said quietly. I know, Harry replied with a slight shake of his head. It completely slipped my mind that I still had it. Don't worry about it. Okay, Jim said. And would you mind giving Gordy a call? Harry was about to ask why when the realization hit him. You're joking, right? She's the family liaison officer. Yup, Jim confirmed, a faint smile touching his lips. See you later, Harry. Jim disappeared back inside, closing the door behind him. Harry walked away, pulling out his phone to make the call as he stepped into the damp afternoon. The day was just past noon when Harry woke. After leaving the Hodgsons and calling Gordy, he had decided to surrender to the deep fatigue in his bones for a few hours. He'd returned to his room, leaving a message for Matt Dinsdale that he would be at the police room in the community centre by early afternoon. A little tiredness was manageable, but beyond a certain point, Harry knew he became practically useless, and on a case like this, he needed his wits about him. The first thing he registered was a gnawing hunger, his stomach growling in protest as he sat on the edge of the bed. The splendid breakfast from the previous morning was now a missed opportunity, so he decided to grab something on the way. Outside, the grey day had deepened. The cheerful promise of June utterly vanished, replaced by a damp, chilly gloom that felt more like late November. Harry pulled his coat tight and hurried across the wet cobblestones into Cockett's. To his right was the butcher's counter. He turned left and was met by the warm, yeasty scent of the bakery. Hello there, dear. Can I help you? The woman behind the counter beamed at him. Harry checked his watch. Slept through breakfast, he admitted. Any recommendations? That you never sleep through breakfast, she chided playfully. It's the most important meal. Anything warm you'd suggest? Harry asked, glancing out the shop window where rain had begun to streak the glass. The woman behind the counter offered. We have bacon sandwiches if you're interested. The bacon is cured right here. There are also pies and pastries. Harry examined the selection. Is that pork and black pudding? My personal favourite. Would you like one or two? Harry raised a single finger. That won't be nearly enough, she insisted. What about a slice of cake to start? Do I need to have cheese with it? She laughed. How about 2 slices? Then Harry considered the team he'd be joining shortly. Make it an entire cake, he decided. And no, I'm not eating it all myself with his purchases. Harry left the shop and headed toward the town centre, a light rain urging him along. He noticed the running store, Cunningham's, and recalled his late-night chat with Jenny about jogging. Maybe another time, he thought, weaving between slow-moving cars to cross the street. Inside the community centre, he made his way to the police room. The team had been busy. The furniture was rearranged into several workstations with laptops, and a circle of chairs faced one of the wall boards. Matt was the first to speak as Harry walked in. Hello, Harry. Is that cake? Excellent. Did you get cheese? Afraid not, Harry replied. I'll put the kettle on. He handed the cake to Matt and walked over to study the board. What's your opinion? He turned to find Detective Constable Blades beside him. It's coming along, Harry said. Definitely a good start. All my doing, Jenny stated. We don't have much yet, but I've posted everything we do have. It's dreadful. Just awful, that poor woman. Harry nodded in sombre agreement as he reviewed the board. So far, 3 individuals were listed. Martha, deceased. Sophie, missing. And George, the relative. Various notes surrounded the names, accompanied by crime scene photos, likely from Jim, who had followed Harry's instruction to document everything. A sudden sharp memory of the previous night's chill wind hitting his face as he stood outside Martha's house flashed through his mind, a stark reminder of the reality behind the photos. "So, what's our status, Harry?" Matt asked again. Harry turned to see the detective constable had been joined by PCSOs Jim and Liz. "Where's Gordy?" Harry inquired. "Still with George." "No," Jim answered. "She got called down the valley for another matter. George has a couple of friends with him now." "Who are they?" "Dave Calvert," Jim said. "They aren't particularly close, but Dave's a steady sort for a crisis, and he's off work for a week or two, so he has the time, and George is all right with that." Jim nodded. "Dave can talk a mile a minute, mostly about hunting, rugby, and his little Scottish terrier, who he brought along. It's a good distraction. Not really George's interests, but it'll keep his mind occupied." Harry looked back at the board. It was tidy and well organized, yet painfully thin on details. "Have we heard anything more from the forensics team?" "Nothing at all," Matt said. "So we're still working with what we learned last night, which isn't much." Martha was bludgeoned. "No fingerprints, no solid evidence or clues pointing to a suspect, not even in her car." "Which reminds me," Harry said, pulling a phone sealed in a plastic bag from his pocket and handing it to Matt. "Is this from the scene?" Matt asked, a grin spreading. "You've been a very naughty boy." Jenny shook her head, staring at Harry. "If Sowerby finds out about this, she'll have your head." "Whose phone is it?" Liz asked. "I found it in Martha's car," Harry explained, "but I don't think it's hers. I've seen the phone she carried, and it was much larger, a real brick." "So could it be Sophie's?" Jenny asked. "We'll ask her when we locate her," Harry said. "It's locked with fingerprint security anyway." "We could seek a court order to have it unlocked," Matt suggested. "It takes forever, doesn't it?" "Precisely," Harry replied. "So we wait for now. What about Sophie? She's been missing for more than a day." "Wherever she is, she needs to know what happened to her mother." "Nothing new," Matt said. "We've got a few uniformed officers coming in to help with door-to-door inquiries, but honestly, we've hit a wall for the moment." Harry fell quiet, his gaze returning to the caseboard. "You don't think the two are connected, do you?" Liz asked. "It feels odd. Sophie vanishes, and then her mother is found murdered." "Right now, I don't see a direct link," Harry said. "They are separate incidents. This could just be a terrible coincidence." "What about the vehicle spotted leaving the scene? Any camera footage?" A low ripple of laughter moved through the team. "I'll take that as a no," Harry sighed. "Damn it." "Not much to work with, is there?" Jim remarked. "I'm not your boss," Harry countered. "You're the highest rank here," Matt pointed out. "That sort of makes you the default leader." Harry wasn't convinced, partly because of what he'd inferred from Swift's comments the previous night, though surely all that was different now given what had happened. He dropped into a chair and unwrapped the meat pie he'd picked up from Cockett's. It was incredibly good. "How do we have nothing?" he asked, wiping crumbs from his mouth. "Someone smashed Martha's head in with a heavy blunt object, likely a stone. They were probably seen leaving, and yet none of us have a lead. It doesn't add up." "Jim mentioned you consider George a suspect," Matt said. "I don't really see it." "Neither do I," Harry admitted. "But we can't eliminate him, can we?" A knock at the door cut through Harry's frustration. "I'll get it," Jenny said, hurrying over. Harry swiveled in his chair to see Jenny step back abruptly as a man brushed past her. Harry was on his feet in an instant, meeting the intruder halfway. "And who are you?" "This is Richard Askew," Jenny said tightly. "And he's just leaving, aren't you, Dick?" The visitor extended his hand, holding a press badge Harry recognized all too well. "Westmoreland Gazette," Richard announced. "Just hoping for an exclusive, you know, about the incident up at Semerwater." Harry sized him up. The man was tall and rail-thin, with a sharp face and oversized eyes. He looked, Harry thought, like someone had crossed an owl with a crow and tossed in a dash of rat for good measure. "News travels fast out here," Richard pressed on. "Probably best to share the facts before rumors spiral, wouldn't you agree?" Harry glanced at Matt. "Have you heard about anything happening at Semmer Water?" Matt shook his head. "Not a thing, Jim." Jim shrugged. "All quiet on my end." "Jenny?" "Nothing here either," Jenny said. "Sorry, Dick, wasted trip." "But if anything does come up, you'll be the first to know, absolutely," Liz added. Harry could tell Richard wasn't buying it. "An ambulance was spotted," Richard stated flatly. "Police cars. People in white suits." "Really?" Harry said, feigning surprise. "That is strange. Well, if you learn anything, do let us know." He moved forward, gently steering Richard back toward the door. "Jenny will show you out." Richard protested, but it was useless. The moment the door closed, Harry turned to the room. Swift wanted this kept quiet. Clearly that didn't work. So how did it leak? "It's the countryside," Jim explained. "You can't have a bunch of people in white coveralls wandering around without someone noticing. And Martha was a local," Liz added. Everyone she cared for as a home aide had to be told she wasn't coming, so they could find other arrangements. People started connecting dots. "Yeah, I know," Harry said, a hint of sarcasm edging into his tone. "And they usually end up with 50. "So, what's the plan?" Jim asked. "It seems our options are limited," Harry remarked. "Someone needs to call Swift. We have to contain this before it spirals." Chapter 21. Harry stood in the market hall just behind DSI Swift, who was positioned at a lectern borrowed from the small chapel in Gale, the village right beside Hawes. It was 5:30 in the evening, and the hall hummed with the energy of gathered journalists. Harry felt certain this spectacle was far from what DSI Fairbank envisioned when she dispatched him north. A draught swept in from the marketplace outside, carrying with it the scent of weak coffee from a small cafe area to the left of the main entrance. In a bid to win over the press, Swift had tasked 2 community support officers with serving hot drinks, a brilliant use of their training, Harry thought sarcastically. It made him question whether Swift had any real familiarity with his team or any prior experience dealing with journalists. If he did, why would he believe terrible tea and coffee with a few cookies could possibly sway them? "Pretty thrilling, isn't it?" Matt whispered, leaning toward Harry with a conspiratorial grin. "No, it absolutely is not," Harry grumbled under his breath. "They're all vultures." "What are you planning to say?" "Nothing," Harry replied. "Swift is handling it. He's the senior officer for this sort of circus, so he can deal with the fallout." "You really have no idea how this man operates, do you?" Matt said. Before Harry could ask what he meant, Swift called the room to order. For the next minute or so, journalists settled into rows of seats, pulling out notepads and phones to record every word. Harry would have bet money that not a single one cared even a little about the real people caught in this tragedy. The victim, the family, the friends, the whole community, of course not. To them it was only about the story, wrapped in that tiresome mantra about the public's right to know, which they wielded like some kind of moral shield. And Harry wondered if the public truly had that right, when so often the news was just polished gossip, regardless of the subject. Absolute parasites. Every last one. "All right then," Swift finally said, as the last few reporters got comfortable. "Shall we begin?" Harry estimated at least 40 people were now seated before them. The national papers had apparently caught the scent and sent their own reporters to mingle with the local press. What they already knew was unclear, but Harry hoped Swift wouldn't reveal too much. If he did, there was a real risk the person responsible for Martha Hodgson's murder would vanish, making the search even harder. And what about Sophie, he thought. This was no way for anyone to learn about a death, especially not a teenage girl about her mother. But it appeared there was nothing he could do to prevent it now. A hand shot up, belonging to a well-dressed woman in the middle of the third row. Swift raised his own hand, palm outward, as if calming a storm. "Questions after the statement, please," he stated, then retrieved a small pair of glasses, settled them on his nose, and began reading from a sheet of paper on the lectern. Harry didn't bother listening. He had drafted the statement himself. Instead, his mind churned over the details, searching for a loose thread to pull, something that might spark an idea, or at least a hint about what had happened and why. So far, despite no clear link between the two incidents, all they knew was that Sophie had run away and Martha was dead. From what Martha had shared, Sophie received a distressing text from her boyfriend on Sunday, which led her to flee days later. Harry couldn't fathom why Martha had delayed. If she had the letter, why not act immediately? That hesitation was a puzzle in itself. Then, with Sophie gone, Martha had driven to Semmerwater, likely for a meeting, and met a violent end. The two events were undoubtedly connected, but the thread between them remained frustratingly elusive. A voice cut through his concentration. "What?" He looked up to see Swift watching him. The man had stepped slightly away from the podium and was motioning toward it. "Questions," Swift said, his tone smooth. "And I believe you're best placed to answer them, DCI Grimm, wouldn't you agree? If a glare could ignite a person, Swift would have been reduced to ashes on the spot. This ambush was not part of any plan. The man was clearly tossing him to the wolves, ensuring that if this investigation soured, the blame would land squarely on the new detective from out of town, not on him or his local team. A real piece of work, Harry thought. All he's missing is the basin to wash his hands. Matt caught his eye and gave a slight knowing nod. "Told you," he muttered under his breath. "Slippery as they come." Harry rose and moved toward the lectern. The soldier in him straightened his spine, his posture shifting to project a controlled, simmering intensity designed to unsettle both the press and Swift. He placed both hands firmly on the wooden surface. "All right," Harry began, his voice low and steady. "Before this turns into any more of a sideshow, understand something, we are not discussing a statistic. This was a wife, a mother. Her daughter is still out there, and our priority is finding her and bringing her home safely. So, questions. Let's have them." A forest of hands immediately shot up. Far too many, Harry noted, and he pointed at one at random. "Jack Smith, Daily Mail. Is the daughter a suspect?" "Oh, for God's sake," Harry said, the retort escaping before he could filter it. The stunned expressions from the press corps didn't prompt any backtracking. "Seriously? That's the insightful line of inquiry you lead with, Jack?" "It's a possibility," Smith countered defensively. "Is it really?" Harry shot back. "Teenagers bludgeoning their mothers is a regular Tuesday where you're from, is it? Sounds like you ought to consider a move. Your neighborhood sounds utterly charming." "Next," Jack's hand went up again. "Lower it, or I'll come over there and help you," Harry said flatly. Next, he felt a grip on his arm and found Swift beside him. "What in the world are you doing, Grimm?" Swift hissed. "My job," Harry replied, not bothering to lower his voice. "Since you seem reluctant to, next." He selected another raised hand, belonging to a woman with a severe bun, stylish glasses, and a high-end waterproof jacket, the type meant for alpine expeditions that probably never left her trunk. "Do you have any persons of interest at this time?" "Absolutely," Harry said with exaggerated cheer. "Dozens. Hang on. Let me just fetch them for you." He made a theatrical show of patting down his pockets before finally extracting his hand. "Ah, here we go." The room fell into a dead silence as he held up two fingers in a defiant V. "Any actual questions?" Harry asked, lowering his hand. "Come on, dig deep. I have faith you can manage it." Another hand went up, this one belonging to a familiar face, Richard Askew. "What is it, Dick?" Harry asked. "You're not from this area," Richard stated. "That's an observation, not a question," Harry replied. "Not your strong suit, is it?" "And isn't the reason you were assigned here," Richard pressed on, "because you physically assaulted 3 persons of interest, jeopardizing a major long-term investigation?" Harry fixed him with a hard stare. Who had this guy been talking to? His own superior wouldn't have divulged that, and certainly not in a way that implied what was now hanging in the air. "I am here on a temporary assignment," Harry stated firmly. "Is your brother currently incarcerated?" Richard pressed, his tone shifting. "Drug-related charges, if I recall. Any comment on that situation?" "You're damn right I have a comment," Harry growled, the words low and dangerous. "You go anywhere near my brother, and this podium is going to become a personal problem for you. I trust we understand each other, Dick." Swift moved quickly, inserting himself between Harry and the crowd. "That concludes our remarks for today. Thank you all for your time. We will provide updates as the investigation progresses." Harry retreated a step, his hands flexing at his sides. His gaze was locked on the journalist, Richard Askew, who wore a smug, infuriating grin. The urge to march over and wipe that expression clean was almost overwhelming. Richard's hand shot up again. "No further questions," Swift stated firmly, but the reporter barreled ahead. "What about the second missing child?" Askew called out. Harry moved forward, bypassing the lectern entirely. His presence seemed to darken the space around him, a gathering storm. "What second child? What are you talking about?" "Jonathan Airy," Richard said, consulting a small notepad. "His parents filed a report roughly an hour ago." "What does that have to do with this?" Harry snapped, his patience gone. "Who is Jonathan Airy?" "You don't know," Richard replied, his voice dripping with faux surprise. "Well, he's Sophie's boyfriend." Back in the makeshift police room at the community centre, the air was thick with tension. Harry stood seething, a volatile pressure building inside him, while DSI Swift glared up at him. The rest of the team kept their distance, pressed against the walls in silence. "What in the name of professional suicide was that display?" Swift demanded, jabbing a stubby finger into Harry's chest. "Have you completely lost your mind?" "We have another missing teenager to locate," Harry stated flatly, forcing the stare through gritted teeth. "That's the priority." He was in no mood for a reprimand, especially not from this pompous bureaucrat. "Oh, so you're setting the priorities now, are you?" Swift sneered. "I'm stating the glaringly obvious," Harry shot back, his voice a low rumble. "We have a homicide and 2 missing kids. If we don't move on this immediately, God knows where it leads." Swift turned away, running a hand over his thinning hair before spinning back. "This is not what I agreed to when I signed off on your temporary assignment here," he seethed. "I wanted no drama. This is the quiet countryside. And now look at this mess. What on earth were you thinking out there?" Harry crossed his arms tightly, a physical barrier against his own impulses. The mention of a few months was news to him. With the way things were going, he'd be lucky to last the week. "You threw me to the wolves," Harry countered. "That's how I handle journalists. They're scavengers. You should be more concerned about how the details of this case are leaking faster than we can investigate them. How does a reporter know about a missing person before the police? That should never happen." Swift opened his mouth to retort, but no sound came out. He simply gaped for a moment before shutting it with an audible click. A sharp knock at the door broke the standoff. Richard Allen strode in as if he owned the building. "Excellent, you're all here." Harry intercepted him in the middle of the room. "You can't just walk in here. We're in the middle of an active investigation. We can speak outside." Harry gestured toward the door, but Richard stood his ground. "We have a developing situation," he announced, "and given your fresh perspective, I expect you to handle it, Officer Grimm, was it?" "Grimm," Harry corrected, glancing around for support that wasn't offered. "What's the issue?" "It's those protesters again," Richard said, his agitation clear. "There are more of them on my property." Harry had to admit the man had a point, but he still felt there were more pressing matters for the police to handle, especially given the current situation. "Are they being disruptive?" Harry inquired. "What's the head count?" "For starters, they're a complete blight on the landscape," Richard snapped, his tone as sharp as a guard dog's bark. "And they're trespassing. On my property. We'll dispatch an officer as soon as possible," Harry replied, trying to keep his voice level. "We're dealing with other urgent matters at the moment. If you understand." "Well, I don't," Richard retorted. "This has dragged on long enough. I'm a resident here, and my concerns should come first." A wave of irritation washed over Harry. "You are a priority, but we have other critical situations that don't involve protesters camping in fields," he stated firmly. "Unless there's evidence of actual criminal damage or serious assault, you'll need to be patient, but we will send someone soon." He saw Richard inflate his chest, preparing another outburst, when another voice cut through the tension.
Harry?
It was Matt, who moved to position himself between Harry and Swift. "What is it, Detective?" Swift asked, disregarding that Matt hadn't addressed him. Matt held his phone. "Just got word from Gordy," he said, looking directly at Harry. "She's with Jonathan's parents." The boy left a note. "All right," Swift pressed. "What did it say?" Matt glanced at his screen. "Gone to help Sophie. Sorry? Back soon, I promise. Jonathan." Harry felt a jolt of adrenaline, and he was reported missing today, correct? Matt gave a quick nod. "This morning, yeah? Then you see what this means, don't you? Sophie's all right. She's alive, and she's with Jonathan. Our job now is to locate them." Before long, Harry found himself back in the police Land Rover, but this time Matt was behind the wheel. They were speeding along the A684 Wensleydale's main artery, and Harry was clutching the dashboard and the overhead grip so tightly his knuckles were white. The flashing blue lights on the roof at least gave some warning to other drivers that the vehicle was being piloted by a complete madman. "Do you always drive like this?" Harry managed to ask as Matt hurled them around a sharp right bend across a bridge and into an immediate left turn. "Not going too fast for you, am I?" Matt shot back. The Land Rover was now charging up a steep hill with a velocity Harry was certain defied its design. The scenery, had Harry been able to relax enough to appreciate it, was stunning. As they raced onward, Matt peppered him with facts and anecdotes like an overzealous tour guide. They had set out from Hawes, past the turn for Burterset, and barreled into the village of Bainbridge, where Matt gestured to the old Roman fort that blurred past on their left. After a long climb out of the valley, they rumbled through Isgarth, home to the famous waterfalls Matt claimed were featured in Kevin Costner's Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves. "Had a few pals as extras in that one," Matt added with a grin. Lot of scrambling through the woods and yelling while Costner took a dunk sounded like a right laugh. A bit further on, they passed a tree-shrouded building on the left that Matt dubbed the Temple of Doom. "Looks just like a temple, and my mate and I were obsessed with Indiana Jones as kids, so the name stuck," he explained with a chuckle. As the road continued, the valley broadened before them, revealing a timeless quilt of dry stone walls under the vast sky. The landscape felt timeless to him, not because it was stuck in some forgotten era, but because it had settled into a kind of perfect balance. It hadn't been reshaped by the passing centuries simply because no reshaping was required. This was a land of stark, arresting beauty, and the folks who called it home seemed content to leave it just as it was. "All right," Matt announced, guiding the vehicle over a narrow bridge, past the hamlet of Wensley, and onto a stretch of straight road. "Layburn's coming up. Gordy's already with the family, so we'll meet her there." "Sounds good," Harry replied. "What about the rest of the team?" "Jim and Liz are digging through every name and connection they can find, trying to trace Jonathan's steps or any sighting of him and Sophie," Matt explained. "Jenny's already on the ground, not just for visibility, but to show their pictures around the local shops, get people talking. 2 kids can't just disappear into thin air. Someone must have noticed something. You'd be surprised how often they do," Harry remarked, his tone dry. "Aye, maybe elsewhere," Matt conceded, slowing the Land Rover as they began a climb into Leyburn. "But not here, around these parts. Everyone's connected. Hurt one, you hurt us all, as the old saying goes." The market square unfolded before them, still lively in the early evening, the central car park nearly full. They drove straight through the town, Matt pointing out a quaint little firearms dealer as they passed, then continued up a hill, the secondary school on their right, before a left turn brought them to a quiet street of single-story homes. "Thanks for the ride," Harry said, unclenching his hands from where they'd been gripping the seat. "And the scenic route." "No trouble," Matt said, getting out. "Should be just up here." Harry followed him a short way until Matt turned toward a gate and pushed it open. The garden was neat and unassuming, a patch of lawn, some flowering beds, and a driveway holding a sensible family sedan. As Matt approached the front door, it swung open before he could knock, revealing D.I. Gordy Haig filling the frame. You made it in one piece, then, she said, her eyes fixed on Harry. Though looking at you, I'd say it was a close call. Drives like a maniac, doesn't he? They followed Geordie inside and toward the living room. Along the hallway, Harry's gaze was drawn to the walls, which were a gallery charting a boy's life within a clearly happy family. Over the years, Jonathan had grown into a handsome young man, that much was obvious. The photos captured typical family moments, many outdoors, hiking mountains, kayaking rivers. A couple showed a younger Jonathan and his friends tied to a tree, holding protest signs with crudely drawn axes and chainsaws slashed by a big red X. Others featured him on the rugby pitch, or in military-style kit that sent a faint familiar pang through Harry, harking back to his own army years. One image stood out. Jonathan astride a rugged-looking dirt bike, proudly displaying learner's plates with a broad, infectious grin. In the lounge, Jonathan's parents sat side by side on a sofa, hands clasped. Their faces were etched with deep anxiety, all colour drained away. "This is Detective Chief Inspector Harry Grimm," Geordie said, making the introductions. "And Detective Sergeant Matthew Dinsdale. Harry, Matt, this is Craig and Hannah, Jonathan's parents." Craig rose and extended his hand, which Harry took in a firm shake. He was a tall man, meeting Harry eye to eye, and powerfully built, the kind of fit that comes from regular time with free weights, Harry guessed. His wife, Hannah, was elegantly dressed, but remained seated, as if anchored by worry. "First of all," Harry began, after Craig gestured for him to sit, "I know this is an incredibly difficult time. I understand Die Haig has updated you, including the tragic news about Sophie's mother, Martha. It still doesn't feel real," Hannah said quietly, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's terrible." "Absolutely," Harry agreed, "which is why finding Sophie is our top priority." "Do you believe she's in danger?" Craig inquired. "I think something frightened her," Harry clarified. "Whether it's connected to her mother's situation is unclear, but bringing her home is essential, since we believe she's with Jonathan. Figuring out where he might have gone is our best lead." "Is he in some kind of trouble?" Craig pressed.
"We simply want to locate them both and ensure they're safe," Harry stated. "Our entire team is on this. If there's anything, any detail at all you can share, now is the time." "We've given Officer Haig all the information we have," Craig replied, and Harry noted how he tightened his grip on his wife's hand. "Jonathan's a good kid. He's never pulled a stunt like this. It's completely out of character."
"You have impressive photos of him," Harry observed. "Is he in the cadets?" "Yes," Craig confirmed. "He's passionate about it, honestly. Anything outdoors. He's always seizing any chance to go hiking or camping. He's even talking about a military career, a Levels University, then Sandhurst." Following his father's path, Hannah added, and Harry caught the proud glance she sent her husband. "Royal Green Jackets," Craig said with a nod. "Goodyear's. Parachute regiment for me," Harry shared. And yes, they were. "I had a feeling," Craig said, then gestured toward his own face while looking at Harry's eyed. Harry gave a single nod. "It's an improvement, I assure you," with the mood slightly eased, Harry ventured. "So there were no red flags, no shifts in his behavior." Both Craig and Hannah shook their heads. "We just came home to that note and him gone," Hannah said, her voice trembling. "It truly doesn't add up." "How long has he been dating Sophie?" Harry asked. "About a year, I think," Hannah answered, dabbing at her eyes. "They seemed so content together, right, love?" Craig offered a brief nod. "They're both focused students. They don't fool around or cause trouble. Sure, there's typical teenage drama, but nothing extreme. Until this." "Can you walk me through what happened over the weekend?" Harry saw confusion flash across their faces. "What do you mean?" Craig asked. "What about the weekend?" "We understand Sophie got a text from Jonathan on Sunday morning that deeply upset her," Harry explained. "Do you know what that was concerning?" Craig and Hannah looked utterly bewildered. "That can't be right," Hannah finally said. "They're happy. They hardly ever fight. They've had the normal disagreements, of course, but that's healthy. I truly don't know what you're referring to." "To be precise, it was Sunday morning," Harry reiterated. Then it definitely wasn't from Jonathan, Craig stated firmly. I'm sure of that. Harry was taken aback given what Martha had told him. How can you be so certain? Because he was at rugby practice, Craig said. It wasn't a formal match. The season starts in September, but the team trains every Sunday morning and Wednesday evening. He never misses it. And you're certain he was there? Absolutely positive. Of course I'm bloody positive, Craig snapped, his composure cracking, because I was bloody well there watching him. Harry strode to the Land Rover, gave a tyre a frustrated kick, and then slumped against its side, muttering a string of curses under his breath. Matt and Gordy hung back, giving him space to vent. You all right, Harry? Matt asked after a moment. Harry pushed himself upright, stretching his back and glaring at the sky as if it were personally responsible. No, I am not all right, because none of this makes a lick of sense, does it? Not one damn thing. It's a colossal pile of nonsense. That's what it is, the whole situation. He let out a raw, furious shout, not directed at anyone, just at the universe in general. The frustration had been simmering inside him, and he desperately needed the release. Looks like you could use a strong coffee, Matt offered quietly. I don't need a drink. I need something that actually makes sense. Harry's voice was a low, furious growl barely contained, because right now, absolutely nothing does. Not a single thing. All right, listen, Gordy said, moving closer. From everything you've said, Jonathan seems like a good kid. So whatever's going on with him and Sophie, it's probably not anything shady, right? They're not streetwise runaways. We just need to locate them, and that shouldn't take too long. No, they're not, Harry agreed, the words tight. They're smart. They focus on their studies, and now they've vanished. But that doesn't add up either, does it? The whole reason we thought Sophie was missing was because of some nasty text from her boyfriend. Except now we know he didn't send it. So that story is complete nonsense too. And now he's apparently taken off to help her. What in the world is happening here? He turned away, pressing the heels of his hands hard against his eyes until coloured sparks danced in the darkness. Why would two kids like Jonathan and Sophie run away? They weren't troublemakers. They worked hard. Jonathan had ambition, a full schedule. Sophie, Harry wasn't sure about all her hobbies, but she spent time with her boyfriend, who was clearly a positive influence. But the real question gnawing at him was that Sunday morning text. If it wasn't from Jonathan, as Martha had believed, then who sent it? If that message was the trigger for Sophie leaving, what could it possibly have said? And if this was all connected to Martha's murder, then finding those two kids wasn't just urgent, it was critical. In Harry's experience, one murder had a nasty habit of inviting another. His phone buzzed, and he answered with a curt, "Yeah. Charming as ever, I see." He recognized the dry tone immediately. Rebecca Sowerby, the pathologist. "What have you got?" Harry asked. "Any developments? The vehicle," Rebecca stated. "A few updates for you." "What about the body? Anything new there? Does your impatience have an off switch, or is it a permanent setting?" Harry bit back a retort and waited. "Nothing yet on the body, no more than you already know, still waiting on some results. Anyway, back to the car." Rebecca continued. "We went over it with a black light, honestly, didn't expect much. You know how it goes, sometimes you get a surprise, like expecting to work with competent professionals and getting you instead. And," Harry prompted, ignoring the jab. "We found bodily fluids," she said plainly. "Which likely explains why the interior had been wiped down. Someone didn't want a trace of their activities left behind. And I mean a thorough, regular cleaning, including very recently." If she was implying what he thought she was, his confusion deepened. "Are you saying someone was intimate in that car?" "I'd say they were enthusiastically acquainted with each other repeatedly," Rebecca replied with clinical bluntness. "They'd made a decent effort to clean up. We found a half-used pack of antibacterial wipes under the seat. Good for visible messes, utterly useless under UV. The whole interior lit up like a carnival midway. Fluids were extensive. Quite the accomplishment, really. It's astonishing where evidence can linger. Oh, and we found some blood too." Matches the victim. Harry ignored the carnival comparison. DNA. Only from the blood so far. Doubtful it'll hit in any database, unless your victim was running with a rough crowd in her spare time. I have my doubts about that. Martha and George don't seem like the type for a quick romp in the back seat, Harry remarked. Well, her car tells a different story, Rebecca countered. Find anything else? A smartphone charger, but no phone. Some CDs with truly terrible music, and a box in the back with 6 bottles of communion wine, plus some oil, likely for a bicycle. But you'd already know all that, wouldn't you? Since you took a look around first. What about the fingerprints? Came back empty, Rebecca said. But I'd assume they belonged to the victim's husband and daughter. And the third set? No idea. Harry went quiet for a moment. He was processing what Rebecca had told him, trying to push aside thoughts of the car's intimate history and focus on the details. Then it clicked. The phone charger, Harry said. What about it? Harry wasn't certain yet, but one question nagged at him. If the phone he had bagged and tucked in his pocket was Sophie's, why was the charger left behind in her mother's car? Why would Sophie leave her phone there and not take the charger with her? It made no sense. Look, where's the body? Can you send me the address? Why? What's going on? I'm about to wrap up for the night. You'll have to delay that, Harry said, because I'm on my way. He ended the call before Rebecca could refuse. The mortuary was exactly as one would expect. A cold, metallic space with a clinical chill in the air, the sharp scent of disinfectant battling a host of lingering, unpleasant odours. Harry wanted to spend as little time there as possible. He wasn't usually spooked by places, but a building designed solely for the dead carried an unavoidable weight. Cemeteries felt different to him. They were peaceful, final. A mortuary, however, held stories without endings, whispers of tragedies attached to the souls resting in its drawers, and those stories demanded answers before any real peace could be found. Matt hadn't been thrilled about driving Harry further that evening, but they arrived without any need for reckless speed. He'd also kept his usual chatter to a minimum, leaving Harry with only the faint hiss of the stereo, barely audible over the engine's growl and the rumble of the tires. Rebecca Sowerby was standing on the other side of a sheet-covered form, Martha's right side. The look she gave Harry was thick with contempt, though he noticed she directed the same expression at Matt. Maybe she just despised everyone. That probably explained why Matt was hanging back, staying quiet. So, just to be perfectly clear, Rebecca began, her voice dripping with sarcasm, you decided to play evidence collector and removed something from my crime scene. Harry had the phone in his hand, freshly charged using the cable from Martha's car. No, he said. I discovered evidence at the scene, properly bagged it, and then got distracted by a conversation with your friend, DCI Swift. It slipped my mind. That's not even a good excuse. I know, Harry replied. It's the truth. And that's a lie. Rebecca held out her hand and Harry passed her the phone. She then lifted the edge of the white sheet, revealing a pale, greyish hand. With the phone screen illuminated, she pressed the thumb of the hand against it. Now, isn't that interesting, she said. For the first time, Harry felt a surge of momentum. They were finally getting somewhere. Chapter 24. Harry pulled on a pair of disposable gloves and began navigating the phone, searching for anything useful. The last call was placed Wednesday, he reported to Sophie, same as about a dozen other calls that day. Probably just trying to reach her, hoping she'd answer, Matt offered. Any pictures? Clicking into the photo gallery, Harry was met with a collection of images that gave him pause. They were all of Sophie, but not the casual snapshots you'd expect. Each one showed her either at her desk, deep in work, or formally holding up certificates and graded papers. Take a look at these, Harry said, turning the screen toward Matt and Rebecca as he scrolled. The photos felt more like surveillance than cherished memories. That's just off, Matt remarked, his brow furrowed. Not a single picture of her just being a kid, and she doesn't exactly look thrilled in any of them. Rebecca, her tone uncharacteristically cooperative for once, asked, Is that everything on there? seems to be yes, Harry confirmed. They're all date-stamped too, Rebecca noted, pointing at the corner of the screen. Harry was about to exit and check the text messages when Matt stopped him. Hold on, go back. To the photos? No, to the home screen. Harry navigated back. There, Matt said, his finger hovering over a nondescript icon. Open that app. What is it? Just open it. With a tap, the application launched. Matt let out a low whistle. Well, I'll be damned. Take a look at that. Harry stared as Matt navigated through the interface. It displayed a comprehensive dashboard, location history, detailed call logs, contacts, even access to messaging and social media apps. This is a tracking application, Matt explained, his voice grim. Spyware, plain and simple. It looks like Martha installed this on another device, Sophie's, judging by the data, and has been monitoring her. Not just calls, but her every move, day in, day out. Sophie couldn't have kept a single secret from her. A spark of hope flickered in Harry's mind. Wait, does that mean we can use this to find her right now? Matt examined the app more closely and shook his head. Afraid not. The data stops cold yesterday around 7 in the evening. It looks like Sophie's phone has been powered off since then. Harry's thoughts raced back to Martha the previous day, fumbling with her outdated, bulky mobile and claiming technological incompetence. The device in his hand now told a very different and far more calculated story. So she would have seen the text message Sophie received on Sunday then. Absolutely, Matt said. And it'll be logged in these records. Pretty much everything Sophie ever did on that phone is probably right here. A darker, more unsettling realization dawned on Harry. And if Sophie had her phone with her yesterday, then Martha's whole song and dance about reporting her missing was a complete fabrication. She knew exactly where she was the entire time. Damn, you're right, Matt exclaimed. But then what was the point of filing the report? Harry passed the phone back to Matt. Find that message from Sunday. As Matt began searching, Rebecca carefully repositioned the sheet over Martha's hand and slid the drawer closed with a definitive thud. The sterile hum of the morgue felt suddenly oppressive. Perhaps you gentlemen could continue this elsewhere, she suggested, though her tone left little room for debate. What I mean is, please leave. Is collaborating with you always such a delight? Harry asked dryly. Rebecca offered a thin, humourless smile as she moved to the door, plunging the room into darkness with a click of the switch. Sometimes it's even more exciting. Harry and Matt hurried after her into the hallway. Look, thanks for your help with this, Harry said, making a concerted effort to sound genuinely appreciative. I do mean that. Lucky me, Rebecca replied flatly, and without another word she turned and disappeared down the corridor, her footsteps echoing into the evening. Is she always that warm? Harry asked, once she was gone. We don't cross paths much, Matt admitted, his attention back on the phone. Found the message, by the way. Sunday morning, right? Yes, Harry said, his impatience growing, and what did it say? You're not going to believe it. Who sent it, Matt? Who texted Sophie? Matt finally looked up from the screen, his expression one of pure disbelief. Stephen Hurst, he said. You've got to be joking, Harry breathed. The pastor who drives the BMW. What possible reason would he have to message Sophie? Then, another piece of the puzzle, jagged and troubling, clicked abruptly into place in his mind. Harry sat in the passenger seat of the Land Rover, watching the evening fade into another tense, sleepless night. Matt drove the road ahead, swallowed by darkness. Harry had pored over the messages again, not just the exchanges between Sophie and the pastor, but others too, until he felt like an intruder and had to stop. The texts between Sophie and Jonathan painted a picture of two kids genuinely in love, not the type to impulsively run away. Crucially, Sophie hadn't confided in Jonathan or anyone else, according to the records, about her suspicions regarding her mother and Pastor Hurst. All communication from Sophie had ceased abruptly on Wednesday. Had she discovered the tracking app and ditched her phone? So, Matt said, keeping his eyes on the winding road, Our theory is that Sophie believed her mum was involved with the pastor and decided to confront him right in the middle of his sermon. That's the way it looks, Harry replied, still struggling to reconcile the composed Martha. He'd met with someone capable of a secret affair. Why else would she send him a text that just says, "I know," during the service? Harry pictured it, Sophie, sending that message in church, a calculated move knowing her mother couldn't react immediately. The pastor's swift reply, a flat denial, would have been the spark that ignited her very public outburst, leading to her being hurried out by her mortified parents. But why confront him and not just ask her mother? Matt wondered aloud. Your guess is as good as mine, Harry said. What's your read? Harry was quiet for a long moment, the hum of the engine filling the silence. Sophie thought the pastor and her mother were having an affair. Given what the pathologist found in Martha's car, I'd say she was right on the money. Matt let out a short, mirthless laugh. Martha and the pastor getting cozy in a car, unbelievable. Sophie confronts him for reasons we don't know, choosing not to go to her parents. Next, she disappears. Martha reports her missing, despite having a tracker that should tell her exactly where Sophie is. Then, later that same night, Martha's phone shows she texted the pastor at 11:30 p.m. to arrange a meeting at Semmerwater. Why there? Maybe it was their spot, Harry suggested. Somewhere familiar. The car was well hidden in the brush. You could have all the privacy in the world out there, especially after dark. So they meet, and the pastor kills her. But why? It doesn't track. I don't usually picture a church leader as a murderer. Takes all kinds, Harry said flatly. Unfortunately, as much as Harry hated to admit it, the theory connected the dots, however faintly. It was like something out of an old detective novel. When you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. I still can't wrap my head around it, Matt muttered, shaking his head. You'd be surprised what people will do to protect their perfect little world, Harry said, his tone shifting from weary to sharply cynical. One argument spirals, pride takes over, someone snaps. Next thing you know, there's a body and a life ruined. Happens more often than you'd think, even to the folks who preach about salvation on Sundays. So here we have a kid who discovered the truth. Maybe Sophie's message scared him, and he tried to end things, but Martha wouldn't have it. An argument followed and, well, you can guess the rest. He leaned forward, gazing out at the shadowy grey hills. How much longer? 15 minutes, Matt replied. You sure you don't want to call first just to be safe? No, Harry said firmly. With something like this, surprise is your best friend. It actually took 20 minutes thanks to a couple of tractors and some road work. Matt gestured ahead. Leyburn's just up there. A few 100 yards past a gas station, they pulled over beside a stately row of Victorian townhouses, complete with iron railings and small front lawns. He lives in the old vicarage, Matt explained. The Church of England sold it off. Too big and expensive to keep up. Most pastors these days are older, living alone. Who needs a 3-story, 5-bedroom house? And this new pastor, Stephen Hurst, bought it. Wasn't always a pastor, Matt noted. Had a few businesses, from what I hear. Let's just say he's not hurting for money. Harry opened the passenger door and stepped out. Which one is it? Matt pointed. That one. Come on, let's hear what he has to say. Standing at the front door, Harry felt a flicker of doubt. Was this smart? If the pastor was responsible for Martha's death, he was a violent man, brutally so, judging by her injuries. Cornered, there was no telling what he might do. But Harry wanted this wrapped up. An arrest tonight would be perfect. Matt reached for the doorbell and pressed it. Footsteps approached, followed by an irritated voice. Finally, I've been waiting over an hour, and I'm starving. Matt shot Harry a look. Honestly, the Chinese place in town isn't bad, but I'm a fish and chips guy through and through. Ask for extra scraps? Absolutely heavenly. The door swung open. For a split second, Pastor Stephen Hurst's face showed only confused surprise. Then it collapsed into sheer, unadulterated panic. Oh, God, no. The door slammed shut. You bastard! Harry roared, driving his left foot into the door. It didn't give. He threw his weight against it again, succeeding only in rattling the heavy hinges and sending a sharp jolt up his leg. Around the back, Matt shouted, already sprinting down the path toward the road and turning right. There's an alley just ahead. These places have backyards and parking. Harry was right behind him, their pounding footsteps echoing off the terrace fronts. They dashed into the narrow alley and toward the rear of the houses. Which one? Harry gasped. His answer came not from Matt, but from the sound of frantic running further down the alley, swallowed by the darkness ahead. Harry sucked in a breath and pushed harder. Running wasn't his favourite thing, never had been. It was always more of a grim necessity, a basic requirement for his time in the parachute regiment. But he could still move when he had to, fueled by a stubborn, lingering fitness that survived all the bad food and drink, and by a sheer, pig-headed refusal to quit, even if it meant pushing himself to the brink of sickness. His heart hammering against his ribs, Harry surged past Matt and charged into the dark. He knew he could yell, "Police, stop!" But what good would that do? Absolutely none. The idea of trying to reason with him had never been successful for Harry, not in all his years, so he certainly wasn't going to start now. The pastor's reaction at the door, that flash of pure, unadulterated guilt upon seeing him and Matt, told Harry everything. Any attempt at calm conversation would only send the man deeper into a panic. A crash of trash cans, a pained grunt, and a stream of profanity echoed from the lane ahead. Harry sprinted toward the noise, veering left down a dirt path that ran alongside an old wooden garage. A figure was visible now, stumbling more than running across the expansive lawn of a large estate house. It made a sudden, desperate cut to the right, as if trying to double back, but Harry anticipated the move and closed the gap, blocking the escape route. Summoning a burst of athleticism he didn't know he still possessed, Harry launched himself, bringing the man down in a tackle that was all force and no finesse. They hit the damp earth with a sickening thud, the air driven from the pastor's lungs in a pained wheeze. "Get off me, you lunatic! Get off!" Harry had no intention of moving. "Stephen Hurst," he stated, his voice firm against the man's struggles, "I am arresting you on suspicion of the murder of Martha Hodgson. It wasn't me. I didn't bloody do it, do you hear? I loved her. I loved her." The vulgar protests from the man pinned beneath him were a stark contrast to the pious image he projected. But then Harry mused. If the man was capable of a brutal killing, a few choice words were the least of his sins. Harry began the formal caution, his tone flat and procedural. "You do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defense if you do not mention when questioned something which you later rely on in court. Are you even listening? It wasn't me. I was the one who found her. Why would I kill someone I loved? Anything you do say may be given in evidence." "It wasn't me. Just listen. You all right down there, Harry?" Harry looked up to see Matt's boots, then followed the line of his trousers up to a face struggling to maintain a neutral expression. "You wouldn't happen to have any handcuffs on you, detective?" Harry asked. The pastor had stopped thrashing, his verbal storm subsiding into ragged breaths. "Aye, here." Taking the cuffs, Harry shifted to sit on the man's back, securing his wrists with practiced efficiency. Then he simply slumped back onto the grass, his own heart hammering. "Didn't see that coming, to be honest," he panted. "Quite the unexpected workout. It wasn't me. Why would I kill her? I loved her more than that useless fool George ever could." The pastor had found his voice again. Harry pushed himself to his feet. "Running never really helps your case, does it? Come on." With Matt's help, they hauled the pastor upright. As they guided him back, Harry saw the man was a wreck, not just covered in mud, but utterly shattered. Tears carved clean tracks through the grime on his face, his shoulders slumped in defeat, his expensive shirt was ruined with grass stains and sweat. Harry also noted with a detached curiosity that the man was barefoot. "You can't just do this," Hurst said, his voice quieter now, almost pleading. "You can't. I didn't do it. I wouldn't. I never could." "Did you catch that part about your words being used as evidence?" Harry asked, though he already knew the answer. I don't care, it wasn't me. Then the dam broke completely, and the pastor dissolved into heaving sobs at the Land Rover. Harry glanced at Matt. Best get him processed then. Matt's expression was one of profound weariness. You realize what that means, right? Harry shrugged. Another round of terrible station tea. Matt shook his head. Wensleydale doesn't have any holding cells, not anymore. Some brilliant cost-cutting initiative. Harry stared at him, the absurdity cutting through the adrenaline. What? None. Not a single one. Not a single one, Matt confirmed. So now we have to haul his sorry behind all the way to Harrogate. That's a solid hour from here. Oh God, what have I done? Pastor Hurst moaned softly. Harry paid him no mind. But we can't do that, Harry argued. It's already late. True enough, Matt agreed. Doesn't seem like we have much of a choice though, do we? Harry shot a hard look at the handcuffed man seated between them. No, he said flatly. It really doesn't. By the time Harry and Matt finally settled into an interview room with Pastor Hurst, the clock was pushing midnight. The drive had been straightforward, no traffic to speak of, and their passenger in the back of the Land Rover had been quiet for the most part, though he'd looked decidedly queasy by the time they arrived. After booking him in and summoning the duty solicitor from the Harrogate station, there was some bureaucratic chatter about handing the pastor over to a specialised investigation hub to, as they put it, streamline the process. Harry had politely suggested that the fastest path to justice was for everyone to get the hell out of his way and let him work. And if anyone had an issue with that, they were welcome to phone not just DSI Swift, but DSI Fairbank as well. The prospect of rousing two senior officers in the middle of the night was enough to leave them in peace. Now, Harry sat at a table with Detective Sergeant Matt Dinsdale beside him. Across from them was Pastor Stephen Hurst, and next to him, a visibly annoyed duty solicitor, Mr. Robert Clark, who was still wearing a tuxedo, clearly pulled away from a far better evening. All right, then, Harry began. Let's get the formalities out of the way, shall we? He leaned forward and pressed the record button on the device in the centre of the table. After identifying everyone present, he recited the caution verbatim, the same words he'd used back in that dark garden in Leyburn. We're all clear on that, I assume. The pastor gave a stiff nod. Good, Harry said. Now, why don't we start at the beginning? He glanced at Matt. Though, to be honest, like Detective Dinsdale, I'm not entirely sure which beginning we should pick. What? The pastor blurted out. What are you talking about? I already told you I didn't kill her. That's all you need to know. I loved her. There is no beginning. The duty solicitor tried to quiet him with a sharp hiss, but it was useless. Don't you hiss at me. I would never do something like that. Never. I'm a pastor. I was Martha's pastor. And is it common practice for pastors to sleep with members of their congregation? Harry asked coolly. Stephen's jaw snapped shut, his eyes glaring daggers at Harry, who remained utterly unfazed. You do realize that being a pastor isn't a get-out-of-jail-free card, right? Harry continued. So why don't you tell me when you first met Mrs. Hodgson? He placed a deliberate emphasis on the Mrs. at church, the pastor muttered.
Where else?
He asked.
When, not where, Matt corrected.
Not a great start.
No, it really isn't, Harry agreed. I don't know, Hurst said, deflating slightly. Maybe 5 years ago? It was when I moved here and took over leadership at the church. Yes, 5 years. Martha was on the church leadership team, so we saw each other frequently from the start. Things just developed from there. Developed,
Harry echoed. You make it sound like it was some unstoppable force, was it, Stephen? Something completely beyond your control. It felt that way? Do you often lose control, get frustrated, maybe angry, ever lash out? Pastor Hurst said nothing, his mouth a tight, sealed line. So, you jumped right into an affair the moment you met her, is that it? Harry pressed. Or did things simmer for a while first? Snowballs don't simmer, Matt remarked. The pastor Stephen spun toward him, his face tight with frustration, fists rhythmically clenching at his sides. It wasn't like that at all, he insisted. Not even close. Her husband, George, He never saw her worth. He still doesn't. That man has no idea what a treasure he's ignoring. Sounds like you're not his biggest fan, Harry observed. A contemptuous sneer twisted Stephen's features, stripping away his wounded facade to reveal something uglier beneath. He's a weak, pathetic man, the pastor spat. Martha deserved real love from someone like me. Not from him. He's less than nothing, but that doesn't mean I'd murder her just to keep a secret, does it? Let's be clear, Harry said, his tone flat. You did have an affair with her. Did the thrill just wear off, though? For the record, I don't think that's how love is supposed to go. Neither do I, Matt agreed. That's not what I'm saying, Stephen shouted, his face flushing a deep crimson. You're twisting my words. Why won't you just listen? To be clear on the facts, Harry repeated, unmoved. You had an affair with Martha? Yes, well, no, not immediately. It wasn't like that from the start. So it was purely physical then, Matt cut in, his voice dripping with mock curiosity. Midnight rendezvous, a quick tumble in a car, something rough in a shadowy alley. Not exactly the pastoral behavior I'd expect. Stop it, it was nothing so sordid. Stephen's voice echoed off the walls. We fell in love. What she had with George was dead for years. There was no heart left in it. A bit of passion paired with prayer, Matt mused. Sin and salvation, an unconventional approach to ministry. I'll give you that. I loved her, Stephen declared, his voice breaking. That's the only thing that matters. Harry leaned back, a weary smile playing on his lips. Let me get this straight. It wasn't an affair, but it was. It wasn't about sex, but it was. And this whole snowball situation was, in fact, true love. I suppose, maybe. I don't know anymore, Stephen cried, burying his face in his hands. Suddenly, Harry leaned forward, his scarred face casting a severe shadow across the interrogation table. Then why did you kill her, Stephen? That's the only question left. What pushed you over the edge to do her in so thoroughly? Was she threatening to expose you? Was that it? I didn't kill her. I would never. I'm a man of God. We don't commit murder. Harry let out a short, humourless laugh. This isn't a joke. I never said it was, Harry replied coolly, deliberately stoking the man's anger, hoping for a slip. So why bludgeon her? Were you scared the secret would get out? Or had that burning love of yours finally gone cold? Probably the sex, Matt offered casually. The snowball just melted away. Ignoring the comment, Harry produced a phone sealed in a plastic evidence bag. Do you recognize this, Stephen? The pastor shook his head with deliberate theatrical slowness. Harry pulled on latex gloves and extracted the pink device. As he did, Matt placed a second phone on the table. You know this one, though, don't you? Matt asked, pointing. Yes, of course. It's mine, Stephen admitted, his shoulders slumping. Exactly, Harry said, holding up the pink phone. Now, watch what happens when I tap the screen right here. He pressed a button, and the pastor's phone vibrated on the table. Fascinating, isn't it? Detective Sergeant Dinsdale. Very, Matt agreed. So what? Stephen yelled, a note of final defeat in his voice. Fine. Martha and I were having an affair. I've said it. My life is over anyway, but I did not kill her, I swear it. Martha sent you a text from this phone on Wednesday night, Harry stated, setting the device down with a soft click, asking you to meet her at Semmerwater. And I believe the reason for all this stems from what Sophie sent you on Sunday. The pastor attempted to speak, but Harry lifted a hand, silencing him. So you went to meet her. An argument erupted. You lashed out, knocked her down, and then things spiraled, didn't they? That's how it goes. You lose your grip. But to attack her with such violence, Stephen, you must have been in a real state, were you? Tears were now streaming down the pastor's face, but Harry pressed on. You couldn't bear the thought of your secret getting out, so you ended it. You even wiped down the interior of her car, didn't you? To clean up the evidence. But it didn't work. We see things you don't, Stephen. That car tells a story, and frankly, it's a pretty ugly one. I never went near her car. What? I said I never went near her car. Of course you did, Harry insisted. You argued in the car she got out. You followed and you killed her. Then you went back, wiped it down and got out of there fast. No, you're wrong. Am I? Yes, because Martha wasn't in her car when I got there. She was already dead. Rubbish. And why would I kill her if there were witnesses? Answer me that. Harry paused, exchanged a look with Matt, then turned back. What are you talking about? There were 2 people swimming in the lake. I saw them when I went looking for Martha. So why on earth would I kill her knowing someone might see? Harry leaned back in his chair, tilting it onto its rear legs. You were desperate, he stated. I was terrified, the pastor cried. I found Martha on the shore, just lying there as if she'd been placed. I slipped in the blood, panicked and ran back to my car. But she texted you, Harry countered. How could she do that if she was already dead? The pastor shot to his feet, shouting, You tell me, officer. You explain that. It was early morning, and Harry was back in his room at the Harriet's Hotel. Matt had dropped him off around 4, and he'd managed a scant 2 hours of sleep before his mind jolted him awake, tangled in the same confusion he'd felt when he finally drifted off. Pastor Stephen Hurst remained in custody. He certainly had a motive for the murder, but after that interview Harry's certainty was crumbling. Nothing added up. For a fleeting second, he even entertained the absurd notion that Sophie might be responsible, but that was madness. For one, she had no way to get to the lake, and the idea of her bludgeoning her own mother to death, crushing her skull. No, that didn't ring true to Harry, though he had to admit he'd encountered that brand of insanity in other cases before sorting through the chaos in his mind. Harry tried to impose some order. First, Sophie sent that text to the pastor, accusing her mother of having an affair with him, a claim the pastor immediately denied. Next, Sophie ran off, and her disappearance was reported by Martha, who, it turned out, knew exactly where she was the whole time. That made no sense whatsoever, at least not yet. Sophie was still missing, which was deeply troubling, and her boyfriend was with her, adding another layer to the mess. All they knew was that she'd been in Harrogate on Wednesday. After that, the trail went cold. The local police were doing their best to track her down, but Harry knew exactly how useful that could be, somewhere between minimal and utterly useless. Then, late Wednesday night, Martha was found dead on the shore of a local lake, her face brutally smashed in. Pastor Stephen Hurst's presence at the scene was undeniable, especially since he admitted to being there, but he was adamant he hadn't killed her. So who in the world did? Harry was itching to bet on the pastor being the culprit, yet a persistent, nagging thought lingered just out of reach, refusing to clarify itself. Compounding his frustration was a gnawing hunger, with breakfast still an hour away. Releasing a yawn so vast it seemed to pull at the very air of the room, he rose from his bed, stretched his stiff limbs and concluded a walk was the only remedy to clear the fog in his mind. Stepping outside, he was met by the remnants of dawn, a brilliant gold seam splitting the horizon, streaked with crimson, while wispy, faint clouds drifted high above like spun sugar suspended in the sky. Rather than heading toward town, Harry chose the path Dave Calvert had mentioned, turning left from Harriet's and away from the main road onto a narrow trail. It led him over a stone stile and into open countryside. The path ahead was paved with ancient, worn flagstones, and Harry found himself pondering how many decades they had endured, how many footsteps they had borne. The air carried a pleasant sweetness, underscored by the distinct earthy scent of the sheep dotting the fields, yet there was a deeper richness to it, as if the land itself was exhaling the essence of life and the sprawling greenery that rolled toward the distant hills. He continued over another stile, and then another, his mind deliberately empty, walking in a state of near meditation where the turmoil of recent days was not forgotten but temporarily set aside. To his left the fields descended toward the river, and he followed the slope down. The water had sculpted the grey stone banks into smooth, scalloped shapes over millennia. A small group of sheep stood a little upstream, drinking calmly. In that moment, Harry understood how one could fall for a place like this. its haunting, timeless beauty, steeped in history, yet vibrantly alive. He briefly entertained the whimsical idea of kicking off his shoes to wade in the cool water, then immediately dismissed it. That was hardly a fitting activity for a grown man, especially one embroiled in a murder case. A sharp ringtone shattered the tranquility. With a resigned sigh, Harry fished his phone from his pocket. Grimm, if ever a name was fitting, came the familiar acerbic voice on the other end. Sowerby, Harry replied. Calling a bit early, aren't you? And yet you're awake, Rebecca shot back. What do you need? I've got an update, she stated. Frankly, I should have had this sooner, but there was a hold-up. Someone's about to be unemployed. Harry had no doubts about that. What did you find? The victim was definitely killed at the lake, Rebecca confirmed. We located the rock used, no prints. It had been rinsed with lake water. How is that useful to me? It's not, she said flatly. But this next part might be. Harry remained silent, waiting. The injuries weren't all inflicted at the lake. What? There was an initial blow to the skull earlier, we believe. It cracked her cranium and would have knocked her out cold. But her car was at the lake. She drove herself there. I don't see how that's possible, Rebecca countered. She'd have been unconscious from that first strike. Plus, we found traces of varnished wood in that initial wound. So whatever hit her first wasn't a rock. For once, Harry was at a loss for words. What on earth did this mean?
You still there?
Yes, Harry managed. So let me make sure I understand this. You're telling me she was struck with a wooden object, knocked out, and then wound up at the lake in her own car, only to be finished off with a rock? Harry asked, his voice tight-struck, or perhaps thrown against something with force. That's correct, Rebecca clarified. But how does that work? Harry pressed. You're the detective, Rebecca replied flatly. I'm just relaying the facts. Anything more? Nothing. Harry ended the call, his grip on the phone so tight his knuckles whitened. He fought the urge to hurl it into the stream gurgling beside his boots. The pathologist's timeline was a jigsaw with half the pieces missing. The evidence pointed to Martha driving herself to that fateful meeting. Yet, she was supposedly incapacitated before she even got there. So what was the real sequence? How did these jagged pieces fit? Did the pastor attack her first, then somehow transport her and her car to Semmerwater for a gruesome finale? The logic evaporated like mist. A raw, frustrated roar tore from Harry's throat, shattering the pastoral silence and sending a cluster of sheep bolting in a panic. He checked his watch just past 8. His own brain felt like overloaded circuitry, smoking and sparking. He needed other minds on this. Now he redealed Harry. Jim, Harry said. The word clipped. Can you rally everyone at the community office? I'm on my way. You got it, Jim said. What's going on? Everything, Harry growled. Every single confusing piece of this is up in the air, and I need help nailing it all down. Chapter 28. The police room at the community centre was buzzing, and Harry felt a surge of gratitude. The entire team had assembled. Jim had been the first, arriving moments after Harry to unlock the building just before 8:30. True to form, Jim had promptly dashed out for what he called essential supplies, returning 15 minutes later, laden with more of Cockett's famous cake, a box of still warm sausage rolls and flaky apple turnovers. He'd also pressed a warm, grease-spotted paper bag into Harry's hands. Inside was a hefty bacon and sausage sandwich. You mentioned skipping breakfast, Jim said, as Harry let the heat seep into his chilled fingers. Can't have that with everyone settled. Harry gathered them around the investigation board, which had expanded from Sophie's disappearance to include her mother's murder. Thanks for making it, Harry began. I won't ask how fast you drove to get here. A few tired smiles answered him. So what's the situation? Gordy asked, leaning forward. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure, Harry admitted. That's why you're all here. We need to walk through this mess together and see if we can find a pattern. Because right now, the obvious answer is the pastor, but that theory just got a wrench thrown in it an hour ago. What happened? Gordy pressed. We'll get there, Harry said. Let's start from the beginning. He nodded to Jim. Jim, kick us off with Sophie. Jim moved to the board, where Sophie's school photo was pinned, surrounded by notes and timelines. Last Sunday, Sophie sent a text to Pastor Richard Hurst, Jim stated, consulting his notebook. We believe she suspected he was involved with her mother and wanted to confront him. Why not just ask her mum? DC Coates interjected. That's the direct approach. We don't know, Jim conceded, and we likely won't until we find her or she returns. No leads at all, Jenny asked. Radio silence, Matt chimed in. The text caused a significant stir. Jim continued. The pastor's reply was a firm denial. The next day, Sophie had an incident at school. Then, on Wednesday, she bolted. She took the school bus but then diverted to Harrogate. Probably just wanted a day of retail therapy, Gordy mused, reaching for a sausage roll. Retail therapy, someone muttered. We've since pieced together that she was spotted in the shops downtown, and we've pulled some CCTV footage from that. But after that evening, the trail goes completely cold. Could she have done it? Gordy asked. Her mother, I mean, just because a family looks fine on the surface doesn't mean they are. What if she just snapped? Why would they even be at Semerwater? Harry countered. And where would Sophie have gone after that night? Matt chimed in. Has George offered any insight into what might have happened? According to him, he had no idea Martha had even left the house, Harry explained. They sleep in separate rooms, and she's always up and out before him in the morning to get to work. Separate bedrooms, Liz said, her eyebrows raised. Seriously? The only new piece we can add to Sophie's story, Jim interjected, is that we have reason to believe her boyfriend met up with her at some point on Thursday, and after talking to his parents. Gordy added, I'm feeling a bit more optimistic that Sophie will turn up okay. That kid seems like a solid bet. Harry took a slow sip from his mug, turning the new information over in his mind. So that brings us back to Martha, Sophie's mother, he said, standing up. You want a piece of cake? Matt offered, pushing a plate loaded with slices across the table. Harry waved a hand. No, I'm all right for now, thanks. Matt shrugged, took a slice for himself, and passed the plate to Jim, who sent it around the room. Martha reported Sophie missing mid-afternoon on Wednesday, Harry continued. We also now know that despite leading us to believe she only had one phone, she actually had two. One was an old brick of a thing, and the other was a smartphone with a tracking app installed. So she knew where Sophie was the whole time? Liz asked, incredulous. Then why report her missing at all? Haven't the foggiest idea, Harry admitted. Pretty bizarre behaviour, if you ask me, anyway. Jim and I looked around the house and I met George. Nothing jumped out at us there either, mostly because the place was unnervingly spotless. After that, we initiated the standard procedures for a missing person, and then we all headed out for the pie supper. Which reminds me, Jenny said, a mischievous glint in her eye, I still need to drag you to Cunningham's to get some proper running shoes. Harry chose to ignore the comment and pressed on with the shaky timeline of the last few days. That evening, Martha's car is found parked in the bushes at Semerwater. She supposedly sends a text to Pastor Hurst. He shows up. Then we get the call from those two wild swimmers that her body has been found. So the pastor did it then, Gordy concluded. He's got motive. Except, Harry cut in. We now know from the pathologist that Martha was injured before she even got to the lake and was likely unconscious. So there's no way she could have sent that text herself. Which puts us right back to Sophie doing it. Gordy reasoned. She arranges to meet her mom at the lake for some reason, they argue. It gets heated. It turns physical. Martha gets knocked down. Sophie panics and runs, and her boyfriend gets roped into helping her disappear. The woman's skull was crushed, Harry stated flatly, then pointed a finger at Sophie's photograph on the board, and I just cannot picture this girl doing that to her own mother. What if our friendly pathologist is wrong about Martha being injured first? Matt ventured. What if she wasn't unconscious when that text was sent? Feel free to challenge her on that, Harry said dryly, but I seriously doubt she is. Which leaves us with 2 missing teenagers, a murder victim, a potential suspect, and no logical way for the victim to have driven herself to the lake or sent the text that lured the suspect there in the first place. "How's George holding up through all this?" Liz asked quietly. "He always appeared so reliant on Martha, as well as anyone could be," Harry replied, "considering his daughter is gone and his wife was killed." For a long moment, the team sat quietly, their gazes drifting between the evidence board, each other's tired faces, and the floor, absently finishing the last of the cake and refilling their mugs. Needing to move, Harry stepped outside to clear his head with a breath of cool air, hoping it might shake loose a fresh thought. When he returned, every head in the room swiveled toward him. "What?" Harry demanded, instantly on edge. "What is it?" Matt lifted a hand. "Just got word from Harrogate," he said. "Turns out the pastor has the funds to secure himself a rather sharp lawyer. And," Harry pressed, "and he's just been released on bail. Sorry, boss." "Are you kidding me?" Harry exploded, the words sharp enough to cut the air. "Bail? How in the world did that happen?" "Like I told you," Matt said. "Money talks." Harry was seething. Their prime suspect was walking free? What kind of justice was that? He briefly entertained the vivid, satisfying notion of finding that slick solicitor and expressing his displeasure with something more direct than words. The room stayed tense and quiet until Gordy stood and approached the board, breaking the stillness. "We're not exactly swimming in evidence, are we?" she mused. "And what's with all these extra photos? Half of this stuff doesn't seem connected at all." Harry barely glanced at what she indicated. The entire case was a throbbing headache, and with the pastor now out, his frustration was peaking. And the scene itself was practically barren, Gordy added. "Unless you think a lollipop stick, a bicycle clip, and a can of iced coffee are lethal. Now, the vodka bottle, that could do some damage. Not that I'd know from experience, of course." Harry was in the middle of devouring an apple turnover, cream oozing onto his fingers, when a fragment of Gordy's offhand comment snagged in his brain. He spun to face the board. "You all right, Harry?" Jim asked. Harry silenced him with a sticky, cream-smeared finger. What was he missing? What had she said that hooked him? His eyes scanned the collage. Sophie at her desk, Martha's car crumpled in the bushes with its box of wine and oil stain, the trivial lollipop stick and bicycle clip. He pieced together the affair, Sophie's flight, the boyfriend following a day later, a day after Martha was bludgeoned, and those obsessive photos in the boyfriend's room. A cold, dreadful understanding clicked into place. Oh, no. The room hushed, all eyes fixed on him. "Harry," Jim asked cautiously. "What is it?" Harry looked straight at Jim. "The Land Rover," he said, his voice urgent. "We need to go now." Harry located George in his back garden, meticulously trimming what Harry assumed were rose bushes. They were floral and bushy, which was the extent of his botanical expertise. "George," Harry called out. "Got a moment?" George turned, and spotting Harry and Jim at the side gate, gave a small wave with his pruning shears before walking over. "Why are we here, Harry?" Jim whispered. "You think Sophie is responsible, don't you? And that George knows where she's hiding?" "Just need a quick word with him," Harry said. "That's all." George slipped through the gate, and Harry immediately saw the deep worry carved into his features, exhaustion radiating from his hollowed eyes. "Have you found her, please? Just tell me you have. She needs to come home." "Would you mind if we stepped inside for a few minutes, George?" Harry asked. "If you're not in the middle of something? Can't you tell me here, please? Where is she? Where's my Sophie?" Harry followed George into the house, with Jim close behind, and soon they were all seated in the quiet, sunlit lounge. The morning light returned, spilling into the living room, and laying a warm, golden patch across the floor. Jim prepared tea and carried the mugs in. As Harry accepted his, George leaned forward, his voice tight with worry. "Just tell me Sophie is safe," he pleaded. "She has to be all right." Harry retrieved his phone and set it on the coffee table. "Do you mind if I record this, George?" "Not at all," George replied, a hint of irritation in his tone. Once the recording began, Harry's voice became steady and deliberate. George, how long have you been aware of Martha's relationship with the pastor? Jim sputtered on his tea. Harry, what on earth are you talking about? A sharp glance from Harry silenced him. George's weary expression deepened into something grim as he sank back into his chair. Far too long, he admitted, an embarrassingly long time. And the irony is, they both believed it was some great secret. But what do you do? Sometimes you leave a wound alone, fearing that probing it will only destroy everything you've built. Harry left his tea untouched. His hunger was for answers, not refreshment. Please, continue. It was because of Sophie, George said, clasping his hands and leaning in. I couldn't bear to upend her world, especially with her GCSEs next year and A-levels after that. The chaos it would cause, shattered home, shattered trust, it didn't seem right. So you stayed silent? George gave a slow nod. What tipped you off that I knew? Harry reflected for a moment. It wasn't anything specific you said, more the way you mentioned you and Martha hadn't been intimate in years. That detail caught in my mind, and then other pieces started to fit. A thin, humourless smile touched George's lips. Ah, that. I tried to convince myself for ages that it was normal. He let out a genuine, weary laugh. I'm no Casanova, but everyone needs a bit of affection now and then, don't they? Well, she was certainly getting hers in the back seat of her car. Harry was taken aback that George knew even that. Surprised? George asked, noting his reaction. I'm not a fool. She was forever cleaning that car. Forever. As if I didn't understand why, Harry had to concede the point. What was Martha really like, he pressed. What do you mean the air purifier in Sophie's room? Harry listed. The homeopathic remedies. I saw an empty box in her trash. This entire house is unnaturally tidy. Sophie's room feels less like a teenager's space and more like a sterile dormitory. You're sharp, George said, pointing a finger. The department is lucky to have you. But yes, Martha, she brought her work home with her. That's the simplest way to put it. She was a caregiver, Jim interjected. What exactly did she bring home? Exactly that, George sighed. The caring non-stop, about everything and nothing. Homeopathy was a fixation. Every sniffle had a syndrome, every complaint a new pill or tincture. It was utterly draining. Are you saying she made you sick? Harry asked. I don't believe she meant to, George said, his voice heavy. But living with it was a special kind of hell. The constant fussing, the bleaching, the cleaning. Poor Sophie. It was unfair to her, and I felt powerless to stop it, truly powerless. Harry noticed Jim, who had opened his notebook when George began speaking, hadn't written a word. You all right, Jim? Jim nodded slowly. It just sounds surreal. Why would Martha do all this? It's called Munchausen syndrome by proxy, George stated flatly, meeting Harry's gaze. And I've known what it was for much longer than you'd ever guess. At first it wasn't so terrible. The medications seemed harmless enough, and Martha had such a nurturing nature. I simply thought she was being overly enthusiastic in the beginning, but things did escalate beyond control. Harry understood he needed to pose the next question, though he dreaded the answer. So that's why you ended her life, isn't it, George? Because you finally reached your breaking point. George shook his head slowly. That isn't the way it went. Let's be honest, George, Harry pressed. Your wife had been unfaithful for years, and you were aware. She transformed this house into a nightmarish clinic, attempting to treat illnesses that existed only in her thoughts. From what I gather, she also placed immense pressure on Sophie, essentially forcing the girl to spend her entire youth buried in textbooks. All of that is accurate, yes, George admitted. But it's not what led to that night, truly, it isn't. So you are confessing it was you, Jim interjected. Harry felt a growing discomfort. This should have been happening in a formal interview room. Yet forcing George into the Land Rover for a drive to Harrogate was the last thing he wanted to do. Here, in his own home, George was at ease, and perhaps that was why the truth was flowing so freely. None of it was planned, George said softly. But when Martha brought Sophie back to the house, well, that's when everything just unfolded. Yes, it was purely in the moment. Harry leaned forward, elbows on his knees, hands tightly clasped. What unfolded? I knew about the second phone, George began. Martha always insisted on knowing Sophie was safe, so she kept it for that. When Sophie ran off this time, Martha decided it would be best for her to, what was her phrase? Oh yes, to be properly frightened, so she wouldn't ever try it again. Sophie had run off before, though, Harry noted. Quite frequently, actually, George said with a sigh. Usually just slipping out for a bit of air to escape and breathe, I think. There's a worn patch in the corner of the front lawn, Harry recalled from his visit days prior. Yes, George nodded. She'd dart across there sometimes, just to disappear for a little while. So why did Martha file a report, Jim asked. What was the purpose? To frighten Sophie, George explained. Martha wanted her to understand the sheer trouble she'd caused. Involving the police was part of the lesson. She believed if Sophie had a truly awful experience, she'd never dare run again. In her own twisted logic, it made a kind of sense. A chill ran through Harry as he remembered Martha's demeanour when she reported her daughter missing. The idea that it was all a calculated lesson was profoundly disturbing. How did she bring Sophie home? She tracked her down after your visit, George said. Sophie was about to hitch a ride with a stranger when Martha intervened and brought her back. There wasn't much Sophie could do at that point, and she brought her directly here. Yes, George confirmed, and straight upstairs to lock her in her room as punishment. Here it all begins, Harry thought, a knot of dread tightening in his stomach. So what happened then? Jim asked. With Sophie home. Because as far as we know, she's still missing with her boyfriend. Sophie finally stood her ground, George said, a flicker of pride in his voice. She really told her mother what she thought. That's when she crushed those pills right in Martha's face, and the language she used, my goodness. I think that was the final straw, what truly pushed Martha over the edge. Yes, that's why she struck her. The scene George painted unfolded vividly in Harry's mind, an uncomfortable and grim picture. Martha hit Sophie. And Sophie hit her back. George continued, his voice growing distant, put her whole weight into it. Martha stumbled backward. She was at the top of the staircase. She reached out for me, her eyes wide. And Harry urged gently. And I let her fall, George whispered. I lunged forward to catch her, but my hands closed on empty air. She fell hard, a terrible heavy sound as her head struck the sharp corner of the bathroom doorframe on the landing. She dropped, a sudden and lifeless weight. The shock of it froze us both for a second. Then Sophie screamed, a raw, piercing sound, and before I could even speak, she was gone, bolting out the front door and vanishing into the night. By the time I reached the porch, the street was silent and empty. I haven't seen my daughter since. A memory surfaced for Harry from his visit to George after Martha's death was discovered. The scratches on your arms. Were those from Martha trying to hold on? No, George replied, his voice flat. Those are from the rose bushes out back. Nothing to do with Martha. Why not call an ambulance? Jim pressed. Because I was terrified for Sophie, George said, the simplicity of it stark. I didn't want her life ruined. It's really that straightforward. But this doesn't explain Simmerwater, Harry said, steering the conversation back. All of this happened in your house. Martha was gone, George insisted, a desperate edge creeping into his words. Sophie ran because she believed she'd killed her mother. But it was a tragic accident. A horrible, stupid accident. And yet, Harry repeated slowly, Martha's body was found miles away at that lake. Why? She wasn't breathing. There was a depression in her skull where she hit the door. George explained, his composure fraying. What choice did I have? Let my daughter be charged with murder manslaughter. It was a moment of panic, but try explaining that to a jury. I couldn't take that chance. I just couldn't. So I didn't call anyone, but I had to make the problem disappear. I had to do something. Harry was piecing it together, hearing the spiraling panic in George's voice that explained how a bad situation had snowballed into a catastrophe. So you drove her to Semmerwater. You used her phone to text Stephen, luring him there. You staged a scene. With him as the last contact on her phone, the police would look his way first. I saw an opportunity to solve two problems at once, George admitted, a bitter twist to his mouth. Yes, to shield Sophie, and to make that wretched man pay a little for the misery he'd caused. But how did you get home? Jim asked, stuck on the logistics. You have a collapsible bicycle in your garage, Harry answered for him. I'm guessing you tossed it in the trunk. That explains the fresh oil stain we found. You also left one of your bike clips behind. Ah, so that's where it ended up, George said almost to himself. I did wonder that ride home was brutal. I'm not exactly in marathon shape. Harry could see Jim's lingering skepticism. Something else on your mind? The podcast, Jim said. That aired live on Wednesday night too. I keep a library of pre-recorded segments, George explained with a weary shrug. I prefer the live interaction, but I managed to patch together a show from older material before I left for the lake. It bought me an alibi. Did you honestly believe this would work? Harry asked, his tone shifting from inquisitive to openly skeptical. I knew the blame would land on Stephen, George said. I didn't think it would hold forever, but I hoped it would create enough confusion, enough delay for Sophie and me to find our footing. I was wrong, obviously, and now Sophie is missing all over again. Yes, Harry said, his voice dropping lower, but there's one piece that still doesn't fit for me. What's that? If you believed Martha was already dead when you put her in that car, Harry began, his words deliberate. Why the excessive violence at the lakeshore? Why go that far? George's face contorted in genuine bewilderment, his forehead creasing. Violence? What are you talking about? We found Martha on the bank, Harry stated, watching him closely. Her face was obliterated, crushed with a large stone. She was almost unrecognizable. Why would you do that, George? What kind of rage pushes a man to do that to his own wife? But I didn't. Her face was pulp. Harry shot back, laying the accusation on thick. You unleashed everything on her, didn't you? All that pent-up anger finally exploding. Did it feel good? No, George roared, surging to his feet. You're not listening. This is insane what you're describing. It never happened. Martha fell. I thought she was dead. I believed she was already gone. But she wasn't dead, George, Harry said, his voice cold and steady. And you knew it. You made sure of it. You finally snapped because Martha had pushed you too far for too long, and she was helpless there on the shore, wasn't she? You're wrong. That is not what happened. None of it. I drove her there. I left her there for that miserable preacher to stumble upon. That's all. And now Sophie is gone, and you're wasting time accusing me of horrors instead of finding her. I have no idea what you're talking about. This is all wrong. Harry opened his mouth to respond, but a sudden gut-wrenching realization slammed into him, twisting his insides into a cold knot. Oh, hell. George was weeping openly now, but Harry's mind had already raced past him, locking onto a far more terrifying possibility. Harry. Jim's voice cut through the tension. What is it? Stephen Hurst, Harry breathed, the name tasting like ash. Stephen goddamn Hurst. He was spotted leaving his place about an hour ago, Gordy reported, his eyes fixed on Harry. After George's shocking confession that he'd merely abandoned Martha at the lake, believing her dead and hoping to ruin Pastor Stephen Hurst's life, not actually deliver the fatal blow, Harry had left Jim with George and sprinted back to the station. That's not helpful at all, is it? Harry snapped, still winded from the run, and making a mental note to finally collect his repaired car. We need to locate him, immediately. How? Gordy asked, looking helpless. He's driving a bright red BMW. Harry shot back. His patience gone. I'm guessing there aren't a fleet of those cruising around the valley, are there? Right? Exactly. Somebody had to have seen him. We need a direction, a destination. I know we don't have CCTV, but there has to be a lead. Which way did he go from his house? Up Dale, Matt offered. Harry's expression, already grim, darkened further. And what does that actually mean to someone not from here? Is that north-south? Give me a real direction. He was heading this way. Jenny clarified. Updale means toward Hawes. Downdale is back toward Leyburn. A cold dread settled in Harry's stomach. Let me get this straight, he said, his voice low and urgent. Our prime suspect gets sprung on bail by some slick lawyer. Correct nods all around? And we know he left his house, headed in this direction, an hour ago. Yes. More nods. Then, priest or not, that's a man with vengeance on his mind. Not prayer, Harry stated flatly. Call Jim now. He was already at the door, spinning to face the stunned team. Why are you all just standing there? Let's go, move outside. As they piled into the police SUV, Liz called out. Jim's not answering. Nothing. He always picks up. Matt fired up the engine. Hold on tight. Tires screeched as he launched the vehicle from the parking lot of the Black Bull and tore down the hill from the market square. You don't think he'd actually do something crazy, do you? Matt asked, the engine roaring as he pushed it. He's a pastor. I don't care if he's the Pope himself, Harry roared over the noise. All I know is the man was having an affair with Martha and probably didn't appreciate George trying to frame him for a murder. He apparently ended up committing anyway. It still doesn't track, though, Matt argued, wrestling the wheel onto the Hodgson's driveway. Why kill her? What was the point? I don't think he was thinking at all, Harry said as the SUV bounced violently up the drive. He's operating on pure rage now. His secret is out. The woman he loved is dead, and the husband tried to pin it on him for a crime he's actually guilty of. His entire life is in ashes. This isn't a man with a strategy, Matt. You can be sure of that. Harry was out of the moving vehicle before it fully stopped, stumbling forward as his feet hit the gravel. He sprinted across the drive to find the front door ajar. Bolting through the porch into the house, he shouted, Jim! George, where are you, Jim? A heavy waiting silence was his only answer. The sound of running footsteps announced the arrival of his team. Search the house, Harry ordered, his voice cutting through the quiet. Every room. A forgotten, half-packed suitcase lay open on the stairs, a detail he was sure hadn't been there before, a silent testament to a life interrupted. Now! The team scattered. Harry sprinted for the stairs, but a sharp shout from the lounge halted him in his tracks. In here! Hurry! He reversed course, charging into the living room to find Liz and Matt helping a disoriented Jim to his feet. Blood trickled down Jim's temple. He'll be all right, Matt assured, steering Jim toward the sofa. George, Harry demanded. Over here. Gordy's voice came from across the room. Harry spotted her and Jenny kneeling beside George, who was sprawled motionless on the floor. Blunt force trauma to the head, Jenny reported, her fingers on his neck. He's breathing, though. Gordy was already on her phone, urgently relaying details to emergency services. Harry, it was Jim, his voice thick. Harry crouched beside him. Jim, talk to me. What happened? Was it Hurst, the pastor? He just crashed in, Jim mumbled, wincing. Clobbered me from behind with something heavy. Next thing I knew, I was on the floor. When my head cleared, George was down. That pastor was standing over him, and then Sophie showed up. Sophie? Harry blurted, the name hitting him like a physical shock. She was here? When? Why? Minutes ago, Jim said, his eyes pleading for Harry to understand. I think she just wanted to come home to her father. She walked right into that monster trying to finish him off. Where is she now? Jim gave a helpless shrug. She took off. I heard a motorbike roar to life. The pastor ran out after her. A cold dread settled in Harry's gut. One murder was a crisis. This was a catastrophe unfolding in real time. With Jim assaulted, George critically injured, and now a teenage girl being hunted, the serene facade of Wensleydale shattered completely. For a dizzying second, the rolling hills blurred and Harry felt violently, disorientingly transplanted back to the gritty streets of Bristol. He was on his feet and at the door in an instant, spinning to face the room. Where would they go? Sophie and Jonathan are on a dirt bike being chased. Think, you know this terrain, I don't. Where? Off-road, Jim grunted, pressing a cloth to his head. Somewhere that fancy BMW of his can't follow. The old Roman road, Liz said instantly. It's rough. He'd only get a few 100 yards before he'd wreck his suspension. Harry's gaze locked onto Matt. Keys now? They're in the ignition, Matt said, already tugging his handcuffs from his belt. Cuffs, he tossed them, and Harry caught them mid-air, bolting out the door before anyone could react. The Land Rover's engine grumbled to life. Harry whipped it around in the driveway and turned right, stomping on the accelerator. The vehicle responded with a reluctant groaning surge of power, feeling less like acceleration and more like a gathering of stubborn momentum. At the turn for Burterset, he wrenched the wheel, tires screeching as he left the paved road behind, charging into the tiny village. He blew past stone cottages, a blur of green and grey, Jim's family farm flashing by on the left. The uncertainty was torture. In his mind, he saw the bike crashed, the pastor closing in. The grim image made him downshift violently, slamming the pedal down, forcing the Land Rover into a roaring, protesting sprint. The entrance to the Roman road appeared ahead, and Harry cursed, remembering it was a crossroads. Left led downward. Right climbed back into the desolate hills. He chose right. The vehicle bucked and jolted over the rutted track of rubble and loose stone, the Land Rover devouring the path with a rugged, almost joyful ferocity. Harry, however, was having a profoundly miserable time, his head repeatedly smacking the roof as he drove at a reckless, punishing speed. He had to. This ended now. The road plunged into a sudden steep dip, hooked around a sharp bend, then climbed again. And there, his luck shifted. Blocking the way ahead, steam billowing from its crumpled hood, was a red BMW. A surge of triumph was instantly extinguished. Just beyond, further up the rocky incline, a motorbike lay on its side, one wheel spinning uselessly, a thin plume of smoke rising into the air. The BMW was crippled, but still jutted out enough to completely block the narrow track. Undeterred, Harry forced the police SUV past the pastor's car with a grinding shriek of tearing metal. At the motorcycle, he killed the engine and leapt out. The landscape before him was nothing but rolling hills and desolate moorland. "Sophie!" Harry shouted into the wind. "Jonathan, where are you?" A faint scream carried on the breeze snapped his head around. It came again, giving him a direction. He vaulted over the low wall flanking the old Roman road and charged up the sloping fell. Cresting a rise, he stumbled down the other side and collided with the pastor, whose face registered pure horror at this very unwanted arrival. Before Harry could regain his footing, the pastor drove a brutal kick into his stomach. Harry gagged, the taste of bile filling his mouth. Through blurred vision, he saw Sophie crouched beside Jonathan, who was bleeding from his mouth. The pastor lunged again, but this time Harry was ready, twisting aside so the man's momentum threw him off balance. Seizing the opening, Harry swept the pastor's legs out from under him, sending him crashing to the ground. In an instant, Harry was on top of him, knees pressed hard into the man's back. "Get off me!" the pastor screamed. Harry ignored him, wrenching his arms behind his back and clicking the handcuffs into place. He rolled off the struggling figure. "You," Harry stated, catching his breath, "are under arrest." Crawling away on his hands and knees, Harry left the pastor cursing into the dirt. He pushed himself up and looked at Sophie and Jonathan, their faces pale with terror. "I'm with the police," Harry said, his voice steadying. "It's over. You're safe." "Are we in trouble?" Jonathan whispered. "Maybe," Harry admitted, "but that's why I'm here, to sort it out, all right?" "My dad," Sophie said, her voice trembling. "Is he okay?" "The police are with him," Harry assured her. "An ambulance is on the way." The two children remained frozen. Harry extended a hand toward the girl. "Sophie." She nodded, tears welling in her eyes. I know what you believe happened, Harry said gently, but you did not kill your mother. Your father told me everything. He needs you to come home now. He needs you more than ever. For a long moment everything was still. Then the dam broke sobbing. Sophie ran to him. Harry caught her and held her tight, making sure she wouldn't fall. Chapter 31. You're absolutely certain about this? Seems that way. Then you're as crazy as you are ugly. Appreciate that. Harry gazed out at the lake. In the late evening gloom, a single beam of moonlight cut a ghostly path across the water toward him. He had at least managed to get his feet in, and the water was brutally, shockingly cold. Jim stood a few paces back on the shore, holding a towel. You did remember the thermos of that awful coffee of yours, right? Harry asked. You didn't leave it at your place. Oh, I remembered it, Jim confirmed. Not that it'll do much good. You'll be dead from hypothermia in minutes. They'll probably have to dredge the lake for your corpse. Harry waded in up to his ankles. The cold wasn't just a temperature. It was a physical assault, like shards of ice stabbing into his bones. Remind me again why I'm doing this, Harry groaned. Remind you? Jim retorted. You haven't given a reason. You just said we were coming to Semmerwater and that I should bring a towel and a hot drink. Harry laughed, and the sound felt strangely liberating. It was the weekend after arguably the most bizarre week of his life. It felt fitting, in a way, to cap it off with an act that seemed equally insane. After encountering those wild swimmers earlier in the week, despite the grim circumstances, he'd been oddly captivated by the idea. And now, here he was about to try it himself. A sudden, unexpected memory surfaced. His grandfather, years ago, telling him the coldest water clears the muddiest mind. He pushed the thought aside. You know, you don't have to go through with this, Jim said. Nobody even knows you're here. I won't say a word, I swear it. Harry moved deeper, the water now lapping at his knees. His feet were numb, the stones beneath them just a distant cold pressure. You're actually going through with this, Jim's voice carried over the water. You've lost your mind, you know that, right? Harry pictured his older brother, the responsible one, watching this scene. What would he think, seeing Harry plunge into this dark, icy lake? A smile, perhaps, a laugh. That was the heart of it, really. More than anything, Harry longed to see his younger brother's joy again. Get on with it, Jim shouted, his tone shifting from concern to a strained encouragement. Just dive, you're right at the edge. One day, Harry promised himself as the water crept higher, he would bring Ben here. He'd track down their father, settle the score for all the pain he'd caused, and then he'd bring Ben to this very spot to hear him laugh freely. The thought was a small, fierce warmth against the creeping cold. Then, with a shout that cracked into a gasp, Harry launched himself forward and vanished beneath the dark, swallowing surface.